Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is a little piece of heaven in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 45, Family Matters, A Missing Link. You want to what? Ichigo looked at his father with his eyebrows raised. Why did the man raise his voice? Did his request deserve such treatment? Was it that ridiculous? Just to be sure the man didn't misunderstand him, he repeated himself. I want to visit the human world. After spending a few days with Yushiro at the Shihoin mansion, he needed time to think, and it was the first time since he had come back that he had dinner with the rest of his family. He would have gone out, but, as he had a request, he decided to spend some time with his relatives. Why? I know you have a lot of free time, but you're still suffering from amnesia. It would be best if you didn't leave the safety of Siriti. Leaning on the chair, Ichigo put down his utensils and looked at his father with crossed arms. What, you think I'd get attacked or something? I can take care of myself just fine, Dad. He saw Ishine crossing his arms as well, and he found himself under a stern gaze. You barely have any spiritual energy. How do you expect yourself to fend off a hollow? He frowned. Why would any hollow try to attack me? You just said I barely have any spiritual energy. Before things could get heated, Kyukaku stepped into the conversation by slamming her hand onto the table. Grabbing his plate in haste so that its contents wouldn't spill, Ichigo turned towards her, but she didn't return his gaze. Instead, she was staring at Ishine with a frown, not that different from the one he wore by default. What if he went to Akumi? Caught off guard, Ishine was the third person at the table who frowned. Akumi? Yeah. She's family and she knows Ichigo. She could look after him for a few days. Ichigo stayed out of it for a moment and watched the exchange in silence. But as soon as Kyukaku finished speaking, it became clear that her attempts to persuade the man fell flat. It doesn't change the fact that she's powerless too. She can see spirits, but her ability to sense spiritual energy is practically non-existent. Ishine blurted out. She's in close contact with Urahara and has means of contacting him at a moment's notice. Come on, uncle, why are you so against it? I think a change of scenery could actually help Ichigo. What do you know, maybe he'll even remember something. Kyukaku shot back. Meanwhile, at the mention of a certain name, Ichigo suppressed an urge to shudder. Ishine opened his mouth to say something, but his voice didn't come out. Still, he continued to stare at Kyukaku with suspicion written all over his face. Then he found his voice. What gives, Kyukaku? There's something you're not telling me. You wouldn't mention Akumi without a reason. At that, Kyukaku's expression mellowed, and she squirmed in her seat. She looked at Ichigo, but before he could meet her eyes, she turned her attention back to Ishine and made a guilty face. Well, she contacted me a day ago saying that a guy has been bothering her. Nothing too serious or personal, but it's been rather uncomfortable. And you know Akumi, uncle. She wouldn't call if she thought she could handle it. Ishine's frown deepened. And you want to send Ichigo to her? He's just as powerless as she is. Kyukaku shook her head. Akumi thinks the guy is only trying to get into her panties, but is so courteous about it that she's been unable to just kick him out. If Ichigo stayed with her at the shop, so it would appear she's already taken, the problem could solve itself. At that point, Ichigo couldn't help himself and had to cut her off. She wants me to pretend that I'm her boyfriend? He asked, incredulous. In return, Kyukaku dismissed his worries with a wave of her hand. Yeah, something like that. She said, but then noticed the look on his face and rolled her eyes. Oh, please. It's not like you'd have to bang her in front of that guy. Just a hug or two would be enough. Ichigo didn't respond to that. Instead, while Kyukaku continued to try to convince Ishine, he thought about the offer. It would tie him to one location during his stay, but it was still better than not going at all. And it wasn't like Akumi wouldn't let him go for a walk or two. He knew her well enough. Well, I can do a hug. All right, fine. He heard Ishine say and raised his head to see Kyukaku flashing him a wide grin while his father continued to frown. Before he could thank them, Ishine spoke again. Before you go, though, meet me in my room, Ichigo. There's something I need to talk to you about. Light in Ishine's room was dim, and the closed window made the air inside heavy and much too hot for comfort. Coupled with the unusually serious expression on the man's face, it created an atmosphere of an impending doom, and it made Ichigo close the door with a slow, apprehensive push of his hand. For whatever reason, it seemed Ishine wasn't looking forward to the upcoming conversation. Once he sat down and watched his father do the same, he heard the man release a deep sigh. "Let's talk, Ichigo. Before you go, there's something I haven't told you yet that I think you should know." He stared at him with a neutral gaze. "Sounds ominous." Ishine shook his head and leaned into the armchair while putting his hands in front of him but allowing his elbows to rest on the armrests. His hands moved towards each other until he clasped them together in a variation of a praying pose. "It's not. It's just, well, let's not waste time with sentimentality. You know Ishida Uryu, right?" Ichigo gave a short nod. "You mentioned him back in the hospital. He's a Quincy guy I met a few times in Karakura town." At first, Ishine didn't respond, and for almost a minute, just stared at Ichigo with an unreadable expression which ranged from serious to an embarrassed and guilty at the same time. Ichigo felt like he should try to analyze the cause for such emotions but waited instead. "He's also your cousin." For a split second, Ichigo stiffened. "Oh. I see," he muttered. Since that was the extent of his reaction, Ishine continued. "Your mother, when I met her, she was living with the Ishida family. Since she was among the few remaining Quincy, same as members of the Ishida household were, it was only logical they should stick together. However, it went even further beyond that, and the Ishida matriarch wanted her son, Ryukin, to take Masaki as his wife." Ichigo stiffened again. "Ryukin, isn't that the director of the Karakura hospital?" He tried not to let his thoughts to show on his face. "Go on." Ishine let out another sigh. "Truth is, the two, Masaki and Ryukin, were also a sort of not-so-distant cousins. Well, for the Quincy, mixing their blood wasn't something unheard of. However, I came into their lives and changed that. Masaki married me and Ryukin married one of his servants, a girl named Katagiri. They had only one child, Uryu." Ichigo narrowed his eyes. "And? What's your point? You could have told me this anytime, but you chose now, right before I'm about to go to the human world." Ishine nodded twice in a row. "Yes. Because of Masaki, me and Ryukin know each other and, from time to time, we talk. We did that not so long ago, and he revealed to me bits about Uryu-kun. Normally, I stay out of the lives of other people, but, for more than just one reason, this I can't ignore." "Ignore what?" Ishine leaned forward and let his head fall on top of his joint hands. "Young Uryu is mostly a self-taught Quincy and, because of a certain incident with his grandfather, came to dislike Shinigami. I think he's a smart boy and he'll stay out of trouble, but..." The man trailed off and then looked up, at Ichigo, who raised one eyebrow at him. "But..." Ishine formed a sad smile. "Ryukin, just like me, isn't a good father. He was always distant, more comfortable keeping his emotions in check, but since his wife's death, he became even more withdrawn. What I want to say, Ichigo, is that it's been almost a decade since young Uryu felt what a family feels like. So, you want me to what? Show him what a family is like? I don't think I'm quite the right person for that." "No. You don't have to do anything of that sort. You don't even have to look for him. Just, in case you meet him, you could mention he's not alone. That he has relatives he could speak to if he ever needed." Ichigo waited for a few more seconds. But it seemed that Ishine's speech was at the end, and so he closed his eyes and let the thoughts run through his brain. However, there wasn't much to think about. Just as his father said, he didn't really have to do anything. Exchanging a few words with the unpleasant boy was within his abilities. Family, huh? The trip through the Senkaimon was as uneventful as it could have been, though before he even entered it, he received a hell butterfly with a simple reminder to return to the Soul Society after a few days in case he wanted to prolong his stay in human world even further. That was the first time he heard about a notification of such kind, and he almost wanted to complain, but then he realized there was no point, and it most likely wasn't a regular occurrence, it was that his was a special case. In any event, he took his Zanpakuto with him. just in case. Though he knew the way to Akumi's house, he played his part and, once the Senkaimon gate closed after him, he navigated through Karakura town using a note with scribbled directions in a small map of the area. For now, he abode by the rules and so his steps led him straight towards the promised destination. With no detour, any random wandering through the town or any sightseeing he took barely half an hour to reach the place. Ah, Ichigo. Welcome. Come on in. Akumi appeared in the door with her usual eagerness as soon as his finger left the doorbell. She pulled him inside. Hello. He greeted her in a reserved tone but she didn't seem to mind it. In silence she led him through the hallway to the kitchen where she motioned him to sit down. While he did so, she reached behind her and placed a large glass of water in front of him. With a grateful nod, he took a sip and watched her sit down opposite of him. I heard the whole story from Kyokaku. I am aware of your amnesia, so if this feels awkward for you, let me know. She said without a preface, causing him to choke on the water. Once the inevitable coughing fit ended, he glared at her with a fake malice but she laughed it off. For a few seconds they fought a battle of stares. Finally, Akumi spoke first. Kaoru, my son, is already sleeping. Admitting his defeat, Ichigo let out a tiny sigh and looked away from her. Good to know. Yes. It means we can an honest talk. The way she worded that made him look back at her face. He saw the same serious expression he had seen on his father's face several hours ago. Why do I sense an unpleasant topic coming towards me? He muttered with a grimace but Akumi shook her head. I wouldn't say it's unpleasant. Then, with one hand, she reached to the back of her head and rubbed it. It's more like it's about the real reason behind your presence here. Both Ichigo's eyebrows shot upwards until they disappeared in his short hairline. Well, that's unexpected. He thought but chose different words to speak. Let me guess. There's no one bothering you. Akumi's hand declined until she let it rest on the table. Wrong. There really is a person, a man. However, it's not just me he's been bothering. It's the whole town. She stated while giving him a look of uneasiness. That only further cemented Ichigo's gut feeling. I don't care for the rest of the town. But if he's an annoyance to you, well, do you know the reason? He watched her take a deep breath. I only said this to Kyokaku, and we both decided not to say anything to Hine-san. Right now, he's a bit overprotective of you and wouldn't let you out of his sight if it was possible. Ichigo's distinct frown formed on his face in a matter of milliseconds. Okay, back up. That's kind of going too far, don't you think? He saw her blink in surprise. Wait. You mean you don't know? Don't know what? His frown deepened and Akumi once again raised her hand to scratch the back of her head. Kyokaku told me. Once you went on this spy mission, Hine-san tried to rush after you to Hueco Mundo with every intention on fighting even Aizen himself if it meant he could bring you back. He wasn't aware you were acting under orders and, since the captain commander wanted to keep it confidential, he prevented him from going. It seems he even had to use his Zanpakuto because Hine-san didn't want to back down. In the end, though, he was forced to yield. We think he took it as another failure in his life as a father. When they brought you back, in a coma, he changed. Became more serious and sterner. Feeling a slight twinge in his chest, Ichigo let out a quiet grunt and clenched his jaw. He closed his eyes and kept them that way for a few seconds until the stab of guilt went away. Nobody told me. I'll make sure to let him know I appreciate him. He said and, with a short nod, motioned Akumi to continue. All right. Moving back to the original topic, we decided not to say anything to Hine-san because this matter concerns you and you only. The man I mentioned, there's a reason he's been bothering everyone. It seems he's trying to find you. Akumi said in a dramatic tone but to her surprise, Ichigo reacted with a loud snort. PFF. A strange, mysterious man is interested in me. Shocking. Never happened before. He deadpanned. Then he realized what he said and froze in agitation but it seemed Akumi didn't think twice about his words. Well, I sure as hell haven't seen him before, though he somehow looks familiar. Maybe he's somebody you knew during your life, or maybe he truly is a stranger and I am not sure which possibility is worse. Thawed from his moment of suspense, Ichigo shrugged. We'll see. What exactly is this guy asking about? Most of the time I try to ignore him, but from what I recall, it's general stuff, I guess. So far, his goal seems to be just finding you. Do you think he could see me? Does he have any spiritual energy? With an apologetic shake of her head, Akumi sighed. Can't help you there. I don't if Kyokaku told you, but my ability to sense Ryotsu is abysmal. Why are you asking though? You want to tail him from the shadows? Like in those spy movies? She asked, suddenly sounding so enthusiastic, it made the corners of Ichigo's mouth twitch upwards. Nah, I think I'm done being a spy. Didn't end well the last time I tried it. Also, tailing him is too much of a hassle. I want to confront him, eye to eye. But if he can't see me... He trailed off, only to notice Akumi giving him a wide-eyed, energetic nod. In that case, go get one of those Jigai things. I'm sure Urahara-san has a whole stash. Since she looked so sincere in her suggestion, Ichigo held back the urge to grimace. Every time he heard the name of the certain scientist/shopkeeper, his facial muscles were trying to twist his expression on reflex, a thing that was becoming a bad habit. On the other hand, obtaining a Jigai probably was the best solution to his dilemma. Alright. I'll go in the morning and then I'll play whatever the role you want me to play until this guy shows up. After he visited the Urahara's shop, where he spent enough time to exchange brief and not quite honest greetings, and stuffing his soul into a Jigai, Ichigo wasted the next few days by helping Akumi around the shop and waiting for the unknown man to make his appearance. Right after he came back in Jigai, instead of acting as her boyfriend, he made a deal with Akumi to play a role of her distant relative. While the original idea wasn't far-fetched or bad, Kaoru, Akumi's son, would have made it difficult, as his attitude towards Ichigo, while not outright hostile, wasn't good either. It didn't matter to him. A relative or a boyfriend, it all came down to just spending time at Akumi's place of business, the Onagiya shop, a business which performed various odd jobs. They all ranged from simple help with moving furniture to getting bored to death by helping fill out stacks and stacks of paperwork. Most of the time, though, Ichigo took on jobs that would let him stay in close distance to the shop so he wouldn't miss when the unknown man showed up. However, despite Akumi's claim that the man visited her shop in regular intervals of once every 2 days, nothing happened for 3 whole days, and Ichigo was itching to go out to the town and look for the man himself. On the dawn of the 4th day, the itch became unbearable, and so he decided, if not outright stalking the guy, he would at least take a leisure walk around the town. Strolling down a familiar path near the banks of Karasu River, Ichigo readjusted the cap on his head and, against his own feelings, admitted the oversight of a certain shopkeeper. I guess coloring the hair of this Jigai was a smart thing to do after all. Not a single person recognized me, yet. He thought and tried not to think about what would happen if Godai 13 knew he was walking among the living in the same town where he had used to live barely months after his death. However, he didn't hear about any regulation that outright forbade him from doing so. Or maybe they know and don't care. I can make up something on the spot if things go south. He snorted. That sounded just like what the members of Godai would do. Not all of them, at least. He corrected himself. It would have been rude not to think of the exceptions within the Soul Society's military organization. With a sigh, he looked up and towards the distance. There, just within his view, he caught the sight of a certain house that nowadays smelled of emptiness. Then he turned the opposite direction and saw another house. That, too, was empty. I swear I will find a way to help you in any way I can, Tatsuki, Orium. He stuffed his clenched fists into the pockets of his jacket and walked further along the river. Before it could spread its sticky web of melancholy on him, he let go of the thought of his 2 former classmates, now Aaron Cars, and took a calming breath. His hands relaxed and the frown he had formed almost on reflex melted away and turned into a neutral expression. As he walked, his eyes wandered towards the certain spot near the river where his life had turned around in what now seemed like a slash through time. You have a hard time keeping your promises, don't you, Kurosaki Ichigo? A familiar voice came from behind him. If he wasn't so used to weird coincidences, Ichigo knew he'd have felt surprised. What were the chances he would meet the one person his father had talked with him about? While turning towards the person, he spoke. Not really. I just don't care about this one in particular, Ishida Urayu. The bespectacled Quincy soon appeared in his line of sight. Wearing the odd white attire, the boy was glaring at him from a short distance, tense as a string about to spring. Haven't you brought just about enough destruction to Karakura Town, Kurosaki? While giving his best not to look arrogant, Ichigo shrugged. What happened, and is already in the past. Though spiritual energy can be used for many purposes, rewinding time isn't one. At least I can't use it for that, Ishida. He saw the Quincy increase his glare by forming a scowl. Nobody is asking you to do that. But you need to stay away from this town to avoid further bloodshed. Ichigo stared at him for a few seconds in silence. There was one thing that had occurred to him before, but now that the person in question stood in front of him, it was time to try his luck and see if he guessed right. Which one did you like? While Urayu's scowl remained, after hearing Ichigo's words, his glare morphed into an unsure, incredulous stare. Excuse me. Ichigo looked away from the boy and pointed his gaze towards a house in the distance. I've been in incidents that spawned death and I won't deny that. But your attitude towards me reeks of personal vendetta. I know a few things about you, and despite your dislike towards Shinigami, you wouldn't act this way towards others. So, there must be something I have done to you, and the only thing I did was to bring death to Karakura Town. I asked myself, what could that mean, and, well, one thing I thought of was that among the dead ones, you held one or more of them dear. He explained, and his gaze jumped back to the Quincy, who stared at him with an emotion Ichigo found hard to recognize. On the other hand, nothing about his stance told Ichigo to stop talking. I'm not sure how many deaths I was directly, or indirectly, responsible for, but among them, there were two I knew. So, I'm asking again, hoping that I'm not off about this, which one was it? Tatsuki Arisawa or Oriaminu? The boy flinched. I saw them again, you know. He added before he could interrupt him, causing Urayu to flinch even more. The bespectacled boy suddenly looked distressed. Soul Society? He asked with hope. Ichigo shook his head with a sad smile. High-level, evolved form of hollows. Aaron Cars. Type of hollows with humanoid appearance and ability to talk, think, and act human-like. The root of the Quincy's nose twitched and, in a flash, a Reishi bow formed in his hands. So, it will come to this, huh? I must send their souls to rest. Ichigo, with both his hands still stuffed in the pockets of his jacket, stared in his eyes, calm as a rock. You won't, Ishida. Why you dash? It's simple. You aren't strong enough. Ichigo interrupted him with a raised tone of his voice, causing the boy to freeze in surprise. What? Ichigo looked down, at the spot in front of him and kicked away a small stone. You didn't listen. They are not your usual hollows. They have evolved past the basic Minos and by taking their masks off reached even greater heights. The abilities they gained in the process, they are incredible but scary. I don't doubt you can handle your own against normal hollows, but there are enemies you wouldn't stand a chance against. It's that simple. For a while, there was no response. Then the silence cracked. Why are you telling me this? Is this some twisted, sick attempt at dark humor? Or are you enjoying this? Ichigo gave out a sigh and looked up, to meet the boy's gaze with his own. He shook his head. Neither. I just felt like informing you of the reality of the situation. It is what family does, Ishida Urayu, son of Ishida Ryukin. He saw Urayu's eyelids widen in surprise but also glint in disbelief. What family? Kurosaki Ichigo, son of Kurosaki Ishine. Ichigo barked out a laugh. Did the Quincy think he was trying to make fun of him? Actually, it is Shiba Ishine. When the person in front of him blinked, he added one more thing. My mother was Kurosaki Masaki. You may have heard of her, since she's a distant relative of your father. Ichigo watched as Urayu blinked again, and then, at a plodding pace, raised his right foot, only to take a step backwards. No. Never. You're saying nonsense, Kurosaki. In response, Ichigo narrowed his eyes. That Ryukin Ishida never mentioned his mother's name was an honest surprise for him. However, there was another way to convince the Quincy boy of the truth. But he hadn't planned on actually using it. Oh, well, beggars can't be choosers. He thought and closed his eyes for a moment. Plunging deep into his own self, he grabbed a familiar hand and kept holding onto it even after his eyes opened. Raising his left hand in front of him, he rotated it around so that his palm was facing upwards and then did his best to increase his concentration. In a matter of seconds, a small ball of glowing particles formed right above his palm and illuminated the skin of his hand with its weak light. It was one of the few Quincy techniques of Reishi absorption he had learned so far. He looked up, at the dumbfounded expression on the Quincy boy's face, and grinned. How about now? Is this nonsense as well? Only after his chance meeting with Urayu ended and after he finished the round around Karakura town, Ichigo raised his right hand and slapped his forehead with it. Damn it! I forgot to ask him about the mysterious guy. It tempted him to turn around and look for the Quincy boy but, in the end, he decided not to. Even after they parted their ways, Urayu still looked shaken by Ichigo's display of Quincy ability and so Ichigo was sure if he found him, he would try to talk about anything but the man. When the day advanced all the way through the lunch into the afternoon without the mysterious man making his appearance once again, a tiny, annoying thought formed in his mind. What if he already moved away from the town? When he shared his worry with Akumi, she shrugged. If he did, that would be nice but I don't think that's the case. I admit it's odd he hasn't been here for so many days in a row but I'm sure he's still in the town. One of my neighbors mentioned she spotted him only yesterday. Patience, Ichigo. Grunting, Ichigo returned to his current work, which was washing dirty dishes in the sink, with an annoyed frown. What Akumi said didn't do much to ease his worries. Not to mention she told him to be patient. Him. Patient. While he was sure he had grown from his teenage impatient period, true patience was still a thing that eluded his grasp. It became clear as soon as he grabbed another plate to clean and an oily stain refused to get washed away for whole 5 minutes. With narrowed eyes, he squeezed the wash rag until the detergent in it turned into a cloud of pleasant-smelling foam and then he rubbed the stain with all of his might until the foam flew. He focused so much on getting rid of the stain he realized what he was doing only when foam ended in his mouth and in his left eye. Phew. Ow. He spat away the foam and closed his eye in an instant, but it already stung. God damn it. Whoa there. His shout and subsequent sound of a plate crashing within the sink alerted Akumi, and the single mother of, at the moment, sleeping boy grabbed one of Ichigo's hands he was using to gouge the foam from his sore eye and yanked it away. Stop. Rubbing it will only make it worse. She said and opened the tap further until water flowed out like a waterfall. With slight pressure, she moved him towards the sink and forced him to bend down. Here, wash the foam away with water. Reluctant, Ichigo stuck his head in the sink and let the lukewarm water flow around his eye. It caused him to blink many times but, as the bits of foam vanished, he let out a groan of satisfaction. In a few more seconds, it was all over. He rose from the sink and, while leaning on the counter, he glanced at Akumi. She was shaking her head at him. Thanks. He muttered and felt his cheeks getting red. For some reason, he felt like a child who misbehaved and was caught in the middle of a prank. Take a break for the rest of the day, Ichigo. Go for a walk or something. He looked away and nodded in silence. When he heard her walk away, he let out a sigh and glanced at the clock. It was 3 in the afternoon. What was he supposed to do now? Akumi's advice didn't sound so bad but he already took a walk in the morning. Guess I'll stop by Siridi and prolong my stay here. He thought. Using a towel, he dried both his hands and his face and looked for Akumi. I'm leaving my Jigai in my room. I'll be back in a few hours. Okay. Be careful. He rolled his eyes. Sometimes, Akumi was such a mother. Not that it was a bad thing. He did enjoy it most of the time. In his room, he used one of Urahara's tools to get out of his artificial human body, put it in bed and placed a blanket over it so that if Kaoru wandered in his room, it would look like he was taking a long afternoon nap. Then he stretched himself. 4 days spent in a Jigai left him feeling somewhat stiff. Right foot forward. Lower yourself into a lunge while placing your fingertips on the floor. Breathe in. In one motion exhale and straighten your right leg. Slowly return to the lunge position. Repeat. Switch sides. Stop. Stand with your feet together and your arms straight overhead. Clasp your hands together. Make your fingers interlaces. Keep pointer fingers extended. Reach upwards and inhale while doing so. Breathe out as you bend your upper body to the right. 5 slow breaths. Return to the center. Repeat on the left side. It was a basic and generally an easy exercise, but it was also enough to warm his muscles up, and that was all he wanted to accomplish. He made sure everything in the room was in order and that the door was closed, then took out his Zanpakuto and plunged it in the air in front of him. In a flash, a moderate-sized Senkaimon gate appeared. A few seconds later, he was back in Seoul society. Kurosaka-san. A pair of guards greeted him with polite nods, a pleasantry he returned in the same manner. He knew most of the guards anyway, and so there was no need for further words. The next 3 hours were filled with so much excitement, Ichigo was almost afraid he would get bored to death. Unnecessary paperwork, pointless administration, redundant visits to multiple departments, all for such a simple thing that was prolonging a stay in the human world. As the time spent doing things like these increased, Ichigo questioned the absurdity even more than before. I have never seen documents like these before. Why do I even need to fill them? Is it because right now I'm not a member of GODI 13, or is it because I'm me? He thought when at last, the last document, a notice of legal use of sampled Ryuryoku, left his hand and he was free to return to Karakura town. It occurred to him that maybe he ought to talk to his father before going, but then a hell butterfly swirled around him and landed on his outstretched hand. When the voice of a certain shopkeeper assaulted his eardrums, he almost slapped the messenger away but stopped himself when the message continued. Kurosaka-san, I apologize for contacting you in this way, but one of your acquaintances, Ishida Uryu, has been just attacked by unknown personnel. He's alive but on his way to the Karakura General Hospital with a severe injury. Thought you'd like to know. Urahara Kisuke. Arms went off in his head and he was hurrying towards the Senkaimon gate before the hell butterfly even left his hand. It took several minutes before he arrived to the gate location, but when he did, it was ready for usage. He glanced at the guards and sent in their way a quick nod of appreciation. Before they could react, he was already back in Karakura town. He made one step towards the Karakura hospital when one small part of the logical, analytical area in his brain made him stop and presented him with an outrageous idea. What if I calmed down and took things slow? That was your doing, wasn't it? Why whack, Zanjitsu? I get it, sheesh. He shook his head and took a calming breath to think about the situation. Soon, he noticed a glaring problem. He was not in his Jigai and going to the hospital without it would have been a terrible idea. With a frown, he sent a thankful emotion to his hidden spirits and turned in the direction of Anagiya shop. He just entered when he heard Akumi's voice from one of the closer rooms. Urahara-san contacted me that dash. I already heard it. I'm here just for the Jigai. See you later, Akumi-san. He interrupted her and reached his room with a few calm, yet quick steps. Mere minutes later, he was back on his way to the hospital. Hi, a friend of mine got injured and was supposed to be taken here. He spoke to a receptionist once he got there. Name? She asked in a bored voice. Uryu Ishida. The receptionist stiffened at the name and changed her behavior to a more proper one. Ah, sure. Give me a second. She said and tapped on the computer keyboard in a hurry. A soft beep later, she looked at Ichigo. Room 616. Thanks. Going by the hospital's design, Ichigo wasn't looking forward to the mountain of stairs he had to take to get to the room. To number them, all rooms wore stickers with 3-digit numbers. The first digit translated into the hospital's floor, which meant Uryu was being kept on the 6th one. Second digit was for the department, what, in this case, meant the ICU, intensive care unit. It almost made the weight of the situation larger, but Ichigo also knew the third digit represented the level of threat. That it was number 6 meant Uryu's life was no longer in any immediate danger. Soon, after defeating all 12 staircases that led to the 6th floor, he reached the door to the room, only to find a fit-looking white-haired man with glasses pushed up his nose walking out. Ichigo recognized him as the director of the hospital and Uriu's father, Ryukin Ishida. The man noticed him. Looking for something? The man asked in a stern though not unfriendly tone. In return Ichigo nodded and, with a nod of his head, motioned to the room from which the man just came. Ryukin raised one of his eyebrows. A friend of Uriu's? More like an acquaintance, Ishida-san. The man narrowed his eyes and, after pushing his glasses up, gave him a searching gaze. Then he blinked. You're Kurosaki Ichigo, right? Is Hein's son? It tempted Ichigo to emphasize his mother as well, but the talk with his father made him stop. Instead he nodded. Yeah. It seemed the older Ishida wanted to say something but, just as Ichigo did, prevented himself from doing so in the last moment. With a single blink of his eyes, the man took a step away from the door and then turned his head in a different direction. I see. Go on Kurosaki. Good day. Right, good day, sir. He watched the man go in slight dismay. While it appeared he was well-mannered and in control of his wording, Ryukin Ishida seemed to be just as his father had told him. A cold, distant, and a difficult-to-approach kind of person. It almost made Ichigo glad to have his father as his father. The sound of footsteps died down and Ichigo pushed the door to the room 616 open. Inside, he found a single bed separated from the rest of the room with an opaque curtain. He reached for it and pushed it aside. Kurosaki? What are you doing here? He had prepared himself for an unpleasant image of a person wrapped in bloodied bandages, but the actual sight surprised him. Aside from the hospital gown, there was nothing different about the person in front of him. I heard someone attacked you. He replied. In return, he heard a snort. And what? You got worried about me? Well, kind of. Like I told you, we're distant relatives. Looking away from him, Uriu grimaced. Which is something I still find hard to believe. Ichigo stuck out of left hand and nudged him with his right one. I can show you the trick again. Uriu shook his head. Don't bother. Father already told me what you said is the truth. There was a hint of bitterness in the boy's voice and Ichigo couldn't help but to sigh. For once, it turned out his father was right about something. Moving his left hand to the side, he grabbed a hold of a nearby chair and pulled it towards him. Before Uriu could protest, he sat down in it. So? What happened? His question was met with a pregnant silence. It surprised him. It didn't look like the Quincy didn't want to talk to him, but the boy was also trying his hardest not to look at him and not to say anything. Such a situation lasted only for a few seconds. You were right. Ichigo's raised both his eyebrows. I was? About what? Uriu pushed himself up and glanced at Ichigo with a defeated look. You said I am weak. You were right. Oh, that. Ichigo muttered and lowered his head. For a moment, he felt ashamed for his earlier words. If I wasn't, there is no way I would let myself get attacked without even being able to see the attacker. At that, Ichigo's head shot upwards, and he stared at the Quincy with an incredulous gaze. Wait, really? You didn't see who it was? Ah, damn it. Seeing the frown forming on Uriu's face, Ichigo voiced his thoughts. I was hoping that the one who attacked you is a certain man that came into this town not that long ago. In a smooth motion, Uriu reached for his glasses and pushed them up his nose. I see. Do you happen to be talking about a certain spiritually aware man that has been asking questions about you for the past 2 weeks? Give or take. Spiritually aware? Uriu shrugged. Able to see ghosts and possessing some spiritual energy. Ichigo lowered his head once more. Ah, shit. I did not know that. There was a short silence following that statement. Is he the reason why you came to Karakura town and why you're in a riot suppressing Jigai? Ichigo blinked and then glanced up at the Quincy boy with a bit of amusement playing in his eyes. Kind of. Uriu met his gaze and continued staring in his eyes for a while longer before looking away. In that case, I can tell you one more thing. Whoever attacked me definitely wasn't that man. The spiritual signature doesn't match. Then again, the attacker possesses spiritual energy too. Ichigo placed his head on top of his hands and supported his elbows on the top of his knees. From this position, he gave Urayu a curious frown. "What makes you say that? I thought you saw nothing." After shaking his head, Urayu unbuttoned his shirt, causing Ichigo to raise one eyebrow. "I didn't. But my spiritual senses work differently than my sight does. And I felt it," he stated, and, once his shirt was unbuttoned, he pushed its sides apart and turned to face Ichigo with his bare chest. "I felt a blade cutting straight through my chest. Like a knife plunging into butter, it entered my body and made it feel like an alien presence bisected me. However, as you can see, there is no wound. Therefore, the attack must have been spiritual, not physical. My father confirmed this and told me my spirit ribbon has almost been severed. I don't know what happened, but it did something, or at least tried to." Ichigo watched him button his shirt with a thoughtful expression. "But it doesn't make any sense." "No, let me rephrase that. Something's amiss. If it wasn't this mysterious man, it means that there are more spiritually aware people in town. That can't be a coincidence. Well, it could, but I no longer trust such things. You getting attacked must connect to his presence here. But how? And why are you the one who got attacked? We're not exactly friends. It would only make sense if you were the real target. But then why would somebody go around the town asking questions about me?" He muttered more for himself than for Urayu, but as Ichigo spoke, Urayu was nodding. "For once, I agree. However, like before, I'd like to stay out, if possible. Until this man or these men turn out to be a threat for the people of Karakura, I leave this matter to you." Ichigo snorted in exasperation but then formed a wide grin. "Fine by me." That night, it took Ichigo a long time to fall asleep. Deep in thoughts, he was turning and tossing around from one side to the other until the source of his insomnia presented itself in a simple thought. Finding the man had been taking him far too long, and it was time for him to act. Being passive never suited him. He had always been more of a reactive, proactive kind of guy, and this time, it was no different. He had to find the person by himself. Waiting for him to show up was not working as he had thought it would. "If he won't appear until tomorrow lunch, I'll search for him." After he set the goal and satisfied his consciousness with it, sleep came to him in the matter of minutes. But, as it always had been, fate found its way to twist itself around him and mock him with a wide grin of a coincidental, chance meeting. "Hello there, could I take a bite from your time?" He was on his way to the next menial job he had received from Akumi early in the morning when, just a block away from the Unagiya shop, an unknown voice called out to him from a nearby corner of the street. There, looking as innocent as one could ever be, stood an unfamiliar, tall, and lean-built man with shoulder-length black hair, distinct dark eyebrows and striking eyes. Ichigo had never seen him before, but there was something about the man that made him feel like he should know him. "Yes." Ichigo took a few steps towards the man while making sure the distance between them was enough for him to react to any surprising move. He had no way of knowing whether he met the one person he had been trying to meet or not, but the underlying paranoia stemming from his experience kept him cautious. "I was wondering if you could help me. You see, I've been in this town for a while now, searching for a certain person, but nobody knows anything. I felt like I've asked everyone in this town, but you seem new here." Several lights of comprehension light up within Ichigo's mind, and he focused his gaze a bit to take as much details of the man in front of him as he could. "Ah, well, I'm from around here, but I have been away for a few months and returned only a few days ago. What can I help you with, sir?" he asked, choosing the polite manner of speech just to be sure. The man's face lit up with a wide grin. "I'm Jinjo. Jinjo Kyujo. I've been looking for a certain guy. His appearance is supposed to be striking, but so far, I have met no one like that in this town." Storing the man's name into his brain, Ichigo listened to him with a knowing nod. "I see. Does this guy have a name?" "Kurosaki Ichigo." Ichigo pushed out through his mouth as he tried to keep his face as unresponsive as he could. After 5 days of nothing, he found the person he had been looking for. It made him feel relief, but, as he stared at that person, this Jinjo guy, he felt confused. Nothing about the guy showed any reason he had been looking for him. Still, Ichigo decided it was too tiring to play any game and went straight to the point. Well, you found him. Nice to meet you, Jinjo-san, I'm Kurosaki Ichigo. He said and outstretched his hand in greetings. He saw the man's eyes widen, but he adapted to the situation and accepted the offer without a word. They shook hands. Color me surprised. I honestly didn't think I would find you, Kurosaki. Still, are you Kurosaki Ichigo? They told me your hair is orange, not black. Ichigo's left hand went to the top of his head where he combed his hair with it. Oh, this. He said and, in an instant, went over the scenario he had prepared for this situation in his mind. It was necessary to dye it for my own protection. Protection? Jinjo asked him with a confused stare. In return, Ichigo nodded. Yeah. My dad had a clinic around here but we got on a bad side of certain people and had to flee this town. Almost like in one of those action movies, you know. But it happens. I mean, not that long ago I learned that an acquaintance of mine got attacked. It was one of the carefully prepared lies Ichigo had spent several hours perfecting. Here, his father created the Kurosaki clinic with the use of a loan from Yakuza but now, after several years, he stopped with the regular payments and Yakuza members came after them, forcing the whole family to move and change their names. As he thought about it, Ichigo realized it was a ridiculous idea only a teenager could come up with but, at the same time, those kinds of things weren't unusual in certain parts of Japan and so he hoped the man would take the bait. Really? From the little I could find about you from the people in town, they made it look like you died in some freak accident. That's why I doubted I would actually find you but tried anyway. Already prepared for this kind of reply, Ichigo nodded again. Yes, that is the official version. Before we escaped, they attacked us in our home and so we created a diversion to fake our own deaths. At the time, an explosion of a gas leak seemed like a good idea. He explained and heard Jinjo hum in satisfaction and the man gave a short nod. The bait seemed to have worked. I see. I thought maybe your father and, well. Looks like I was wrong. Ichigo would have snorted if he thought he could. He had spent weeks in the presence of a master manipulator and the guy in front of him tried to bait him with such a weak attempt. Still, he wanted to find out why the man had gone to such lengths for finding him and so he took a bite. Just as he spoke, he realized he wasn't the only one with a bait prepared beforehand and not created on the spot. My father? You know him. Following his question, there was a short pause when Jinjo stared at him with a searching gaze. Then, silent as a grave, the man handed him a set of photos, which Ichigo accepted with raised eyebrows. I'm sure this must seem like an outrageous offense but I assure you it is not. These photos are the reason I have been looking for you. Do you recognize the men on them? He asked Ichigo in a quiet, serious voice. Looking down, Ichigo inspected the pictures in his hand. His fingers twitched. Yes. That's my father and the other guy is one of the nearby shopkeepers, Urahara Kisuke. What about it? Jinjo continued staring at him. What exactly do you know about these men, Kurosaki? Ichigo looked up and at the man. Well, my father is my father and Urahara is a shopkeeper with a weird sense of humor and an annoying, meddling personality. Why? What is this about? Jinjo stiffened. This guy is the reason I'm in this town. Kurosaki Ichigo, have you ever heard the term soul society and spiritual energy? Chapter 46, WTOX, White Lies, Moon Remix. Playing the role of an unaware citizen had been easy. All he had to do was to claim he knew nothing about the soul society while admitting he was aware of the mystical force called spiritual energy if only to keep his lie balanced. It was better that way and kept him safe in case of a potential slip of the tongue. Nevertheless, it had seemed to work, since Jinjo's only reaction to his words was to hand him a business card in case he wanted to know more. And it was a beautiful card. Professional, made from fine materials with a catchy letter X imprinted in a large font over most of its surface. As he walked back to the Unagaya shop with his head lowered and his eyes glued to it, he came no closer to understanding its meaning than he had when his sight first fell on it. The only other occurrence of the letter X he recalled was in the pirate stories where authors used it in treasure maps to define a place with a hidden treasure. For obvious reasons, he concluded that this was not the case. Still, it was a very interesting conversation. He thought and gave the card one more glance before putting it into one of his pockets for safekeeping. I learned his name. I also learned he does, in fact, possess spiritual energy, though he keeps it concealed and low. He is aware about the Soul Society, and he knows, or at least he thinks he does, Urahara Kisuk. At the same time, he didn't explain his interest in me, just that there is a connection between me and Urahara. Interesting. On his face, scrunched in a thoughtful frown, formed a smirk. Very interesting. A quiet echo reverberated within his mind and made him nod to himself. Yeah, I know. If this goes just like everything else had, we could use it in our favor. I mean, I wanted to keep this charade for as long as possible, but if I have only a few more days left, well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. This guy's scheme is still a large unknown. But, we'll deal with this like we always had, in stride. In just a few minutes, he reached the shop. As soon as he took a step inside, he looked for its owner. Huh? Back so soon? Akumi asked when he came through the door. Putting a finger to his mouth, he nodded towards the kitchen and waited until she followed him. Once there, he sat down and looked her straight in the eyes. I met him. For a short moment, she looked confused, but then a proverbial light bulb lit up above her head. Oh. Right. So? How did it go? What does he want from you? Before she could increase the rate with which she fired her questions, Ichigo raised one of his hands and positioned it in the air with the palm pointing to her face. I'd say it went well, and though I'm not yet sure what his deal is, he doesn't seem dangerous. Just a guy who wants to talk. He explained and reached into his pocket. He also gave me his business card in case I decide I want to contact him. Waving the card from side to side, he placed it on the table and pushed it towards Akumi. Though she frowned, she grabbed it, looked it over and then glanced back at him. Maybe he wants to offer you work. 'Cause it looks professional, I can tell you that much. Ichigo nodded and took it back. Yeah, thought so too. Akumi leaned backward and into the chair, then peered into his eyes. It's still odd. Why didn't you just talk about whatever he wants right away? In a quick swipe, he picked the card and put it back into his pocket. At the same time, he grinned. Where's the fun in that, Akumi-san? Don't worry, I know you're all worried about me, but I'll be fine. Besides, this guy searched for me even though others should have told him I died months ago. So, whatever it is he wants from me, I want him to mention it first. Then again, I'm going back to Soul Society for a day or two. I'll contact him once I'm back. She blinked, but then her frown returned and almost matched his own that he used to wear every day. Is that wise, Ichigo? You are powerless, and if he's a threat. She trailed off when she saw Ichigo shaking his head. It's because he may be a threat, Akumi-san, that I should tread with careful steps. Think about it from his point of view. He has been looking for me for weeks, and now, suddenly, I show up, and despite not knowing anything about him, I go with whatever he says and whatever he wants. That would make me either stupidly naive, which he most likely knows I am not, or suspicious as hell. Nobody with at least a bean for a brain would follow a stranger into his den after a 1-minute-long talk. Wouldn't that seem like I expected him to come for me? And you know I'm not that powerless. He reasoned with her with his grin still present on his face. As he spoke, he saw Akumi's frown deepen and then vanish in a blink of an eye. I'm surprised. You are sly for a kid of your age. Ichigo widened his eyes and, for a few seconds, stared at her. Then he chuckled. Even without my memory, it's still me, and from what others told me, I've been a distrustful person for the most of my life. But thanks for the compliment. In a surprising move, Akumi reached forward and placed her hands on top of his and gave him a light squeeze. I'm sorry. Ichigo waited until she withdrew her hands and then he replaced his grin with an encouraging smile. Don't worry about it, Akumi-san. I feel that everything is going to be just fine. True to his words, before the sun set down and hid behind the horizon, Ichigo discarded his Jigai, opened a Senkaimon gate and returned to the Soul Society. There wasn't anything in particular he had planned on doing, but after stopping by the Shiba mansion and grabbing some of his things, he decided that since he had a bit of free time, he could use it to train. It had been 5 days since he did any training after all. However, since he planned on returning to Karakura town in just a day or two, there was no point in starting with something new, and so he spent the few remaining hours of the day by going over the abilities he already knew. Expect the unexpected was the motto. That night, unlike the one before, he slept like a hospital patient pumped with anesthetics. Once his body hit the bed, there was nothing but darkness. Until the light of the morning sun pierced through his eyelids and assaulted his retina with its annoying intensity that is. A long stretch, followed by a cold shower and a substantial breakfast, filled both his body and soul with enough energy to face yet another day, though he was unprepared to face an irate Kyokako grabbing him by the elbow and dragging him all the way through the whole mansion and to her room, where she forced him to sit down on a comfortable armchair. Once his behind hit the soft surface of the furniture, he rubbed his elbow and tried to give her the stink eye, but one glance at her expression made him stop. It's been 5 days, Ichigo. 5. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? Why didn't you contact me? As it stands, why didn't Akumi contact me either? Ichigo didn't reply right away. Instead, he stared at her with a pair of curious eyes until she made her way to the other armchair in the room and sat down. But since her expression didn't seem to change, he took his time picking his next words. Okay. I'm sorry for not contacting you, but I am not nearly as impulsive as I've been in the past, Kyokako-san. You know that. It's been 5 days because I was waiting for the situation to develop itself. It didn't look like that convinced her, and so before she could speak, he continued. On the other hand, I know you. You are not the person who would freak out like this. So, what changed, Kyokako-san? Did Dad push you to this? With her mouth still opened, ready to speak, Kyokako paused and, after a second, sighed. She looked away. That's why I told him it wouldn't work. Yeah, you got me. I'm guilty as charged. In return, he shook his head and let out a chuckle. I'm touched. You can tell him everything's fine. So far, there has been no problem. I made a contact with the guy and he seems harmless enough. She still didn't turn her eyes back to him and was trying her hardest to hide her embarrassment. A second later, her expression melted, and she spoke in a calmer voice. That's good. Did he tell you why he's been looking for you? Now that the atmosphere changed, Ichigo made himself comfortable and leaned to the armrest. No. Not yet, anyway. I will talk to him again in a few days. That's all he wants to do so far, to talk. At last, she looked at him. He's not trying to convince you to do something, right? To pull you into some kind of scheme. It wouldn't be the first time, you know. Ichigo chuckled again and Kyokako cracked a smile herself. Nah. And even if he tried to, I think I'm immune to such crap. When she looked at him in disbelief, he raised both his hands and put them in front of him in a defensive pose. What? It's true. Amnesia here. I have enough nonsense to deal with already. Kyokako released a long, drawn-out sigh and, pushing herself out of the armchair, walked to a large cabinet, from which she took out an oddly familiar bottle of darkish liquid. He took only a moment to recognize it as the alcohol he had drunk with Byakuya several days ago. She placed it on the table and then poured it into 2 small glasses. But just as he tried to reach for one, Ichigo watched in fascination as she gulped both glasses down in rapid succession. She let out a happy squeal and then returned to her seat as if nothing happened. I know, but you are my family. Even though I'm not like your father, I worry about you. It's only because I knew you'd want to know that somebody has been looking for you that I even told you about the man. Downhearted about the lack of glass in his hand, Ichigo pursed his lips but then deflated. Thanks. Really, though. There's nothing to worry about. I'll be fine. Several minutes in a short conversation about his stay in Karakura town later, Kyokako suddenly slapped her forehead and shook her head, looking exasperated. Ichigo raised one eyebrow in an unspoken question. I almost forgot. What is this guy's name? Maybe I could try to look for any information about him? Even if he's just a human, I have contacts that could help us. In return, Ichigo lowered his eyebrow and gave her shrug. I was planning on doing it, anyway. his name is Kyujo Jinjo. Not even 2 days later, determined to get to the root of the mystery, Ichigo walked out of the Senkaimon gate with his face set in a rigid, stiff expression that was similar and yet different to his usual frown, a remnant of his conversation with Kyukaku. Because of it, he was just barely aware of the following brief conversation with Akumi. Instead, he focused all of his attention towards the upcoming event, which was him meeting Jinjo. To do so, he grabbed his Jigai, pushed himself in it and made a short call using the number printed on the business card he had gotten earlier from the man. A strange, robotic voice entered his ear. "Hello. You have reached Skyushin. Your phone number is not on record. Are you one of our valued members? Please, give me your name." He didn't think twice about it. It seemed like an original, yet careful security measure. "Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo-sama. We have already been informed about you. Welcome to Skyushin. Now, please hang up the phone. Once you've hung up, please add 00800 to the end of the phone number and call again, but hang up before the call goes through. Then call the same number a second time. This time, hang up just as it stops ringing. Then, on your third call, you will be connected directly to Jinjo Kyujo-sama." A sigh escaped through his parted lips. What a pain in the ass. He thought, but did as told. As soon as he was sure he was talking to the man, he spoke. "It's me." There were no greetings as he saw no point in using them. "I was beginning to worry." The now familiar voice answered him. "I had to think it through. My mom taught me not to believe the words of a stranger." A light cough filled the silence. "Sounds like a wise woman." He paused and waited for further words, since a conversation about his late mother was not on the day's agenda. "Since you're calling, I assume you believe me. For now." A quiet chuckle coming from the phone speaker tickled his ear. "That's good enough, Kurosaki. Head to Kobara District in Naraki City. Wait near the first building of the 7th block. I'll pick you up in 1 hour." Once the words came through, a clicking sound announced the end of the call and he put down the phone. He glanced at the clock. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Time to have some fun. It didn't take him long to prepare and leave. Now that he had contacted Jinjo, he no longer needed to pretend to be a worker at the Unagaya shop, and Akumi was more than happy to let him roam the town. 1 hour was plenty of time, and so he took the scenic route, wandering across Karakura town in a set of slow, leisure steps while trying his best to appear as inconspicuous as he could. Dark of the night hadn't yet settled in yet, so citizens littered the town, moving around with their lives as if the supernatural all around them didn't exist. Eventually, he crossed the western border of Karakura town and Naraki City with plenty of time to spare. Fleetingly, he recalled 2 of his former classmates living in the city and switched his caution to an appropriate level, moving through the streets, scanning every corner and every alley. He didn't want to take any chances. Meeting the people from his life wouldn't do him any good, and avoiding them was the best course of actions. There was no way he could talk his way out of the encounter. 5 minutes before the time limit expired, he stepped out from a thin alley stuck between large concrete structures and looked for the unmistakable silhouette of the man he was meeting up with. And true to the man's words, there he was, leaning against a street lamp with his eyes set on him. Just in time, Kurosaki didn't want to appear too excited. Jinjo grinned at the comeback and motioned him to follow. Together, they walked only a few steps away from the street lamp when the man ascended a large staircase leading to a doorway of a modern-looking hotel-like building. "Meeting me right next to your actual residence? Brave." Ichigo commented from behind the man, who reacted with a chuckle. "Brave? It's called confidence." Ichigo decided not to retort, though he had the words already on the tip of his tongue. He had to keep himself in check. Being rude could work against him. He brought his attention back from his own thoughts when the entrance to the building opened and stared at him like a black hole, ready to suck him into a vortex of yet another set of schemes. Allowing himself a small smirk, he strode inside without as much as a glance. There, a sight of a bar-like establishment, fully equipped with bar stools, couches, low tables, bar and even a bartender, a tall, older-looking gentleman clad in what looked like a typical bartender's attire, welcomed him with a clean, yet casual smell of life. The older man noticed his arrival and gave him a short bow. Greetings. Care for a drink, young man? Ichigo glanced to his left, to see Jinjo walking towards a soft-looking couch, where he made himself comfortable. When he lifted his legs to place them on a table, the man behind the bar called out to him. Please, Jinjo-san, a table is for glasses, not your legs. Must I repeat myself every time? Rolling his eyes, Jinjo retracted his legs, then gave Ichigo a nod. Ask for anything. It's on the house. Ichigo looked back towards the bar. His eyes jumped all over the whole selection of bottles in hidden hope of finding the same brownish liquid he had drank with Byakuya. A moment later, his eyes lit up. He nodded to the bartender. A glass of whiskey, thank you. With another short bow, the man behind the bar got to preparing the drink. As he did that, Ichigo looked back at Jinjo, who was eyeing him with an appreciative stare. Ah, I see you're a man of culture, Kurosaki. Kiriko, make it 2 glasses. He said and motioned Ichigo to sit down on a couch next to him. Well, before we get down to business, I have just one question. What convinced you to come here? Curiosity. Mostly. Besides, the least I can do is to hear you out. Jinjo gave him a short, questioning gaze but made no effort in pushing the matter. Instead, he raised both his arms and folded them behind his head in a lazy, slightly disinterested manner. Okay. Where to start then? The beginning would be nice. Expecting a chuckle, Ichigo watched as Jinjo closed his eyes and released a short-lived sigh. Then, while taking small sips of whiskey, the man delved into a lengthy albeit sparse explanation about the existence of soul society, Hueco Mundo, and spiritual matters. Though he already knew all of it, in order to continue his charade, he tried to appear as if it was his first time hearing about it. Once they dealt with the most obvious themes, Jinjo took a short breather and made himself even more comfortable. With me so far, Kurosaki. Reaching for his own glass, Ichigo tasted the whiskey and gave a silent nod. Good. So, I mentioned Shinigami, hollows and a basic type of spiritually aware humans. I and my associates belong to a special category of these humans. And while there are many reasons why such humans exist, the reason behind our existence is simple. Each of us had a mother that has survived a hollow attack while being pregnant with us. Remnants of a hollow Ryuryoku then remained in our mother's bodies and at the moment of our birth, they passed this Ryuryoku on to us. Because of it, in time, we developed a certain ability. We call it a full bring. Jinjo said with a certain finality in his voice while giving Ichigo an intense stare. Aware of it, Ichigo took yet another sip of the tasteful beverage. I see you have never heard of it, so let me give you a short demonstration. Jinjo said and pulled his arms from behind his head and moved one of it towards his glass sitting on the table, still filled with whiskey. When his fingers were inches away, Ichigo noticed a strange, weak light emanating from the surface of the liquid. Slowly, without Jinjo making any obvious movements or actions, the whiskey within the glass rose and, in an odd, circular shape, floated towards the man's opened mouth. In a matter of instants, the glass turned empty. Just as Jinjo made an exaggerated gulping sound, Ichigo shifted his attention from the glass to the man's smug expression. Cool, isn't it? Before Ichigo had a chance to analyze the strange phenomenon that happened in front of him, Jinjo continued speaking. What I did there, was drawing out the soul of the alcohol in the glass and made it help me swallow it. With a twitch of his left lower eyelid, Ichigo narrowed his eyes and tried to comprehend the words. He drew out the soul of the alcohol? That sounds so abstract. I don't get it. Seeing the thoughtful frown on Ichigo's face, Jinjo brought him back from his musings by continuing. In simple terms, our power is the ability to draw out the soul that dwells in any substance and make it work for us. Ichigo's frown deepened. Any substance. Jinjo's smug expression turned into a clear grin. You look like you still don't get it. Did you think only living creatures had souls? Everything in this world has a soul, not just plants and animals. Their souls are small, but even telephone poles and chairs and glasses have souls. He said and, once again, leaned back into his couch. Haven't you ever felt that your ability increases when using a tool you're familiar with? That means you've understood the soul of that tool. The soul of an object has the power to help its user, and we can draw that soul out and give it a boost. He explained, and then glanced at the ground beneath their feet. By drawing out the soul of the ground surface, whether it's grass, soil, or asphalt, we can increase its elasticity to jump higher, and we can make liquid fly into our mouths just like you saw me do there. And we can walk on water by making it support our feet. And, with the tools we are particularly compatible and familiar with, we can even change their shape. For example, my necklace here. Watch. Jinzhou said, and placed one of his fingers underneath a cross-like necklace hanging from his neck. In an instant, the surface of the tiny cross glowed. Next thing he knew, Ichigo was staring at a large claymore, a version of two-handed blade used in medieval times, with a long, broad blade in a form of a double-edged longsword. Looking at it from a close distance, he noticed that its crossguard comprised a small red gem at the center and two straight ornate arms ending in a simplistic version of a lily flower. The sword's handle ran through its guard, continuing on through a gold hollow space at the base of its blade. The handle was almost the same length of the blade itself, and all the details put together created an illusion of a deadly, yet beautiful weapon made for tiring slaughtering of masses. Just looking at it made Ichigo's fingers tingle with an urge to pick up his own sword and fight. He could almost feel the hollow tint coming off the weapon and calling out to him, to his inner instinct. Looking away from the sword and at the man holding it, Ichigo formed a minuscule grin. Scary. Jinzhou chuckled. Does that mean you get it now? What full bring is? I think so, though I hope there are limitations to your ability. Being able to manipulate anything sounds, well, overpowered. I'd say it turns you from simple humans to something akin to demigods. In response to his words, Jinzhou's eyes widened, though he schooled his expression and reverted it back to his usual one in a heartbeat. With a snap of his fingers, he gestured Giriko to refill his glass. To be honest, that is not the reaction I was expecting, Kurosaki. I think no one ever likened us to demigods. You don't like it? No, on the contrary, I can already feel my ego inflating. The two of them shared a chuckle. Then Jinzhou grew serious. However, as you said, a human should not have such power, and so, there are limitations, like the amount of Ryoryoka we can control and how much of the soul we can draw out. It is all based on the amount of spiritual energy we ourselves possess. Ichigo nodded in acknowledgement, but on the inside, he wore a deep frown. Still, while it sounds similar to the relationship between a Shinigami and his Zanpakuto, this full bring feels odd, unnatural even. It's not a regular ability that one can understand at first glance. It is too meta, he surmised. Now, you must wonder why I'm explaining all of this to you. Yeah. As Giriko refilled Jinzhou's glass, Ichigo watched the man with focused eyes, making his serious expression grow even more serious. Do you know why do hollows have a hole in their chest? They lose their hearts from the pain of not having been saved by a Shinigami, and this pain forms a hole. But where do their hearts go? For just a second, Ichigo's eyes glided away from Jinzhou's face, and he thought back to his first meeting with his Zanpakuto spirit when the latter wore his true appearance. Undeterred by this slight change in Ichigo's expression, Jinzhou continued. Their lost hearts become their masks. Each hollow's appearance, their individual traits and powers, those are all formed from the hearts that were taken from them. Like I said, our mothers have been attacked by hollows before we were born. Therefore, our power of full bring is closer to that of a hollow than a Shinigami. And, we find this power unpleasant. That's why our goal is simple. We want to get rid of our full bring. Before Giriko walked away, Ichigo gulped down the remaining portion of his whiskey and motioned the man to refill his glass too. At the same time, he kept his eyes pointed at Jinzhou. I'm sure you have your reasons for that, but that doesn't explain why I'm here. What exactly do you want from me? Jinzhou rested his sword on the couch and leaned forward to grab his glass. Keeping it steady within his grasp, he gave Ichigo an intense, focused stare. Full bring is a product of a hollow power, meaning it is essentially the opposite of its human wielders. After many years, we realized that because of this, it is possible for us to transfer our abilities to individuals who possess the powers of both Shinigami and humans. By doing so, we can rid themselves of our power, becoming ordinary humans in the process. And so, to answer your question, I'll ask you what I asked you before. Kurosaki, what do you know about your father? Sensing he was finally getting to the root of the matter, Ichigo leaned forward. Where are you getting with this? Jinjo clasped his hands and interweaved his fingers, pointing the joint form towards the ground. Kurosaki, I'm sure you know this already, but you possess a certain amount of spiritual energy, am I right? For a second, Ichigo struggled with the correct answer. However, he had prepared himself for many scenarios, and so putting together the right amount of truth and lies into his words wasn't as difficult as he had been afraid of. Yeah. If that's the reason I can see spirits, then I guess I possess spiritual energy. Jinjo nodded. And did you never find it odd? Fighting the urge to roll his eyes, Ichigo bit his tongue before he could blurt something suspicious. Don't beat around the bush and just say what's on your mind, Jinjo-san. Watching him closely, Jinjo leaned even further forward. Your spiritual energy is unusual, Kurosaki. I can sense it. It has the quality similar to ours, but, at the same time, it hasn't. Maybe you know or maybe you don't, but I'm convinced your mother was the same as ours were, and she survived an attack from a hollow, which makes you the same thing we are, a Fullbringer. Involuntarily, Ichigo's expression hardened and transformed into a harsh scowl. Go on. Then again, you are even more unique than that. While your spiritual energy has traits of a hollow, its base stands on something else. A Shinigami. Staring at him, Ichigo couldn't help but think about it. This goes beyond wild guessing. He knows way too much about me. I really hoped it was just a coincidence, but with this. Kyokaku's reaction to his name is beginning to make sense. He thought, then caught the piercing gaze pointed at him and faked a cough. So, what you're saying is, your father used to be a Shinigami. I'm sure. Ichigo made haste to stifle the urge to react in a way that would expose him by quickly downing the entirety of whiskey in his glass. As a quiet wheeze flowed from his mouth, he put the glass back with too much strength, causing a sharp sound to reverberate through the room. He took a deep breath to organize his thoughts, and then let go of the glass, only to lean back and look at Jinjo with a neutral gaze. I guess it does make sense. Still, what exactly is that you want to do? Jinjo stared at him with something akin to a surprise. His lips were parted and his eyes just a bit narrowed. Then he blinked. You are taking this surprisingly well. He stated, and, for the first time since they met, Ichigo felt just a tiny hint of suspicion seeping into the man's voice. Panic was already coming at him from afar, but then he realized the situation wasn't that bad. Therefore, instead of coming up with excuses, he shrugged. After everything that happened in my life, if it isn't a life-threatening matter, I just take it in a stride. Getting surprised or shocked at every single nonsense I encounter on regular basis just isn't worth the stress. I don't want to prematurely die from a heart attack. He replied with a hidden hint of irony, and though Jinjo most likely didn't get it, Ichigo's reply still made the man snort. True enough. Now, since we want to get rid of our Fullbring, our only option is to awaken your innate potential and turn you into a human with Shinigami power. You could call it a substitute Shinigami if you want. Lazily, Ichigo reached for his glass and, to cool himself a bit, plucked an ice cube out of it, which he then placed into his mouth. Rolling it with his tongue, he looked at Jinjo and lightly tilted his head to the side. Okay. Sounds cool. How? By making you undergo a rigorous training where you'll develop a Fullbring of your own. By doing so, it should push your spiritual energy to resonate and evolve until you reach the point where your innate Shinigami powers awaken. Should. Jinjo shrugged. I'm not exactly a scientist, and this isn't an exact science. It's just a bunch of theories mixed with an educated guess, though, on the other hand, I expect it to work without a flaw. Not to mention it doesn't pose any risk to you. Only if you consider having more power a risk. Ichigo snorted in amusement. If I thought getting stronger is a risk, I would have remained a kid for the rest of my life. Forming a predatory smile, Jinjo briefly exposed his impressive set of perfect teeth and reached out to Ichigo with his right hand. With a grin of his own, Ichigo accepted the gesture and the two of them exchanged a shake of hands. At the same time, Jinjo raised his other hand and snapped his fingers, causing several sharp light sources to light up and brighten the remainder of the room, which unveiled two more people that had been so far sitting in the dark staring at Ichigo with friendly, respectively neutral, gazes. He looked back at Jinjo and noticed the man smirk. "Welcome to our Skyushin." When the reflector-like columns of light died down and the two other people he didn't yet know walked towards him, Ichigo shook his head, feeling just a tad amused. "Skyushin? What are you, a squad of executioners?" Instead of replying, Jinjo smirked, and then, with a lazy movement of his right hand, shifted Ichigo's attention from him to the two newcomers. Before anyone spoke, Ichigo took a closer look at them. The first one was a tall dark-skinned woman with straight chin-length dark, practically black hair, brown eyes, and full lips that caused an image filled with odd commentary to float from within the depths of his conscience, making him roll his eyes. It seemed that no matter in which crevice of Ichigo's mind he was, his Zanpakuto spirit couldn't contain that one part of him which made him cheeky. As a way of greeting, the woman nodded to him. "Jackie Tristan." Ichigo returned the nod and glanced at the other one. It was a young boy, in height similar to Captain Hitsugaya, with green eyes and spiky, blonde hair with bangs that were currently covering his left eye. Looking at his clothes, a black coat, and a black cap, Ichigo got the impression the boy was trying way too hard to appear more mature than he actually was. In what was most likely supposed to be a cool greeting, the boy, same as Jackie, nodded to him, though he did it with a detached, unimpressed look in his eye. "Yukio. Too cool for a surname, huh?" Ichigo thought with an inner grin, but accepted the greeting nevertheless. Then he looked back at Jinjo and opened his mouth to speak, only to get interrupted when the entrance to the room opened with a loud cracking noise. "I'm back." At the sound of a high-pitched, girly voice, Ichigo looked towards the door only to see a young, slender girl with long reddish-purple hair styled into two pigtails. Despite the dim light surrounding her and the distance between them, Ichigo quickly recognized that she was good-looking to the point where such realization surprised even himself. Yeah. Never had similar thoughts before. Haha. He tried to ignore the voice of his Zanpakuto spirit, once again crawling from his hole if only to deliver a snide remark, when he noticed his breathing got a bit faster and a strange nervousness settled in his limbs. "Ririka. That was faster than I expected. Did you find him?" The girl, Ririka, shook her head. "I did, but it was a bust. That guy barely has any spiritual energy at all. I doubt he could even see a hollow." Ignoring the conversation, Ichigo tried to get a hold of his inner turmoil. When the girl began to walk closer and an odd tingling sensation spread across his torso, he finally understood the situation. It was difficult not to do so when another instance of a snarky comment coming from the depths of his soul almost made him groan. "Very funny, and no, I'm not going through another puberty, and just give it a rest, would you? It's uncomfortable enough as it is." He gulped down the bitter taste on his tongue and, for a second, closed his eyes to take a deep breath to regain his inner equilibrium. But soon enough, he realized it was impossible to do so. Then again, once he opened his eyes, he decided to ignore it as much as he could. With one of his eyes twitching from the effort, he brought his attention back to the situation at hand. It seemed the girl was getting frustrated over something, and so Ichigo turned to Jinjo. "Who's that?" Jinjo massaged his scalp in exasperation. "Dakugamine Ririka. She's one of us." It seemed the girl heard him, because as soon as Jinjo said it, she spun on her heels and stared at the space where Ichigo and Jinjo stood with narrowed eyes. "What? Who's there?" Ichigo saw Jinjo sigh, and the man looked at him with a pitiful grimace. Then the latter snapped his fingers once again, and a bright column of light swallowed Ichigo whole, causing him to raise one arm in order to prevent himself from becoming blind. "Ririka, meet Kurosaki Ichigo. He decided to help us." Squinting his eyes as hard as he could to see through the light, Ichigo noticed the girl standing still and staring at him unblinking like a stone statue, frozen still in the flow of time. He blinked once and she mimicked his action. Then her eyes widened and she quickly looked away from him. For a split second, he spotted a small pink spot on her cheeks. "So? What do you think? Is he fine?" When he heard the question, Ichigo glanced at Jinjo with a questioning gaze but found the man looking at Ririka with a large smirk plastered all over his face. "More than fine." The girl whispered in such a low tone, he barely heard it. But when he did, he sighed. On a second thought, doing this wasn't such a good idea after all. Later that day, back at Akumi's place, Ichigo paced around his room with a blank stare etched on his face. He was deep in thoughts, thinking hard about everything that happened since he first talked with Jinjo all the way to the moment when he finally left the building in Naraki City. Fullbring, huh? If I understood it right, the ability itself could pose a problem. I never liked powers that are on the abstract side of things. Increased strength. Nice. Increased speed? Cool. Energy beams? Seems fun. Healing? Helpful. Manipulation of elements? A bit stranger but still quite straightforward. Poison? Unpleasant but still ordinary. Manifesting energy as physical objects? Still, nothing that can't be understood. Illusions. For a second, he stopped walking and stood still like a tree. An image of Aizen rose within his mind, along with several other instances when he had encountered a similar ability. With a quick shake of a head, he caused the image to dissolve and went back to pacing around. That is the first step towards something nasty but still manageable. But now, drawing souls of any object, matter, or substance. Just thinking about the possibilities how it could be used is making me weary. He thought, and a distasteful grimace formed on his face. He said Fullbring is a hollow-based ability, but, honestly, it reminds me of the way Shinigami fight. Drawing out the power from the object made from our soul, a Zanpakuto. A Shinigami way. Though it can be applied to a hollow too, that's true. Still, if Fullbring allows you to manipulate anything with a soul, can't you use it to do nasty crap with a Zanpakuto of another Shinigami? 'Cause that's a scary thought, though I guess you'd need a substantial amount of spiritual energy to do so if what he said about the limitations is true. As he continued to walk in circles, his grimace slowly faded and was replaced with a deep frown that made his brow creased so much, it began to look like a drawing of deep, dried-up watercourses. He says they want to get rid of this power. And just because it's hollow-based. I don't believe it. A human that has more power than most wants to get rid of that power so that he could fall back to being ordinary? Doesn't make any sense to me. That practically goes against the human nature. Akumi's voice coming from another room calling out to him to stop stomping around forced him to return to the reality. He stopped walking like a maniac and hopped in bed, where he pointed his gaze at the ceiling and withdrew back to his mind. However, he had too much energy, and so, as soon as he returned to thinking, his right leg began to twitch at the base of his foot, making it bounce up and down. There were 5 of them. Jinjo, Giriko, Jackie, Yukio, and Ririka. But if what Ishida said is true, then there should be at least one more. Jinjo seems to be the only one with a sword and, somehow, I don't think he's the one who attacked him. He thought and lightly tilted his head from side to side until he heard a satisfying crack in his neck joints that caused a lot of stress in his body to vanish. None of them seemed to be exceptionally strong. Despite the possibilities of Fullbring, I don't think any of them represent a danger to Soul Society or Hueco Mundo. To humans? Sure. But why would they attack humans? He released a sigh and closed his eyes. It was time to fall asleep. Either way, it all falls back to their true goal. If it really is about getting rid of their powers, then okay. If not, well, I'll cross that bridge once I have to. But right now, sticking with them is probably the best course of action I can take. I'll need to return to my original form soon enough, and this seems like a good opportunity to do so. With that, he let go of his thoughts and let the blackness swallow him. Chapter 47, Hollow Coexistence, Human Affairs. A stray ray of light coming from the morning sun passed through the window and fell upon the only bed in the room, intent on tickling the skin of a sleepy resident, only to find none. The young man was already on his way to Naraki City with breakfast in his belly and energy flowing through his veins. He stopped only when he reached his destination, an inconspicuous structure lost in the myriad of similar buildings, but also the headquarters of Skyushin, where people with an ability called Fullbring usually met. As per instructions he had received the day before, he reached into his pocket, took out the business card with a large letter X on it and placed it in a fissure of a keycard lock stuck in the wall near the entrance. A quiet beep, followed with a click, announced the permission to enter. "You're early, Kurosaki. What's the matter, couldn't sleep?" He squinted to see past the dim light, so different to the brightness outside, and found the leader of Skyushin seated in one of the couches. But instead of answering, he walked to the counter and waved at Giriko. "Orange juice, please." A moment later, he sipped from the glass. As he did so, he sat in a bar chair and turned towards Jinjo. "Nah, I slept like a log. Guess I'm just that excited for the training." With his back against the comfortable squishy surface of the couch, Jinjo took a sip from his own glass, filled with whiskey, and then put it back on the table. You sure sound like it." In return, Ichigo cracked a tiny smile and placed the edge of the glass to his lips. "What can I say, my voice isn't as awake as my body. It is early after all." Even as he said that, his voice gained a faint layer of mirth, though it dissolved as soon as he put a few coins on the counter for the drink and looked at Jinjo with a more serious gaze. "So, how do we do this? 'Cause I don't see a training area." On cue, the entrance to the room opened in a light morning breeze, accompanied by a yawning Ririka made their way inside. With one eyebrow raised, he turned his attention at her. He ignored a set of increased heartbeats from seeing her face, flushed from the cool air outside, and focused on an odd large box she carried under her left armpit. At the closer inspection, he realized it was a realistic version of a dollhouse. "Rejoice, this is your training area," she said while pointing at it. If there was a hidden meaning, a joke, encoded in her words, he found none even after taking the time to blink twice. His elegant response was worthy of a socially inept gentleman. "Huh? A dollhouse?" Ririka's reaction was less than lukewarm. She tapped the roof of the dollhouse and rolled her eyes. "You doofus, it's not just any dollhouse. It's my dollhouse. There's a difference." She gaped at him. "There is. Just look at it. Isn't it cute?" Her answer offered no help and left him as perplexed as he was before. "I'm missing something, aren't I?" But as he thought about it, his raised eyebrow relaxed, then moved towards its neighbor on the other side of his face until his face formed a frown. "It's your full bring, isn't it?" In response, Ririka glanced at Jinjo, who gave no reaction, and then back at him. "Humph, so you aren't completely hopeless," she said, and then, with another tap of her finger, forced his attention back to the dollhouse. "I call my full bring dollhouse," she stated and raised her left hand. While squeezing her fingers together, she continued speaking. "It allows me to freely move people and things into or out of anything I adore or think is cute." With the explanation out in the open, she snapped her fingers and caused a small amount of spiritual energy in the shape of a miniature heart to fly through the air, across the room and to him where it fastened itself onto his jacket. Giving it a cautious glance, he felt a foreign energy spreading across the surface of his body. "That is your pass." She clapped her hands and smiled. "Okay. You can go inside now. I permit you." He was about to ask what the point of the show was when the foreign energy suddenly compressed itself and made him feel like something was trying to squeeze him. In a flash, he felt himself being transported through space until he crash-landed, his knees scraping against an unfamiliar hard surface. He grunted and shook his head to clear it. "I still feel the weird energy on me. It's not hindering me, but it's still there," he noted as he got back on his feet. Then a loud rumbling noise caught his attention and made him look up. He blinked. "I must be seeing things." There, in front of him, towering over him, stood a large stuffed toy with the appearance of a pig standing on its back legs, giving him an empty, yet nasty look. It growled. For a moment it didn't move, though he swore he could see its paws twitching. Then he noticed the cutesy walls surrounding him from every side. Am I inside the dollhouse? Almost like on a signal, something or somebody lifted the ceiling only for him to see Ririka's gigantic face looming over him with a smug smirk on her face which, under normal circumstances cute, was at the moment thoroughly terrifying. Well, isn't he cute? Because of the disbalance between the size of her head and his head, he cringed at the sheer volume of her voice. But then he caught her words and looked between the stuffed pig and her face with a deadpan expression. Right. A myriad of questions popped in his mind, ranging from simple, "How did I get here?" to, "Is she kidding me?" But it was just another incomprehensible situation full of irrelevant details, and so he disregarded everything in favor of focusing on the most important thing. What now? Her raised eyebrows showed surprise at the lack of his reaction, but she masked it by nodding towards the stuffed animal. Defeat it. That's your training. Don't worry, he's not strong, so it should be easy. If you can use Fullbring, that is. The unexpected trace of condescension in her voice threw him for a loop. It came from nowhere. But he didn't dwell on it for too long. Instead, he pulled his eyes away from her face and set his sights on the thing in front of him. And it was a good thing to do so too, since the stuffed animal seemed to be at the end of its patience and was raising its paws upwards, making it clear what its intentions were. Ichigo jumped away at the same time as the paws hit his previous spot with enough power to scatter a thin layer of dust on the ground in every direction. And though the attack was several magnitudes weaker than those he was used to, it was still way more powerful than what a regular human could do. In accordance to this, he shifted his attitude and looked at his supposed opponent with a pair of analytical eyes. Okay, so it's not just a giant stuffed toy. Seems like it has enough physical strength to flatten a human, which means they want me to defeat him without taking a hit. Begs the question, why would they think it's a good idea to throw me in here without giving me any pointers in the first place? But, let's ignore that. But there was no more time to think. Curling into a ball, he rolled to the side and avoided a powerful punch by a hair's breadth. Immediately after that, he looked up to see the stuffed animal leaping at him with one of its paws cocked back, and he leaned to the left to dodge it. The attack missed, but his hair swung back and forth from the light breeze swirling around him. His brow creased into a frown and his eyes narrowed. There was something oddly specific about his opponent's movements. This is pathetic. You're not doing anything. You're a man, aren't you? Stand and face him. He heard the words but paid them no mind. Whether she was trying to goad him into attacking or was simply being rude, Ririka's voice felt like nothing but a manageable annoyance. Still, if I'm right. When a paw flew at him again, instead of trying to dodge, he stood his ground and waited until the last moment, just before the punch could connect with the side of his head. In that instant, his neck muscles tensed and he titled his head out of the harm's way while, at the same time, grabbed a hold of the paw. Using his opponent's momentum, he flung him over his shoulder and into a nearby wall. The entire dollhouse shook. What? Ririka's high-pitched exclamation was far too loud, and he cringed and rubbed his ears. Still, he kept his attention at his opponent's crumpled form as the stuffed animal tried to get back on its feet. Are you crazy? You can't just fight him with your bare hands. Do you want to get yourself killed? His patience reached the first threshold. For just a second, he shifted his attention to the girl with every intention of making a snarky retort, only to spot a surprising amount of worry written all over her face. He bit back his original response and looked back at his opponent. This thing, whatever it is not a fighter. I can tell by the way it throws its punches and the way it moves. It's like a confused beast, pushed in a corner with no way out but to try its luck and fight back. Me, I used to train in a dojo and lived through my share of fights. It doesn't matter how much strength this thing has if it can't focus it into a proper strike. There was no answer, and since his opponent was almost back on its feet, he bent his knees and lowered his body into one of the basic battle stances and waited. As he did so, he swore he saw a certain emotion flicker across the toy's blank expression. It was almost like it understood his words and took an offense to them. The battle was far from over. On cue, the toy leaped towards him. One of its paws flew at his head. A simple sidestep prevented any contact. Instead, the punch collided with the ground and caused the dollhouse to tremble. Dust swirled, but he didn't need his eyes to follow the next punch. He avoided it with ease. Too much ease. His eyes widened. Though he sensed movement from below, he found out the harsh truth in a hard way. No matter how good his reflexes were, it was impossible to use them to their fullest while in a Jigai. The artificial body was simply not suited to his level of speed. Thus, the kick, which shouldn't have given him any trouble, grazed his side and spun his body around. Oh! Using bending forward as a countermeasure, he got himself out of the spin but could not stop himself from swaying. As the dust cleared, he saw a kick flying to his stomach and knew he had no time to do anything else but to brace himself for the impact. Unhappy with his own incompetence, he clenched his jaw, put both hands in front of him as a shield, tightened his abdominal muscles and, at the moment the kick connected with his body, exhaled hard. Oof. Unpleasant pressure dug into his belly and he sailed through the air, across the room. As he was descending, he arched his back and forced his body to rotate until it allowed him to stick out his hand and touch the ground. At the moment of contact, he sent out his Ryuryoku into his palm and created a cushion of energy from which he pushed himself upwards. A flip later, he landed on the ground with his right knee touching the floor. Taking a short, quick breath, he looked up. All right, time for a different approach. I must compensate for the lack of mobility with spiritual energy. I just need to be careful not to use too much of it right away. No need to raise suspicion. Go slow and steady. His mouth settled in a straight line, though one corner curved upwards ever so slightly, and his brows moved towards each other. I am supposed to be learning this as if I've never done it before, after all. See? I told you. You can't win like that. It doesn't matter how capable you are. If you can't adapt and learn how to use full bring, then you're done for. Even though his eyes were firmly set to watch his opponent's every step, one of his eyelids twitched and he pushed a small amount of air through his nostrils in one go. She's getting on my nerves. The stuffed toy charged him again, and though he waited until the last moment as before, this time he also kept an eye on any underhanded tactic his fluffy opponent could have come up with. But an instant after it moved, the toy opened its mouth and released a loud shout of anger. Garp. He twitched in surprise but kept his composure tight, and just as one of the toy's legs shot towards him, he took a wide but fast step to the side. At the same time, he twisted his body and matched the toy's movement to make sure it tried nothing else. It didn't get the chance. He had been standing too close to the wall and his successful dodge caused his opponent to ram straight into it. The toy whined in protest, staggered and fell on one knee. Seeing his chance, Ichigo acted in a flash. Now, using its own body as a ladder, he hopped on the back of the toy's calf and from it bounced upwards until he reached its head. Like a pair of pincers, he snaked his arms around the toy's neck and enveloped it in a tight grip, causing it to fall down on its face with a choked cry of pain. He squeezed more and looked up. Is this good enough? A sense of accomplishment and gratification spread across this torso as soon as he saw Ririka looking at him with eyes opened wide. Like I said, my B-dash. You idiot. Get away from him. The warm feeling of pride vanished in an instant. There was something wrong with the tone of the girl's voice, and when she withdrew from her spot and he heard her yelling something incomprehensible at somebody else, he identified the culprit. It was not that she was unhappy with the result of the fight, it was that she was afraid of it, and for a second, the realization left him at a loss for words. He did what they expected of him and defeated his opponent, right? The discrepancy between his train of thoughts and Ririka's intentions became clear in the following moment, when the stuffed animal beneath him shook in a wave of riot so washed over him. Looking down, he saw the toy's clothes tearing. Just as he was about to squeeze its neck, an invisible force blasted him backwards and he crashed into a wall on the opposite side of the room. As he slid down to the floor, a groan found its way out of his mouth. Ugh! While it didn't hurt, the impact rattled both his bones and his pride. Frustration took over him and he jumped back on his feet, feeling the right amount of anger flowing in his veins. But then his eyes fell on his opponent and felt like rolling his eyes. Oh, come on. That's just not fair. What had been a cute though odd stuffed toy before was now an image cut straight out of children's nightmares. What had been sweet turned sour and what had been cute turned ugly. A grotesque monstrosity with warped features, the stuffed pig grew both in height and width, gained veiny muscles and a set of a terrifying beast-like teeth and 3 more eyes. A deep rumbling noise poured out of its mouth. Making something so gross. An echo of Ririka's voice came from afar, somewhat clearing up the situation for him. Looked like this wasn't completely planned. He snorted when he realized he said it in Aizen's voice. It seemed the man's words were engraved so deeply in his mind, it was impossible to forget them. But a rude awakening in form of a flying piece of furniture shook him out of his stupor and forced him to stop dawdling and move. In a few steps, he reached a wall but didn't stop, and with the use of a nearby cabinet hopped over it while throwing a random object he had grabbed on his way over his shoulder. After landing on the floor, he noticed the room seemed no other purpose than to be a temporary refuge and took a breather. Ichigo. Ririka's face popped in his vision once again and the girl stuck her head over the dollhouse. He glanced at her. You have to use your full bring or you really will die. I can't interrupt this fight anymore. Kiriko's full bring is preventing me. The panic in her voice was so palpable, it made him pause. Was the situation that serious? But when he spoke, he focused on something else. An advice, or at least a hint on how to do that would be nice. Ryrika's face twisted into a distressed grimace. A hint. We've been able to use full bring ever since we were born. There's no way I'd know any hints or tricks for it. I just focus on my love for cute things. He had a retort on the tip of his tongue, but the sound of approaching footsteps made him stop. A second later, a large muscular paw broke through the wall above him. Without thinking twice, he vaulted over another wall to keep the pursuit going. They always knew how to do it, huh? Sounds a lot like instinct, which makes sense, considering it's a hollow-based ability. But then, isn't it just a materialization of hollow Ryuryoku and not some weird soul manipulation mumbo-jumbo? Because if it is, then I should be able to do that just fine. Once he overcame another wall, he came across a dead end, the wall of the dollhouse itself. From behind him, the sound of heavy stomps approached him like a premonition of doom. He glanced from side to side and concluded there was nowhere else he could run, and even if there was no stopping the toy. Not in its berserk state. But despite the situation, he didn't cower nor froze in fear. He smiled. While waiting for his opponent to crash through its last obstacle, he dove deep into his own consciousness and navigated across the vast maze of his soul until he found what he sought, the place from which he could draw out his hollow energy, the core of his being. He raised his hand and touched it. At once, the intensity of his emotions grew, but he didn't fight it. Content with them, he accepted them with opened arms and withdrew to the real world. Hollow energy, wild but tamed, boiled beneath him and crawled up his body from his ankles all the way to his shoulders. Shrouded in a blanket of animated power, he watched it shape itself, from what looked like his Shinigami attire at first to an unstable form of armor with protrusions on the sides of his shoulders. It wasn't solid, but it also wasn't vaporous, like a liquid, it flowed around him in a never-ending cycle. At the same time, he felt something in his right hand and looked down, only to see a sword made of pure energy swirling within his grasp. He raised it just when his opponent finally broke through. For a moment, he looked the toy in its eyes and formed a smile of apology. This is going to hurt a lot. In one fell swoop, the fight was over. As he stared at the still body of the stuffed animal to make sure it was down and defeated, he let his senses roam over the energy shroud surrounding him. This feels nice. Of course it does. It is a part of you. His eyes widened. Zanjitsu? You're back. Wait, that's not good, isn't it? Though he couldn't see the spirit, he could picture him rolling his eyes from the tone of his voice alone. And what did you expect, Ichigo? You can't just pull all this hollow energy and assume I won't show up. Don't worry though, I'm still hidden. These are only the echoes of my voice. Ichigo released a deep, grateful sigh. Then he paused. Don't tell me I'm speeding up the process by doing this. Nah. The time frame remains as it was. You still have a few days until we can no longer remain suppressed. He nodded to himself. Good. That should be fine. How are things going though? I feel more and more energy trying to escape my grasp. It's fine. Once we're done, you should be able to use everything without worrying about its composition. But, you must learn how to do this conversion by yourself, Ichigo. You know that, don't you? Voice of his spirit wasn't accusatory, yet Ichigo felt like he was getting lectured. It was almost as if he was listening to his other spirit. I know and I will. I'll hold you to that. Talk to you later, Ichigo. Until you return to your true form, I'll be able to speak to you only when you're simulating this full crap or what's its name. Like ending a phone conversation, his Zanpakuto spirit cut off the mental link and left him alone with his thoughts. But he didn't continue in his train of thoughts and, after giving his defeated opponent one more glance, looked up at the hovering face of a wide-eyed Ryrika and spoke to her. I won, right? Now get me out. As soon as she got out of the shock, a look of disappointment crossed her face, but she nodded, nevertheless. Then, with no warning, he reached into the dollhouse, only to stop when Giriko's voice caught up to her. Not yet. If Ichigo-san used a Fullbring, then it will fulfill the conditions of the timer and the fallen Mr. Pork will return to his original form. Taking Ichigo-san out of there should wait until after we make sure of that, am I right? A small part of Ichigo's left lower eyelid twitched, and he glanced back at the fallen stuffed toy. Ignoring the toy's name, he focused his attention on a different detail. I guess this will prove if my suspicions were right, and that Fullbring is just exerting hollow-like spiritual energy while being a human. Well, theoretically a human. They all stared at the toy in anticipation, but for a few seconds, nothing happened. When he was about to open his mouth and curse, it shook. Right after that, a deep rumbling noise, followed with a sudden loss of mass, showed the truth of the matter. An inaudible sigh of relief poured through his parted lips. He heard Giriko speak. Oh. Well, I guess that's it. He looked up and saw Giriko rubbing his chin. The man's expression was thoughtful, but it seemed he was pleased with himself. On the other hand, Ririka's face showed the same disappointment as it did mere moments before. When she caught Ichigo's intense stare, she straightened her back and looked away. When it looked like she was about to leave, he called out to her. Oi, get me out. Then he heard Ririka's odd, fast intakes of breath. Before he could try to understand what was going on, Ririka's face popped back in the dollhouse and she grabbed both him and the stuffed toy, took them out of the dollhouse and sneezed straight into their faces. And just like that, he was back in the dimly lit room of the Skyushin headquarters. Wasn't there a more hygienic way of getting me out? However, his question was met with silence. Making a grimace, he wished for a towel to wipe the sticky saliva from both his face and body. At least there's no snot. Christmas came early in a form of a dry towel hitting him to the side of his head. Without uttering a word, he wiped his face clean and looked for Ririka, only to find her standing on the side, talking to somebody who looked like Yakuza. He raised one eyebrow, but when he took a step towards them and overheard their conversation, the scene explained itself in a second. It seemed the man had been the stuffed toy Mr. Pork's, and that was the extent of information Ichigo wanted to know, so he tuned out the rest of the conversation. It wasn't something he wanted to hear. Congratulations. You passed the first test. Jinjo's voice rang in his ears and he turned to look at him. The man was staring at him in a way that made him feel like he was a subject of a close examination. I guess, though I wonder about your methods. What if he smashed me into a gel? The man raised and shook his right hand. But you didn't, that's what's important. He narrowed his eyes. The one sentence alone told him more about the man than any other had so far. Then he noticed the man's eyes moving all over him and realized the shroud of energy still surrounded him like an odd mixture between a shapeless cloak and armor. That's a clad-type Fullbring. Is that bad? The man shook his head. No. It's just rare because you need large reserves of Ryuryoku for it to work properly. Speaking of, don't you feel tired? Keeping your Fullbring active for a long period just after awakening it takes a large toll on your body. Focusing, Ichigo forced the energy to withdraw from the surface of his body back into it. He took 2 sharp breaths. Now that you mentioned it, I am a bit winded. Thanks for warning me. He said and hoped the man would lose the intense look in his eyes. How did you activate it? I omitted giving you any hints on purpose to see how far you could go by yourself. Was it something Ririka said? Ichigo glanced at the girl. She seemed to be threatening the Yakuza. He looked back at Jinjo, then nodded towards the couch. It looked like the man understood and snapped his fingers at Giriko to get them both a drink. When they were comfortably seated, Ichigo began. To be honest, it was kind of mix of what she said and what you said. Raising an eyebrow, Jinjo hummed. He leaned into his seat and thought about how he wanted to compose his answer. It took him a few seconds to do so. Ririka said that to use her Fullbring, she focuses on things she loves. Therefore, her love. But you showed your Fullbring as well and you don't look like the guy who loves his pendant. So, love works only for Ririka. Then there is the fact that it is a hollow-based ability and hollows are creatures that have lost their hearts. Both of which are your words. Taking these things into account, I thought that the thing that can activate it is a powerful emotion. Like love. he explained while giving a short nod in Ririka's direction. Or, pride. He continued, unsure of his deduction, and gave a nod towards Jinjo. The man snorted. Good guess. And yes, emotions and feelings are the key to Fullbring. However, you still need an object, a catalyst behind this emotion if you want to awaken your own Fullbring. I don't think I saw any object in your hands. Faced with the unasked question, Ichigo closed his eyes and formed a smile. Then he gave Jinjo an amused look. You never said it has to be an outside object. In a rare display of surprise, Jinjo frowned. What do you mean? With one hand in an opened palm, Ichigo patted his chest. My heart. Jinjo's eyebrows shot upwards until they disappeared in his forehead. You based your Fullbring on your heart. Seeing his reaction, Ichigo allowed himself a chuckle. Ironic, isn't it? Using a heart as a source of a hollow-like power. For a full minute, Jinjo just stared at him in what appeared to be a look of utter disbelief. In the meantime, Kiriko brought 2 glasses of whiskey. Before Ichigo could reach for one, Jinjo grabbed and gulped down both. Then he looked at the table and shook his head. Don't take this in a wrong way, Kurosaki, but anybody ever told you you are not normal? Irony of the statement caused Ichigo to laugh out loud. You have no idea. Seeing that he succeeded and activated what Jinjo called a primordial version of his Fullbring, Ichigo was, despite his weak attempts at protesting, promptly sent home to rest. The reasoning was solid and followed the basic line of logic. Fullbring was a human ability and its wielder, no matter how durable, could only take so much punishment before breaking. Human body simply wasn't meant to take on the harsh training where blows, enhanced with spiritual energy, could turn limbs into a mush. And so, they allowed him to return only after at least a full day of recuperation and in case he didn't feel like crap. However, he showed up at Skyushin headquarters doorsteps as soon as the light of the next day popped from behind the horizon with a grin which drove Jinjo mad. Before the man could even try and kick him out, he raised both his hands in defense. Relax. I didn't come for training. His words had the desired effect and stopped the man in his tracks, giving him enough time to close the door, walk to the counter and order a drink. Orange juice please, Kiriko-san. While the bartender prepared it, Ichigo turned to Jinjo with a carefree expression. I just came to hang out, that's all. Amused, he watched Jinjo blink multiple times in rapid succession. Didn't expect that, did you, huh? The man seemed at a loss for words and sat on the bar chair with a blank expression on his face. He regained his senses only when an empty glass hit the counter and the sound of a liquor with a familiar smell being poured into it reached his ears. Without uttering a single word, he grabbed the glass, placed it to his mouth, tilted it and let its contents fill his stomach. Hang out, you say, huh? He stated and leaned against the counter, his eyes pointing at anything but Ichigo. Yeah. I mean, we are helping each other so it wouldn't hurt to know each other better, right? Ichigo said with a grin. But when Jinjo still refused to look at him, he hurried to speak again. But if I'm being a bother? The man shook his head. No. No, it's fine. I was just surprised. Ichigo glanced at the counter and reached for his own glass. He took a sip. Is it really that surprising? It wasn't Jinjo who answered him. For us? Most definitely. You may not realize but we are a bunch of misfits and loners who don't really get along with the rest of the society. Because we possess supernatural abilities, we are different than the others. And because we are different, we do not belong. After all, it is hard to forge relationships of any kind while keeping such a large secret. Ichigo turned towards the deep but feminine voice coming from a dark spot in the room and raised his glass in its direction with a nod of acknowledgement. That is quite a bleak outlook on life, Jackie-san. A small lamp came to life and allowed Ichigo to see the woman's face. Her eyes were closed. Interestingly enough, despite her disheartening words, she appeared to be smiling. What may seem bleak to you can be a blessing for another, she said. You prefer being an outcast, then? She shook her head. Then she opened her eyes and looked at him with a cool yet not cold gaze. No. I prefer being pleasantly surprised. It makes me feel like there is still hope for this world. Meeting her gaze, the sentiment wasn't lost on him. To feel like somebody who didn't belong was a notion he knew well, and it made him want to probe further into the meaning behind the woman's words. But he didn't do it. It may have been a fleeting detail, but there was something in Jackie's voice that caused him to pause and rethink his next words. Questions continued to form, but, with a mental slap, he pushed them away. For some reason, he didn't want to take a chance and trample on her feelings by asking questions she wouldn't want to answer or by listening to answers he didn't want to hear. It felt wrong. And so, he formed a bitter smile and let out a snort. Can't argue with that. Ever so slightly, Jackie moved her head downwards in a barely noticeable nod, and her facial expression settled on a pleasant smile. It was almost as if she was satisfied with his answer. You changed your opinion quite fast. Do you do that often? He turned his head towards yet another voice that too, appeared to be coming from a dimly lit area of the room, though on a different side. It was Yukio. The boy's head was lowered and he stared at the screen of a handheld console, but one of his eyes kept glancing in Ichigo's direction. No, not really. Most of the time I'm the most stubborn person in the room. Ichigo replied. In return, Yukio said nothing and just kept glancing at him, as if trying to give him a room for a further clarification. However, Ichigo simply shrugged. Sometimes, memories of the past find their way out of the hole and make you remember things that you forgot. It was an ambiguous retort, and by the look in Yukio's eye, it was obvious he was struggling to understand it. Ichigo wasn't surprised by that. Without a proper context or without living through difficult times, one's ability to comprehend the pain hidden deep within the other person was limited, no matter how much empathy was employed. And though he could have expanded on his answer, he chose not to. While he didn't mind them knowing, he did mind telling them about it. Nevertheless, the lack of explanation caused Yukio to shift his gaze to Jinjo. But the man was in the middle of drinking from his glass and disregarded the gaze with ease. Forced to admit defeat, Yukio put his console down and looked at Ichigo with both eyes. What do you mean by that? Ichigo wanted to congratulate himself for winning the battle of wills, but the current topic didn't allow him to. Instead, he looked at Jinjo and, with a minor movement of his shoulders, expressed a mild indifference to the question. Ask Jinjo-san. The man gulped down his drink and looked at him. Huh. He rolled his eyes. Come on. You know things about Urahara Kisuke, Soul Society and, most importantly, my father. I'm sure you dug up some information about me as well, and so you should be aware of my past. It's not like I care or anything. Just don't pretend you don't know. He added when he noticed quick exchange of glances between Yukio and Jackie. Jinjo. Jinjo looked away from Ichigo to Yukio and sighed deeply. Are you sure you don't mind me telling them? He asked while keeping his eyes at Yukio. I don't. It happened a long time ago. I'm over it. Ichigo said and looked into his glass of juice. It was empty. When Jinjo began explaining Ichigo's past and the death of his mother, Ichigo tuned him out and tapped the counter so that Giriko would refill it. Once it was full again, he took continuous small sips until he realized Jinjo's monologue ended. He turned towards them. That's a very personal thing to share, Ichigo. Jackie said in a quiet voice. In response, he moved his eyebrows up and down while also letting out a short snort, an obvious show of apathy towards the subject of the conversation. Like I said, it happened a long time ago. Besides, I still have the rest of my family. He replied and his voice turned just a tiny bit colder. Yeah, sorry I asked. Yukio muttered with an apologetic glance. In return, he smiled and waved at him. Don't worry about it. With that said, he tried to get the boy into a longer conversation and used the handheld console as a clutch. Ever since he had first met him, the small device seemed to have been glued to the boy's hands, never leaving his grasp. But even though the choice of the topic worked and got Yukio to talk for a bit, Ichigo couldn't shake an uncomfortable sensation of being watched. And so, while listening to Yukio explaining some game called Invaders Must Die, he took several peeks at his surroundings. He found the culprit right away. It was Jackie. She was silent, but her intense stare aimed at him spoke volumes. It confused him. Did she have a reason for doing it? But then, after looking at Yukio and back at her, he realized she wasn't staring at his face. Curious, he followed her line of sight and his eyes fell on his own left hand. It was clenched in a fist so tight it turned his knuckles white. With wide eyes, he relaxed it at once, but the damage had been done. Not to his hand, though. It showed when he caught Jackie's eyes moving up his body and to his face. At that point, she formed a warm but sad smile filled with something he hadn't seen for a long time. Pity. It made his insides grow cold. By sheer force of will, he brought himself back into his conversation with Yukio and tried to ignore the woman as hard as he could. The way she looked at him was dangerous, as it had the potential to reveal his true thoughts on the matter. It was a blessing from the heavens when a strong kick flung the entrance open and a girlish voice reached the room. "Is this a party? How come I wasn't invited? Ririka-san, please don't damage the room." Giving Giriko a stink eye, the newcomer, Ririka, marched further into the room with a displeased grimace. But when she got to the counter, Ichigo saw her stop moving. In slow motion, she turned towards him. Her eyes widened. Then she marched to Jinjo with greater vigor and jabbed the man's shoulder with her index finger. "You said he wouldn't be coming until tomorrow." Not sure what was going on, Ichigo gulped down the rest of the orange juice in his glass and gave Yukio and Jackie a regretful nod. "Well, seems like I should be going then." Before he could move a single inch, a pair of hands grabbed him by his wrist and held him in place. "Oi, where do you think you're going?" He quickly turned his head and saw that the person keeping him in place was none other than Ririka. Tilting his head to the side, he blinked. "Huh? I thought you didn't want me here." It seemed impossible, but her eyes widened even further until they almost bulged out of their sockets, and she let him go so fast, he barely had the time to stop himself from toppling over. "What? No. Of course not. If I could I'd. I mean, you're welcome to stay. I just wish somebody told me you were here," she exclaimed with flushed cheeks. Feeling a tiny quiver in his chest, he shrugged. "Okay then." Nodding to herself with a large smile, Ririka turned to the others and slammed her right hand against the counter. "Listen up, people. It's party time." At the dawn of the next day, on his way for another dose of training, Ichigo thought back to the events of the previous evening. In all honesty, he had expected the atmosphere to be awkward and uncomfortable, but to his surprise, it had been the exact opposite, fun. And there had been so much of it that even if it was for just a few hours, he forgot most of his worries. At first, his plan had been to get to know them better, to understand what made them tick, so in case the situation turned on its head, he could prevent any unnecessary bloodshed, but, in the end, he got something else. To be able to see them laugh made it easier to see that, true to Jackie's words, they were just a bunch of misfits, drawn to each other for the same reason, which was the inability to belong. Because of it, it was hard to determine whether they had any ulterior motive for trying to get him to awaken a full bring. At the same time, it allowed him to see them as a group of troubled individuals, with at least Jackie truly ready to erase her past by giving up her power. Which was a notion he had troubles recognizing. On one hand, he thought it to be ridiculous. For somebody like him, who had been trying to get only stronger so that the events from his past wouldn't repeat, the idea of giving up all that power meant losing his own soul. In his eyes, such a thing was a sin. But as with most things, even this one was a double-sided coin. Erase my past, huh? I'd give my life for it. He threw his thoughts overboard. The headquarters of Skyushin appeared in his vision, and wondering about pointless stuff was detrimental. It was time to sharpen his determination. It was still quite early in the morning, and so he slowed down his pace. Another quarter of an hour later, he reached the entrance, swiped the card, waited until the door clicked and walked inside. "Good morning, Kurosaka-san." He raised one hand in greetings. "Orange juice?" "Yeah. Thanks." A glass landed in front of him just as he took a seat. With each sip, he felt more and more ready for the day. Nothing could beat the taste of a sweet and pleasantly sour fruit. At least not in the morning. As he drank, he squinted, and tried to see through shadows in the room. Nobody's up, yet. They should be here any minute. All right. I'll wait. 5 minutes later, the front door opened and one person walked inside. It was Jinjo. When he noticed Ichigo at the counter, the man grinned. Eager, Aren't we? Ichigo shrugged. It's kind of fun. Jinjo joined him at the counter and, after asking for a drink, spoke again. By the way, what did you tell your family about this? Nothing. He felt the man's eyes boring into his skull. Raising an eyebrow, he prompted the man to speak his thoughts. Nothing. Yeah. It's not like I spend much time at home anyway, so it's fine. Jinjo seemed to have no retort to that. For a while, the two of them sipped from their glasses and the only loud sound in the room was a squeaky noise caused by Giriko polishing all the cups, jars, mugs and other glassware he could find. Then Jinjo spoke again. How are they, by the way? Your family, I mean. Fine. They are, as fine as they can be. As he said that, Ichigo shut his eyes. Good to hear. Haven't seen your father around, so I was wondering, you know. He didn't miss the odd tone in the man's voice. Bait or a genuine question? Since he didn't want to leave it unanswered, he thought of a reply. He's not here. I'm the only one who returned to Karakura. I'm currently living with a relative. Ever so slightly, he opened one of his eyes and took a peek at Jinjo. The man seemed surprised but masked it by taking a gulp from his glass. Before the conversation could change its direction, another member of the group walked through the entrance door. Good morning, Jackie-san. His eye darted to the side to glance at the newcomer but avoided looking directly at her face. Ever since he had allowed her to see him weak, he couldn't bring himself to look her in the eye. He sighed. All of a sudden, his orange juice felt bitter. All right. Now that Jackie's here, we can talk about the next phase of your training, Ichigo. The bitter taste on his tongue grew stronger. He prayed the man wasn't insinuating what he thought he was. I'm all ears. Jinjo nodded towards Jackie. Originally, Ririka was supposed to help you awaken your full bring and then Jackie would force you to evolve it. However, it seems you did both of these during Ririka's training alone. One of Ichigo's eyebrows moved upwards. So. Jinjo shook his head. We'll continue as planned. Your full bring is still vague and has plenty of room to evolve. Jackie's ability is aimed purely on offense, so it's worth a shot to try it. We're just waiting for Ririka to bring your next training area. A memory of a shower of saliva triggered Ichigo's grimace. I should have brought a change of clothes. Then he added. It's going to take a while before she's here, isn't it? As if on cue, the entrance door opened and Ichigo spun around, only to sigh when he realized it wasn't Ririka. The one who arrived, Yukio, raised one eyebrow and looked at Ichigo, unsure whether to look indifferent or offended. In the end, the boy decided to ignore his reaction in its entirety. Yeah, she's not exactly a morning bird. I'd say we have about at least 20 minutes. As soon as the words passed through the man's mouth, a stray thought popped in his mind that made him take a quick glance at Jinjo's face. For a short moment, he debated with himself whether to go with the idea or not. It turned so intense, his brow creased and his eyes settled on a concentrated gaze that made the man look at him and blink. Then we have enough time. Time for what? Ichigo shifted in his seat, leaned against the counter and took a relaxing breath. To talk about a certain incident which happened just a few days ago. Chapter 48, Exposure of the Failure, Eclipsed Charade. Incident. Ichigo met Jinjo's confused stare with a nod, though he also noticed Yukio and Jackie assuming their usual places in the dark corners of the room, opposite of each other, where light was so weak, it didn't allow him to see more than the outlines of their bodies. If they did it because they didn't want him to see their reactions, then it was an applause-worthy effort. But bringing his attention back to the topic, he focused on Jinjo and spoke. Yes. I think I mentioned it before, but a few days ago, somebody attacked one of my acquaintances. In return, the man frowned. Sounds serious. Is he okay? A flash of surprise crossed Ichigo's features. Whether it was just a good guess or not, he decided to remember it for the future. To hide his thoughts, he dragged his eyes down to look at the counter and wordlessly ordered himself another glass of juice. He took a sip. Yeah, he's fine. But that's the problem. He peeked above his shoulder to see the man's frown undergo a slight change. I think you just lost me, Kurosaki. Nodding to himself, He moved his hands to his glass and enveloped it in a tight hug, almost as if he wanted to warm it up. Do you remember the first time we spoke?
Yeah, sure.
With one finger, he circled its upper edge. Back then, I told you I can see ghosts and so I was somewhat aware of spiritual matters. You remember, right?
Yeah.
He raised his head and looked the man straight in the eyes. This acquaintance of mine, he can see ghosts too. Turning his head maybe an inch to the side, Jinzhou's frown deepened.
Okay.
There seemed to be no deception in the man's eyes and so he continued. The thing is, he claims he couldn't see the face of the person who attacked him but he's also sure it wasn't a ghost, because what ghost goes around carrying a sword? That got him a reaction.
Huh?
What? He continued without a pause. That's the most important thing. He says he felt a sword slicing through his body, yet he doesn't have a scratch on him. And as far as I know, there is no sword which can do that. At least, no normal sword. But what about a spiritual one? Since he kept the eye contact, it was easy for him to see the shift in the man's mood. Where are you going with this, Kurosaki? He was surprised just how calm the man still was. A tiny crevice of doubt cracked open in his mind. Yet he didn't back down. Not yet. Nowhere. I'm only thinking out loud and pointing out what I consider to be an odd coincidence. I mean, look at it from my point of view. My acquaintance gets attacked with what seems to be a spiritual sword and a day later I learn there is a group of people who can use spiritual powers. Like a flip of a switch, the air in the room grew heavy and suffocating. The stares pointed at him became harsh and a blanket of riot suppressed on his shoulders with a sense of distress. However, all was not lost, if only because nobody moved against him which gave him hope he could salvage the situation with a good choice of words. It was almost as if he got something right but also wrong at the same time and now they were waiting for his next move which would prove his identity, whether he was a wolf or a sheep. For now, he settled for a sheep. So, after you explained that Fullbring is an ability you are born with, I wondered if there are others in this town who could have done it. Because it doesn't make sense. You were looking for me, so you definitely didn't do it and my acquaintance, aside from being able to see ghosts, is just a high schooler. And why would anyone want to attack teenagers? What do you think? Have you met anyone that's not in Skyushin but has a Fullbring? Once he finished talking, he took a long look around. He raised both his eyebrows, then blinked several times to appear surprised.
Huh?
What is it? The heavy atmosphere lasted for a few more seconds until Jinzhou released a deep sigh and turned to the counter where he got Giriko to refill his glass. After he took 3 sips of whiskey, both Jackie and Yukio walked from the shadows and sat in a nearby couch. Both of them looked anywhere but Ichigo or each other. Kyujo. Raising his right hand, Jinzhou prevented Jackie from speaking any further. I know. It's probably him. His words came as an honest surprise for Ichigo.
Huh.
To mask it, he too, grabbed his glass and took a sound mouthful. Then he glanced at Jinzhou's face.
Him.
Jinzhou gave him a sideways glance. Tsukishima. Sensing a delicate matter, he remained silent and let the man gather his thoughts. Tsukishima is a Fullbringer like us and, at one time, he was also our ally. Since it had been a situational idea to talk about the attack on his Quincy associate, he hadn't actually expected to learn something new and so the way the situation was developing caught him by surprise which was growing bigger with every uttered word. It got to the point where was unable to hide it for any longer and his expression, so far a charade, turned into a genuine bewilderment. What the hell? Jinzhou released another deep sigh but also gave a short nod. Tsukishima, he, used to be our leader. He said and lowered his head to stare at the bottom of his glass. We came together with the same aspirations and combined our strength in order to get rid of our powers. He was the leader who worked out the plan for doing that and discovered that we could do it by passing out powers onto a so-called substitute Shinigami. A human with Shinigami powers. He explained and turned his head to pin Ichigo with a pointed gaze. In the process of digesting the new information, Ichigo's face remained frozen in bewildered expression. Somebody like me? Jinzhou nodded. Yeah. But after the substitute Shinigami we finally located had accepted a few of our comrades' powers, Tsukishima changed his mind. With a gesture, Jinjo let Giriko refill his glass. Once it happened, the man tightened his grip on the glass and took the whole shot in one gulp by tilting his head backwards, which gave the liquid a smooth passage through his esophagus. Once it landed in his stomach, he grunted in satisfaction and returned to the topic. His gaze hardened. He killed the substitute Shinigami as well as our comrades who gave him their power, and then he disappeared. No. He paused and glanced at Ichigo again. That might have been his goal from the very start. Here, I'll show you something, he said and swayed when he stood up. Then he reached for his back pocket and took out something that looked odd, eerie even. Ichigo had no idea what it was, but he could feel a faint stench of energy radiating from the object. It was a pendant in an upside-down pentagon shape with two thick lines coming from its upper corners that were crossed in the middle and a skull-like shape covering the line's intersection. It was tied to a sturdy-looking cord and currently hanging from Jinjo's right hand. This is the substitute badge the substitute Shinigami carried, he stated, and then lowered his hand. We don't know what Tsukishima is really thinking. He's not the kind of guy that tells you, and he hasn't shown his face since all that went down, so the only thing we've figured out about him is that his objective is most likely to keep us from contacting somebody who has a similar power like the substitute Shinigami had. You. Pausing for a moment, the man returned to his seat. His actions suggest as much. He must have seen you hanging out with your acquaintance and acted. By attacking him, he was making a statement as well as trying to scare you off. Not that it worked so far. Another pause, during which he cleared his throat, followed. He's using different and more violent methods than we did, but he's definitely trying to get your attention. Ichigo saw him moving his eyes till the two of them made an eye contact. He was still processing what he just listened to, but felt like the man was waiting for his reaction, so he took control of the muscles in his face and frowned. Well, he got it, but it's not enough, he slowly said, and earned himself a frown. It's not. He shrugged. I admit, I am upset he attacked the guy I know, and I wanted to know who did it, but, like I said, we're just acquaintances, not friends. I won't go sniffing around the town and looking for this Tsukishima guy because of it. Besides, the only thing that got hurt during his attack was pride for not being able to fight back. This whole incident is a minor inconvenience at most. He needs to try harder if he wants me to pursue him. Staring at him with intense gaze, Jinjo looked like he wanted to retort, but before he managed to do it, the entrance opened. Oi, I'm here. Jinjo released a defeated puff of air and shook his head. All right. Then I guess it's finally time for the second part of your training. Within the confines of the second dollhouse, it took Ichigo a single glance to realize things were different. There were no frilly, cute things hanging all around, no furniture, no walls, no nothing. It was a simple square large open area filled with rocks, boulders, and some stone formations, and it reminded him the training area below Sokioka Hill. There was a small difference though. The ground beneath his feet seemed almost alive, and it wasn't a tiled floor, a flat rock, nor a regular soil. If he were to describe it, it was a mud covered with a few inches thick layer of water. In other words, it was a miniature version of a fish tank. Interesting choice for a battlefield. Just as he analyzed his surroundings, he noticed Jackie landing in front of him on the opposite side of the area, looking at him with a neutral gaze but with a stiff expression, which was something he had never seen her do. Was it because of the impending battle, or was there something else on her mind? Not going to attack, Ichigo. To answer the taunt, he reached into the heart of his spiritual core and pulled out the tiny amount of hollow energy that he had used 2 days before. The dark cloak of unrefined Ryuryoku surrounded him once more, and he looked at his opponent with a concentrated, though slightly amused, gaze. I was about to ask you the same. Jackie took a step forward and crossed her arms. The element of surprise can be a very useful and powerful tool, Ichigo. Would you wait for your opponent to make a first move on a real battlefield too? Tilting his head, he concentrated, and 2 blades made of pure black energy materialized in his hands. I'll share with you something I read not long ago. What is of supreme importance in war is to attack the enemy's strategy, and he who attacks first reveals his too soon. Besides, you talk too much, Jackie-san. That's not like you. For some reason, the corners of Jackie's mouth curved upwards and her stiff expression became a thing of the past. Well said. she said, and tapped the mud beneath her feet, buried under the layer of water. In return, bright sparks of energy surrounded her legs. Dirty boots. Incantation or not, Jackie's words caused a vortex of energy to crawl from her feet all the way to the top of her head, transforming her attire while doing so. Her boots extended further up her legs, pieces of armor formed on her shoulders and forearms, a scarf appeared around her neck, and a dark-colored hat came to life on her head with a cloth hanging in front of the right side of her face. It was a rather slow process and offered him plenty of time to attack, but, true to his previous statement, he decided to watch and wait. Then, any water in a half-meter radius with her as the center ceased to exist as the pressure from her energy blasted it away, and she vanished from her spot, faster than humanly possible. In that brief moment, one corner of his mouth curved upwards. That's more like it. Battle was a full moon for his inner werewolf, a war cry for his instinct, and a chance to let go of his innermost thoughts. It was an opportunity to let the chains restraining him corrode and allow him to go from static to dynamic. In fact, it had been so long since he could fight, his grin grew, and he even considered not dodging the impending strike if only to feel more alive. But his reason didn't let him. His time to shine was yet to come. Still, nobody said he couldn't enjoy himself for a few minutes. And so, tilting his head to the side, he watched a foot clad in a boot pass his face with less than an inch to spare. "You'll have to do better than that." His movements were fast and precise and offered no space for error. Before his opponent could withdraw, his hands shot up and gripped her leg by the ankle. In the next second, he pulled forward and threw Jackie in the direction of a large boulder. Wadash! Her honest surprise at being manhandled only increased the flow of blood in his veins. With a glint of satisfaction in his eyes, he watched her fly and, in the last moment before crashing in the rock, flip upwards in an impression show of agility. But as soon as she did so, he abandoned his spot and rushed forward. Bringing both his swords down, he smashed through the boulder and appeared in front of her. Busy shielding her eyes from the debris, she was an easy prey. "Clench your muscles." A simple advice later, he let his right sword dissipate into Reishi and formed a fist which shot at her midsection with too much speed for her to evade. His knuckles connected with the soft, yet trained surface of her abdomen and sent her flying away. Gah! He waited. This should force her hand. His thoughts and actions, though undeniably villainous in nature, had only one purpose: to make his opponent angry enough to use all of her might. And when Jackie landed in a shallow water, splashing it everywhere, and he sensed a surge of spiritual pressure, he knew it worked. "Where the hell did you learn that?" As the water calmed down, he saw her scowling at him while rubbing her stomach at the same time. "Didn't Jinjo tell you? I used to attend a local dojo and get into fights because of the real color of my hair. I'm not a beginner in this, Jackie-san. If you want to push me to my limits, you have to take this to the next level." Her answer was to stomp the mud beneath her feet, causing it to splash against her clothes and giving her dirty boots the right appearance. "You don't say." At once, the muddy stains on her boots glowed and turned into pure energy. Her spiritual pressure rose even higher to the point when it caused his smile to widen. His voice came out as a whisper. "Good." The outline of her body turned into a blur, moving at speed well above the possibility of a normal human and crossing to the realm of a low-ranking Shinigami. However, her attack pattern remained the same, and when she appeared right above his head with her right leg cocked back and aiming at the top of his torso, he felt just a slight disappointment. Ha! Then again, he wanted to taste the power of her kick, and so, instead of dodging, he brought his arms coated in Ryoryoku up to act as a shield. The force of impact lifted his body to the air and sent him flying backwards. At the same time, his disappointment faded into obscurity. Her strength was good, and he couldn't help but to turn his excitement into words. "Nice one." Aware of his back approaching the sturdy wall behind him, he materialized the sword he had previously discarded and, along with the other one, plunged them both into the muddy ground to slow his flight. "What's up with you? It's like you're not even interested in figuring out my full bring." She was on him yet again, and her foot flew at him from the side. In return, he put all of his weight to one leg, braced for the impact, and raised both his hands. Similar to what he had done during her first attack, he caught her by the ankle and prevented her from hitting him. He winced and felt as his feet sank in the mud, but kept his smile going. Who says I'm not? Releasing the grip on her leg, he tossed her away and watched as she landed on the other side of the area with the grace of a swan. He noticed her calculative gaze. This is not a game, Ichigo. We're harsh only because we believe you have the potential. But if you take too long, you'll get hurt. He snorted. There was no humor in his words. Little less conversation and little more action, Jackie-san. Just when he closed his eyes in order to blink, she vanished from his vision. It's slow but she's still gaining both speed and strength. Is there a limit? He sensed a sneak attack from behind on his left side. Without delay, he slid away from its reach but felt the rough surface of a boot licking his cheek. His skin stung and his smile turned into a predatory grin. I hope there isn't. With every intention of bringing the upper limit of her power out to the open, he spent the next minutes exchanging, dodging, parrying, or blocking every single one of her attacks. He wanted her to get as annoyed, angry and frustrated as he could, so she would let go and truly try to hurt him, and so he went even further and imposed a restriction on himself by discarding his swords and using pure hand-to-hand combat. Every time her foot missed its target by a hair's breadth, the corners of his mouth twitched in amusement. Every time he pushed or knocked her away, the joy in his soul rose higher. It had been far too long since he had enjoyed himself so much. However, his dream crashed and burned when, after blocking another of her strike, powerful enough to cause the bones of his Jigai to vibrate, he took notice of the expression on her face. As he had intended, she looked annoyed and frustrated, but, instead of her power going up, it grew stable. Dissatisfied, he tried to push her further with a series of hard punches only to come to the simple conclusion. Either this is her limit or she's consciously refusing to raise it. Why, though? Something landed next to him and splashed the muddy water to his face. Robbed of his vision, only thanks to his instincts honed to the perfection, he sensed an incoming attack but could do nothing to prevent it from hitting him. In the last moment, he brought his arms up. Right after that, his feet left the ground and he was propelled backwards with enough power to make him wince from the pain in his forearms. It was a miracle the bones didn't break, but his Jigai sent a signal of protest. Okay, maybe I need to step up the game and use a bit more Ryuri. His thoughts were cut off when he heard Jackie's voice coming at him in a form of a furious and just a little bit desperate yell. How long are you gonna keep playing it cool? Surprised to the core of his artificial bones, he recovered from the attack and looked at her. Don't you get it? This isn't some petty brawl between thugs. If you lose your focus for just an instant, you'll get crushed. You can't keep taking my attacks with your body. Your bones will break, your muscles will tear and your flesh will be ripped to shreds and dash. She bit her lips and, to further prove her point, kicked a nearby boulder with all of her strength. Blasted into smithereens, the rock vanished from his sight. And you will die. For a second, his eyes lingered on the remains of the boulder. The sight didn't scare him. But it did remind him of the memories of the past, of a brief but intense struggle between forces which left in their wake nothing but destruction of bodies and souls. It reminded him of mangled corpses, broken beyond belief, and smothered the fighting fire raging in him, leaving him nothing but an empty husk void of feelings. If he had felt warm moments ago, the sensation turned to ice and his grin withered. Don't worry. I get it. Do you, though? His tone, sharper than any blade, cut through the silence and caused Jackie to freeze in her tracks. Still, she opened her mouth, but before she could utter a single word, he tightened the grip on his swords and slashed downwards. The muddy surface parted in two thick fissures running from the tip of his blades all the way to Jackie's sides, passing close enough to cause her to flinch from the water splashing around but far enough to cause her no injury. I understood my power as soon as I got it, and you don't want me to go all out, Jackie-san. If I'm not careful, I can cripple you with nothing but a swing of these blades. He saw a bead of sweat forming on her forehead and her eyes betrayed the uneasiness she felt. But I guess that's the point of this training, isn't it? To force me to solidify this power and make it mine. So, brace yourself, Jackie-san, because I will show you just that. Without saying anything else, he focused and reached into his own soul. He was aware of the vast ocean of brimming power, pushed deep in the lowest levels of his core, but instead of pulling it all out, he touched just the fleeting layer of his hollow and let some of its Ryoryoku to flow into him. As a result, His spiritual pressure rose so fast, it pushed everything in his immediate vicinity away from him, creating an odd image of a man standing on a dry spot of land surrounded by body of water. And even though it was but a fraction of his might, it was enough to allow him to take a breath so deep, it felt like months had passed since he had done it before. But the oddest part was the wild energy so far dancing on his body, solidifying into a blackish, full-body sturdy armor. It reached all the way to his neck, where it rose even higher and to the sides, creating a collar impenetrable for any blade and making him feel like a knight from the medieval era. "What is this appearance?" a certain inner voice whispered to him. "You used the purest form of your hollow Ryoryoku, Ichigo. What do you think it is?" The answer came to him by instinct. "My, hollow? But I've seen you before, an pure form, Ichigo. As I cannot separate myself from your hollow part, what you've seen until now was the merged form. But you can draw out every bit of your power separately. It is the first step towards greater things, and so I'm actually glad for this development." Greater things. But the voice of his Zanpakuto was already fading away. As Waiwak would say, all in due time, Ichigo. Until next time. In return, he closed his eyes and let out a quiet snort. Then he looked at his opponent, who was eyeing him in a mixture of shock and acknowledgement. "Good enough, eh?" Back in the main room of the building, Ichigo listened to Jackie describing their spar in silence. Her explanation was fair and he had nothing to add, so he directed his eyes at the man listening to her. What he saw surprised him. He had thought Jinjo would be satisfied, but the opposite was the truth, and so, once Jackie finished her report, he spoke his mind. "What's wrong?" His question caused Jinjo to glance at him. You don't look very happy." Jinjo exchanged a brief look with Jackie and then scratched the back of his head. "It's not that I'm not happy. You progressed and that's good." He sensed a but coming. "Though it looks final, your full bring still has a potential to evolve." Looking down, at the mostly solid armor on his body, he frowned. "You sure?" "Yeah. When the full bring's potential is fully realized and it evolves to its final form, it's accompanied with a violent burst of energy that has the potential to damage your own body. Because of that, we usually do it by having another full bringer who can suppress the explosion oversee the process, and we do it within the borders of an unbreakable pocket dimension, which is Yukio's specialty." Though the information made him throw a short look to one of the darker corners of the room, he kept his focus on the problem at hand. But there was no explosion. Jinjo nodded. "No." At that point, Jackie abandoned the conversation and limped to one of the couches, where she allowed herself a groan of content. She looked tired and it made him feel a bit guilty. She had been right, the full bringers were fighting with their fragile bodies, and to them, every injury could prove fatal. Unlike him, who, at the moment, was living as a ghost in the shell. To mitigate these thoughts, he asked Giriko for a small cup of whiskey. He took a sip. "So, what now?" Jinjo, busy drinking from his own glass, shrugged. Once he swallowed whatever he had in his throat, he spoke. "Nothing has changed. You have room to improve, and that's what we need to use. Right now, you're going into Yukio's pocket dimension for a short exercise to get a better grasp on your abilities, but after that, you have to let your body rest and adapt to the strain." On cue, Yukio walked out of his shadow. "Take a shower, watch some television, read a book, or laze all day in a bed. It doesn't matter what you do, but you have to allow your body to relax. It took us years to get where we are, Kurosaki. There's no point rushing it." He wanted to protest, but one look in the man's eyes told him it was a lost battle. With a sigh, he nodded, then turned to Yukio. "All right, let's go." To his surprise, the boy smirked. "Get ready for some high-level gameplay. Invaders must die. Peace." Looking back at the moments he had spent in the company of Fullbringers, Ichigo realized his days had been filled with so much fun and tranquility, it should have raised red flags long before the dawn of the judgment. The day where he had to take a difficult choice came. It started the day after his training with Jackie and Yukio. The morning had been quiet. Lunch as well. The entire day seemed more peaceful than any before. But the irony of life was a powerful tool, and it struck at the most unpredictable moment, when he sat on the riverbank, immersed in on his books. He had chosen the place on purpose. It was the exact spot where his mother had died all those years ago. Yet sitting in the shadow of a lone cloud, he felt no discomfort. The air was serene and the image in front of him a palette of colors, mixed in a collection of brush strokes on the artist's canvas. At last, after almost a decade, his guilt had diminished to the point where only tiny fragments which served as the threshold for the future, remained. It liberated him and allowed him to move on to the next stage of his life. His life after death. But as he sat there, a book in one hand and a stalk of grass in the other, a rotten breeze tickled his nose and caused him to look up. He sensed no hollows but the air stank. Wrinkling his nose, he took a sniff. The smell wasn't real but the decay already assaulted his stomach and ignited his instinct. Something was coming and it wasn't good. Not even a minute later, he detected a familiar man running towards him. Immediately, he stood up and prepared to fire half a dozen questions only to notice the expression on the man's face. It was panic. "What's wrong?" Once he got close and came to a halt, Jinzhou tried to speak but could only wheeze. Whatever was going on must have been quite serious if he was so out of breath. A few seconds later, when there was no possibility of him choking on his own breath, the man spoke. He got them, all of them. A vague message but it was enough to awaken Ichigo's curiosity. Jackie, Yukio, Giriko, Ririka, he got to all of them. A frown found its way onto his face as he waited for further clarification. When it seemed Jinzhou had no intention on continuing, his patience stretched way too thin for him to remain silent. Who? There was a brief moment of silence, during which Jinzhou got his breath under control and looked up to meet his eyes. Tsukishima. For a moment, Ichigo remained frozen in the spot, unblinking. He recalled what he had been told about the man behind this name and felt a slight tug on his conscience. Faces of the Skyushin members played out in his mind, and despite his best efforts at staying cool, his adrenal glands released just enough adrenaline to throw his insides into disarray. He fought it with every ounce of his willpower but it was pointless. His hands formed fists. He simply couldn't bring himself to not care. Got to them. Got them with his full bring. One of his eyebrows shot upwards. You know what it is? Instead of replying, the man nodded and waited for him to speak again. So, what now? I'm coming after them. I found the address of Tsukishima's place about an hour before he took them. I think that's where they all are. Ichigo looked him over. His instincts flared and flushed the effects of the adrenaline from his system. The eyes of the man in front of him held an honest emotion but something in his very being refused to believe it. He hadn't seen the kidnapping happen with his own eyes and so, doubt set in. Truly, he felt bad for the Fullbringers but the uneasy knot forming in his stomach reminded him of a situation he had encountered before. A trap ready to be sprung. On the other hand, he was running out of time. Maybe, falling into a trap was what he needed. It was a perfect excuse to shuffle the chessboard and promote his pawn without raising suspicion and forcing the enemy to use the castling move to hide his king behind a faceless rook. But for now, he needed to keep the charade going. He was, after all, playing on multiple tables at the same time. Isn't this guy supposed to be stronger than any of you? You'll get slaughtered. He watched as Jinzhou narrowed his eyes at him. Clearly, the man understood the subtle message. I think he's got your aunt too. Now that was an unpleasant piece of information he didn't want to hear. Maybe this Tsukishima guy isn't as clueless as I thought he'd be. Alright, I'll bite. Lowering himself, he picked up his book, put it in his bag, placed the bag over his shoulder and looked at Jinzhou with a determined face. Lead the way. However, even though he said, the first thing the two of them did was to make a short stop at Akumi's house where Ichigo dropped his bag and made sure the woman in question truly was gone. Only then he let Jinzhou guide them towards the supposed trap. First things first. What's Tsukishima's full bring? As they maneuvered through the concrete jungle of Naraki City, Jinzhou glanced in his direction with a thoughtful grimace etched in his face. It's called Book of the End. They reached a crossroads but it barely slowed them down and Jinzhou continued. It should be able to confuse the target's memory but... They emerged from the core of the city and were about to enter a small forest, but the long pause made him look away from his surroundings and at the man. He frowned when he realized he couldn't get a read on the emotion in his face. When I said he got to them, I didn't mention one thing. What is it? It took a slight shake of head for Jinzhou to continue. I was there when it happened. For whatever reason, the man looked up and met his eyes, as if trying to gauge his reaction, but he kept his face locked in a neutral expression. I was just coming to our headquarters when I saw them leaving with Tsukishima. I tried to stop them, but I couldn't bring myself to fight them. As they left, they told me one more thing. Sensing a revelation coming, Ichigo kept his mouth shut. His only reaction was to nod. They said, "Isn't it about time that we remember?" Whatever he had expected to come out of Jinzhou's mouth didn't match any of his words and caused him to stop walking and stare at the man without being able to focus his sight. In his mind, gears spun at unmatched speed as he tried to understand what he just heard. It took him a second or two, but his thought process singled out a tiny detail which didn't correspond with the information he had gotten so far. He frowned. That doesn't sound like something a person with confused memory would say. It's more like... Jinzhou seemed to have been expecting the reaction and continued for him. Yeah, it's more like they remembered him and their memory became clear. That's why I'm not sure about Tsukishima's full bring anymore. Based on everything I heard, I'd say his ability is less about confusing a target's memory and more about rewriting their memories or, I don't know, maybe even manipulation of their past. His frown vanished. Instead, his jaw came loose and his mouth opened. Gears in his mind spun even faster, reaching speed he had never seen before as his whole being, consisting of several personas, did its best at figuring the situation out. He refused to move from his spot unless he got it. His instinct tickled his imagination and caused a shift in both his determination and mood. There was something about the whole situation that stank of so much shit, it was becoming unbearable, yet he couldn't put his finger on what it was. Meanwhile, Jinzhou continued to speak. His Book of the End is a full bring based on a bookmark. That's a fact and, until now, I always thought it served as an indicator for him as to which memory in the target's brain he should confuse. Now? I'm not so sure anymore. But whether it's an alteration of his old ability or if this is a new one born to his Book of the End, it fits with the bookmark motif perfectly. If I'm right, then Tsukishima is inserting his presence into the pasts of the people he cuts with his sword and it leaves no injury. When I encountered him and the others, I've exchanged a few sentences with them and from what they said, it's like Tsukishima was always there. Whether it was somewhere in their lives, acting as a friend, lover, or something else, he's entrenched in their personal lives on such a deep level, it is pointless to try and convince them of the truth. And it must be like that or there would no way that they'd recall those memories with such ease. They are not confused because to them, it's all a part of their memories. The gears in his mind came to a screeching halt. With a strong headache threatening to overwhelm him, he managed to keep all of his thought intact and put them all into the kettle of his logic where he put them together the same way he'd play a puzzle with all parts analyzed and recognized. Damn it. I didn't want to believe him at first but it fits. Ishida said he felt a sword passing through him but there was no physical injury, only spiritual one. Then again, if his past has been rewritten, he should have known Tsukishima and our conversation should have gone differently. Unless... All of a sudden, his facial muscles relaxed and his face fell into a blank expression. Son of a bitch. Either Ishida is an amazing actor and bluffed his way through our entire conversation or there's something about Ishida that prevented Tsukishima's full bring from working properly. And there's only one thing that come to my mind. Could it be? He shook his head. If you're right, then we're back to what I said before. A human being should not have that kind of power. What are you saying? Ichigo's frown returned and this time it was deeper than before. His ability must be limited by something. You said a full bring is only as powerful as its wielder. So, theoretically, if the target of his ability is stronger than he is, then that somebody should potentially break through it, right? Or there may be somebody whose abilities can repel it. Instead of replying at once, Jinzhou's right hand shot up. Slow down, we're almost there. After several slow steps, the man continued. To answer your question, I honestly don't know, Kurosaki. Tsukishima is the strongest person I have ever met. His brow, furrowed in a frown, twitched at those words, but he decided not to voice his thoughts. Coming to a halt, he watched the man take a few more careful steps until he reached a large bush where he lowered himself on one knee. He followed the suit, and when the man reached into the bush and forced a small opening, he spotted a large mansion about 100 feet in front of them. It looked distinct and he couldn't believe he hadn't noticed it before. He inched closer to the man and looked at him with a questioning gaze. "So? What's the plan?" But Jinjo didn't look back at him and just stared at the mansion without changing his expression, causing Ichigo to come to a sudden realization. "You don't have one, do you?" A lone muscle in Jinjo's face twitched. Though he said nothing in return, that reaction alone was enough of an answer and made Ichigo sigh, then rub his temples with the knuckles on his hand. "Do you at least know Tsukishima's intentions?" It took a few more seconds before the man finally let go of the bush. When he did, he massaged the root of his nose. "I already told you, didn't I?" If that was supposed to be a sufficient answer, it did nothing to change the question etched in Ichigo's eyes. "You said he wanted to gain my attention. And sure, he got it when he took my aunt. But he also took the others." This time, his reaction made the other man turn and direct his sight at him. "What's that supposed to mean?" While he did form an apologetic expression, Ichigo's words were hard as the steel blade of his sword. The game was still on. Why bother taking the others if he wanted only me? I think he's trying to lure somebody else too. It was a gamble, but he had to risk it. A whisper coming from the depth of his consciousness reminded him that taking gambles had been his main course of action ever since he had woken up from the coma. Though it changed nothing, it did manage to make him feel as if he just tasted a sour candy. Staring at him with narrowed eyes, Jinjo nodded. "Most likely, yeah. Which means he's planning something." For a few seconds, the two of them just stared at each other, locked in a battle of searching gazes in an attempt to spot a hint of any emotion. But before things could escalate, Jinjo looked away, though Ichigo noticed the man's right hand forming a shaky fist. "Damn it, Kurosaki. I told you already. Tsukishima has always been a difficult person to read. I don't know what he's thinking, but you know what? I don't care. He's got my people, and that's all I need to know." What started as a whisper ended as a low growl, but Ichigo listened to the entirety in silence and with a calm, controlled breathing. Then, with the only warning being his mouth forming a smirk, he stood up. "Wait. What are you doing?" Jinjo hissed and went to grab the hem of his shirt, but when Ichigo glanced at him with a grin so wide it threatened to split his face in two, the man froze. "It's like you said. We don't know anything. So, let's ask." With his true intentions hidden behind his grin, it took a little effort to state his answer as if it was the most natural conclusion to their conversation. In fact, it was so easy that when he turned to face the mansion, the realization took him by surprise and made him widen his eyes. Nevertheless, he didn't falter and pushed himself to stroll forward, forcing Jinjo to let go of him. Though the air was light and fresh, as he walked he saw the sky getting riddled with tiny cloud blots somewhere near the horizon. It seemed the weather was finally catching up with the change of seasons and turned as predictable as a chaotic particle. Soon, it would rain. Thunder and lightning, the most prominent fighters of the battle in the sky, were already baring their teeth at him. They were the elements of nature raging within him, buried deep under the tiny fire, not yet fully ignited but ready to strike at the moment's notice. With his back straight and his posture screaming confidence, it was hard to look at him and see anything else but a warrior marching onto the battlefield. But to the eyes of his enemy, he was just a teenager willing to fall into a trap to save him comrades. Behind him, the bush rustled in the evening breeze and revealed Jinjo rising from his knee. Without uttering a single word, the man grinded his teeth but followed in his footsteps. He ignored it in favor of keeping his eyes set on the entrance. The spark of spiritual energy coming in waves betrayed the existence of at least one another person in his vicinity. It seemed to be coming from the building, and when he crossed half the distance between the bush and the mansion, the sound of the doors creaking caused him to stop moving. A short moment later, he watched as a man he had never seen walked out to the open, seemingly without a care in the world. The unknown man was tall, slim, and had shoulder-length black hair. Any other detail of his appearance went unnoticed as soon as Ichigo realized he was the source of the spiritual energy. but the aura of wrongness radiating within it made Ichigo squint and take a closer look at the man's face. There was a smug, a sort of conceited smirk plastered across his face. It was easy to deduce his identity. "Hello there. Kurosaki Ichigo. And you are Tsukishima." "Indeed." With the introductions said and done, Ichigo resumed walking towards the mansion, and whether it was due to his grin or the manner in which he walked, he saw Tsukishima's smug expression falter. But then the man's eyes slid from his face and at the person behind him. In an instant, the man's smug smirk returned. "Jinjo. It's been a while." Though there was no answer, the sound of footsteps behind him didn't stop, prompting Tsukishima to look back at him. For a single instant, their eyes met and Ichigo did a double take. It was brief, incredibly so, but he swore he saw a flash of panic flicker in the man's eyes. But it vanished so fast, he doubted his own sight. "Come, let's talk." A mixture of an invitation and an order, Tsukishima's voice was both sweet and sharp. Within a second since he said it, the man turned around, pushed the doors open wide and walked inside. For a fraction of a second, Ichigo thought about ending the whole situation with a precise strike to the back of the man's unguarded head. Then he shook his head and the thought disappeared. Taking such drastic action wouldn't have solved the puzzle. "I want to know more." With that thought in mind, he stepped inside and immediately had to shield his eyes from an intense light coming from a chandelier situated high above him. He found himself in a large, spacious lounge room filled with aristocracy of the late 19th century Britain, ornamental furniture, porcelain cups, chalices, saucers, teapots, and more. It was like a window to the past, and the irony wasn't lost on him. "Ichigo. I'm so glad you're okay. Me and Uncle Tsukishima were worried sick." A loud exclamation was followed with a tight embrace. It took him a second to realize who it was, but when he did, he first placated the person with a light squeeze of her shoulders, then hit the spot where the back of her head connected with neck with a chop. Like flipping a switch, her lights went out and he had to catch her limp body slid to the floor. In his mind, he recited a short apology and carried the unconscious woman to a nearby couch. "Well, that wasn't very nice. She really was worried about you." After he made sure she was comfortable, he straightened his back and pointed a fleeting gaze at the man who just spoke. "You shouldn't have involved her in the first place," he said in as non-threatening voice her could muster, though from the way Tsukishima's hands twitched, he didn't do a very good job. But since he didn't want things to escalate just yet, he walked to another couch and made himself at home. From his spot, he watched Tsukishima relax and then mirror his action by taking a seat in the couch opposite of him. At the same time, he knew he succeeded in stirring the man's emotions as the hint of cold calculation flickering in his eyes overshadowed the pleasant smile on his face. "But I had to. How else could I make you come to me?" Tsukishima said with a lazy shrug. Sensing a movement, Ichigo observed Jinjo's steps as the man sat down in the last available couch in the room. Only then he looked back at Tsukishima. "Well, I heard there is a polite method most people use. It's called asking." Tsukishima's eyes too had followed Jinjo, and so, when a snort escaped through his nostrils and one of his eyebrows rose, he had to turn his head to catch Ichigo's stare. "And you'd have come." Instead of giving an immediate reply, Ichigo raised his right hand and rested in on the armrest. Then he smirked. "Sure. Why wouldn't I?" Tsukishima let out a long-drawn quiet chuckle. "Surely, you jest, Kurosaki Ichigo." Ichigo mirrored his chuckle. "On the contrary. Conscience does not make cowards of us all." The other Tsukishima's eyebrow rose and joined the first. "Ah, pardon my surprise. I haven't met many who enjoy the great works of Shakespeare." Erasing the smirk from his face, a light smile played on Ichigo's lips as he bent his right arm in the elbow and tilted his head to the side to rest it on it. "You haven't met me? I have now." It was a strange situation. Despite meeting the man's eyes for more than a minute of silence, Ichigo couldn't shake the amusement building up beneath his skin. He had, of his free will, arrived to a meeting with a man the others had painted as the devil himself, yet the conversation ventured into topics he hadn't foreseen. Was it just a false sense of security, created through the lullaby of civil manners which allowed him to relax so much? Strangely bewildered, he glanced in Jinjo's direction, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The only thing the leader of Skyushin had done so far was letting his leg jump up and down. You seem very relaxed. He looked away from Jinjo and back at Tsukishima and challenged the claim with a twitch of his brow. Do I have a reason not to be? Tsukishima smiled and, raising both his arms, gestured at the spacious room they were in. Considering you are in your enemy's base, I would think so. An imperceptible grin flickered on Ichigo's face. Am I? Satisfied with himself, he saw a confused frown form on the man's face. Come again. At last, he managed to steer the pointless conversation towards a relevant topic. And though he was very much aware of the increasing oscillation of Jinjo's leg, he shifted in his seat and, while pushing his backside further into the couch, leaned a tiny bit forward. As he did so, he also placed both his elbows on his knees and used both his hands as a support for his chin. Then he pierced Tsukishima with a searching but sharp gaze. Tell me, Tsukishima-san, are you my enemy? Reaction in the room was instantaneous. Tsukishima's smile withered, his mouth formed a thin line and his eyes widened. At the same time, Jinjo jumped on his feet and looked at Ichigo as if he suddenly grew another herd. What the hell are you talking about, Kurosaki? He took Jackie, Kiriko, Ririka, Yukio, and even your aunt. Of course he's an enemy. But Ichigo's didn't even twitch. I know he took them. But I see my aunt and feel the spiritual energy of the others, hiding somewhere in the next room. Not one of them seemed to be injured or otherwise harmed. He attacked your friend. Ichigo let out a brief humming sound and, after glancing at Jinjo, narrowed his eyes at Tsukishima. My acquaintance, and he's fine too. Which begs the question. What is your reason for doing all this, Tsukishima? You sure are sending mixed signals. There's no point in talking. As long as he lives, his full bring remains active. Kurosaki, if Tsukishima stays alive, your aunt will never return to normal. Jinjo exclaimed, causing Ichigo's narrowed eyes to narrow even further. Is that true? He asked Tsukishima. The answer never came. A flash of light, accompanied with an angry roar, filled the room and Tsukishima was forced to dodge a large, wide, double-edged longsword. It seemed Jinjo had enough. But his blade didn't connect with the living flesh of a human body. In its stead, Tsukishima's seat fell to each side, cleaved in half and the man himself landed on the lower part of a nearby staircase. Tsukishima. The battle was on. On cue, a loud thunder crashed outside and caused the entire building to tremble. However, Ichigo remained calm as a surface of a pond, touched by light summer breeze. His only action was to stand up, drag himself to the couch with Akumi where he sat down and acted as a protective shield in case of a stray attack or debris. Careful to the extreme, he watched the fight unfold and analyzed as much as he was able to. Soon enough the lounge room proved to be small to the two combatants and they both moved up the stairs and to the upper floor. There, Tsukishima forced Jinjo to retreat into a distant room and Ichigo was left with two options, either move from the spot and follow after them or stay where he was, observe the battle with his spiritual sense and hope for them to return. He stayed, though one corner of his mouth curved downwards and his jaw muscles clenched. No matter how thin, the link he had formed with the Fullbringers refused to go away and clawed at his conscience. The fight dragged on for another minute during which 5 other Ryotsu signatures rose to prominence and clashed with the one belonging to Jinjo. Amid one of such clashes, Ichigo's eyes narrowed. It seemed the rest of the Skyushin joined the fight and Ichigo knew it wouldn't take long before it was all over. As good as Jinjo was, there was no way he stood a chance in a 1 versus 6 scenario. Unless his strength was way over Ichigo's estimation. But several explosions which caused the walls and the ceiling to crack later, Jinjo emerged through the smoke and sailed through the air, only to land in the middle of the room on one knee. He was bruised and out of breath, but otherwise surprisingly unharmed. His opponents landed right below the staircase. Kurosaki. It was only at that moment Jinjo realized where Ichigo was and what he was doing. Don't worry about her and back me up. I can't do this alone. For a second, a wave of pity swelled in Ichigo's soul but he squashed it with an iron fist. You're fine. It was an unexpected answer and Jinjo flinched, as if struck by a bullet, and staggered backwards until his back collided with a wall. His eyes, until now filled with determination, showed utter disbelief and uncertainty. Then his expression hardened. I see. So, he got to you too, huh? He turned you against me before I found you. Ichigo stared at him for a full minute. At the back of his mind, he was aware of the fact the others seemed frozen in place, their faces betraying their surprise. He ignored them. He had to. He knew he would falter otherwise. Then he released a deep sigh which crawled all the way from his abdomen and let his face undergo a drastic change. Friendliness vanished, replaced with stare of a warrior capable to see through illusions of truth, and his body, though relaxed, was ready to spring into action at the moment's notice. When he spoke, his voice carried the harsh undertone which promised suffering upon a recognized lie. Enough. Please don't insult me by continuing this charade. Or did you think I wouldn't notice the moment when your spiritual energy wavered and Tsukishima's Ryuryoku invaded it? He cut you, but I get the feeling he didn't change who you are. He didn't give Jinjo the time he needed to react. With narrowed eyes, his tone dropped an octave lower and he recalled the conversation with Kyokaku several days ago. What is your true aim, Kyojo Shiba? Chapter 49, Agent of Judgment, Beyond Good and Evil. The incident which shook the very foundations of his plans took place several days earlier during his conversation with Kyokaku when she asked him about the man at the center of the situation. Several days earlier, Shiba House. I almost forgot. What's this guy's name? Maybe I can try to search for information about him? Doesn't matter if he's a human or not. In return, Ichigo lowered his eyebrows and shrugged. Why not? I was planning on telling you, anyway. His name is Kyojo Jinjo. As soon as the words left his mouth, the temperature in the room rose. The ambient ryotsu in the air grew thick and electrifying. Whatever it was he had said caused Kyokaku to choke on her drink, and a heavy aura with cackling energy surrounded her like a storm cloud ready to blast a lightning. But the worst part came when she got a hold on her faculties and pierced him with a stare so serious, she looked nothing like her usual self. Instead of a warm, friendly cousin, in front of him was the current head of the Shiba clan, growling and gritting her teeth so much, it was a miracle she didn't grind them to dust. The change was so rapid and unexpected that when she rose from her seat, walked around the table and stopped right in front of him, he moved further into his chair on reflex. What? Kyokaku lowered herself until their eyes met in a straight line. She brought her face closer until their noses almost touched and placed her hands on his shoulders. Say that again. Her voice was low and the untold warning hidden within made him shudder. It was his first time seeing her in this mode, and if he was honest with himself, it freaked him out a lot. Yuha, his name is Kyojo Jinjo. Her stare was intense, and he squirmed on his seat. What is he like? Black hair, distinct eyebrows, taller than you and with a slightly charming stare. Does he look strangely familiar? A chill ran up and down his spine. This wasn't a coincidence. Her description of the man was too precise. It was as if she had met him before. As if she knew him and was well acquainted with him. A tiny portion of his brain responsible for logic awoke and flushed the adrenaline from his body. Yeah, how did you know? He felt her fingers digging deep into the flesh of his shoulders. It was slowly becoming uncomfortable, painful even. When she spoke, her voice dropped an octave lower and her gaze grew intense. Ichigo. Promise me that whatever you do, you will go nowhere near that man. Don't worry about Akumi, I'll do something about her situation. Just don't involve yourself with him. Please. She pleaded with him. It was then when he realized what he saw in her eyes and what radiated from her body wasn't anger. It was pure, unadulterated fear. You're afraid? Of what? She flinched in response and for just a fraction of a second broke the eye contact and let her eyes wander low and to the side. But it lasted only until she took a deep breath and her eyes were upon him once again. Listen to me, Ichigo. Forget this entire thing and focus on getting better. I need you to promise me this. I don't know what he's doing here, but if you get involved with him then that's an. She widened her eyes and quickly shut her mouth, but it was too late. Her slip of the tongue didn't go unnoticed. But before he could utter a single word in return, she continued. I love you, Ichigo. You're my family and I'd die for you. But if they find him and find out you got yourself involved with him, I don't even want to think about what they would do to you. Not even I can save you from them. Nobody in the Soul Society can. Thus, Ichigo faced a difficult situation. What was the correct choice of action? Bluff his way out? Lie through his teeth? Placate and assure her he would not do it knowing he will? Or was it to convince her about the error in her convictions which she had forged through a lifetime worth of experience? It was an impossible decision. But there was one thing he was sure of. Looking at her face, at her determined eyes filled with a fierce worry, he knew he didn't have the heart to play any kind of game with her. If he had to betray the love of those he held dear, then what was the point of it all? What kind of heaven could he hope to create if he went that route? The goal he wanted to achieve was the true reality and not just another elusive suite built upon the sins of the past. The futility of such actions caused him a headache. He wanted to tell her the truth so much, it physically pained him at the core of his being, the marrow of his bones. If only the stakes hadn't risen above the skies and to the point where falling down wasn't an option as it equaled a total suicide. Damn it! Her iron grip didn't allow him to move a single inch, and no matter how much he wanted to turn away from her gaze, he couldn't. Whether he liked it, no matter how inconceivable it was, he had to choose. His hands formed fists, and he went with his instinct. While looking in her eyes, he tilted his head forward and caused their foreheads to touch. "I'm sorry. I can't make such a promise, but you already knew, didn't you?" He felt something wet touch his cheeks and realized it was her tears. With a slight twinge in his chest, he gritted his teeth to stop the wave of guilt trying to break through his tight leash. "Of course I knew, you dummy. You are a Shiba. And a true Shiba can't help himself but go against gods themselves if it meant saving something precious, rectifying an injustice or repaying a debt. Why do you think there's only so few of us left?" Kyokaku was on a roller coaster of emotions and he was an unwilling passenger. "But I had to try, I have to try. I don't want to lose another. And if I let you go now, I will definitely lose you, Ichigo. Whether it'll take them weeks, years, or decades, they will get you. They are not an enemy you can beat with pure strength." His fists relaxed, and he raised his hands, only to put one on her trembling shoulder and the other on the top of her head. "What makes you think I want to fight them?" A sad chuckle escaped through her lips. "I may have known you for a short time, Ichigo, but it's clear as day, once you learn the truth, you will try to fight them." That she was crying turned out to be a blessing, it allowed him to look at her with wide eyes without being seen. Was he that easy to read? The realization caused him to lick his lips and gulp. "And what is the truth?" he asked in a whisper and watched as she shook her head. "I refuse to take the responsibility of telling you, Ichigo. I'm sure you'll find out either way, but I can't. I just can't." Seeing her state made him briefly squeeze his eyes shut and form a pained grimace. He had to give her something to ease her worries. He had to. "I am aware they can't be beaten with strength. It's a good thing I won't rely on it." She let out a quiet sigh and sniffled, then realized what he said. Her grip on his shoulders lessened, and she pushed herself from him to look at him with red, confused eyes. "What?" He offered her a sad smile. "While it seems some parts of me stayed the same, I'm no longer the same person I used to be, Kyokaku. I've changed. More than you realize. I know things, I've seen things, and for the first time in my life, I understand what I have to do." Her expression cycled between every emotion known to a man as she stared at him, unable to comprehend his words. When she spoke, her voice wavered. "But dash." Then she froze. "Your memory?" He gave a nod. "Yeah." When she didn't react for several seconds, his face grew somber. "Believe it or not, but I had legitimate reasons for it. That's why it pains me to say this, but I need you to keep it a secret. At least for a few more days." Her next words, told in a whisper, came as a plea but also a challenge at the same time. "What if I used force to keep you grounded?" To be honest, he had expected this kind of reaction minutes ago. That she resorted to it this far into their conversation showed him how frightened she was. He didn't blame her. There was no high moral ground to step onto. She was right, and he knew it. It was the safest route which ensured survival. But he held the power to skew the gears of fate. Living safe wasn't on his agenda. Therefore, there was only one course of action he could take. Like you said yourself, we are a family. And the way our family resolves conflicts is by fighting. So, I would fight you, win, continue with my plans and feel awful all the way. She took a few steps backwards, which allowed him to see that her tears had dried and the usual stubbornness crept into her gaze. You really think you could win? Yes. He replied without missing a beat and caused Kyokaku to narrow her gaze. But you are powerless. When he raised one of his eyebrows, she blinked and her hand shot behind her back to find a chair where she collapsed. An incomprehensible groan escaped her mouth. It's complicated and there are genuine reasons for it too, but yeah, I'd win. But like I said, I'd prefer keeping this a secret at least for a few more days. He said. She continued to groan and massaged her temples, so he spoke again. Don't worry about me, Kyokaku. I may be young but I'm no longer naive. And I'm not in a hurry. I'm well aware it's difficult to change what lasted for over 2 millennia filled with stagnancy. Grabbing the bottle of whiskey, she went to refill her glasses, but then she looked between the bottle and his face and, with a shrug, brought it to her mouth and took a large mouthful. After she gulped it down, she took a deep breath and shook her head once more. You'll be the death of me, Ichigo. Go. Just go before I change my mind. I have to think. He nodded and then bolted out of the room, not even bothering to hide his surprise at getting dismissed in such an anticlimactic fashion. Even his inner voice sounded dry. That went well. Back in his room, he plopped down on his bed and stayed in the same position for almost an hour. Deep in thoughts, he mulled over the entire conversation and was only hazily aware of his surroundings and the flow of time. Back and forth, like a game of cat and mouse, ideas and thoughts frolicked in his mind without a set destination. It doesn't really make sense, does it? A mere mention of the man's name and she fell apart. Who is he? Why did she mention Tsunayashiro clan when talking about him? Is he a former friend? A former lover who betrayed her? Can't be. It wouldn't make sense for Tsunayashiro to be interested in him. No, it sounds like he's a noble who betrayed the blood and then. His whole body froze. And then ran away and hid from them in the world of the living. Goosebumps appeared on both his arms and legs and his heartbeat shot up, racing his blood through his veins in a race against the time. His voice came out in a whisper. You have got to be fucking kidding me. All of a sudden, it all made sense. The pieces of the puzzle, so far spread apart on a round table, took shape compatible with the core of the image and he knew how to put them together. The answer had been right in front of him all along, he just never thought of it. The very idea of this being plausible had been so ridiculous, it never registered as a possibility. But if I'm right, then this can't be a coincidence. It can't. He shot up from the bed, left his room and hurried to the Shiba library. There, he rummaged through the old books and scrolls until he found what he was looking for, the title, Great Noble Shiba Clan, Genealogy. With trembling hands, he spread it out on the table and grabbed another title, Great Noble Clans of Soul Society. Skimming through it, he found the part he was looking for and put both texts next to each other. Alright, here it is. Fall of the Shiba Clan. First incident, murder of several members of Shiba Clan at the hands of one of their own, a certain individual with the name of Kei Shiba who, after this event, fled the Soul Society and, as far as we know, hid within the vastness of the human world. Then he glanced at the scroll, at the burned-out name connected with a faint line to both his father and Kyokaku with Ganju. Kei Shiba. To his surprise, he noticed a short text beneath the name he hadn't cited before. However, the letters were faint, it took him minutes before he was sure he could read it right. Parents, mother, an unknown member of Shiba clan. Father, an unknown member of a highly prestigious great noble clan. As he pondered about the information, he rubbed his chin and let his mind wander. Kei Shiba fled the Soul Society. Hiding in the world of the living. Said to be a murderer and the one responsible for the beginning of the fall of Shiba clan. Offspring of a father from a prestigious clan. Kyujo Jinjo. A human with spiritual power, knowledgeable of Soul Society and a man who knows Urahara Kisuk. A man with an unknown agenda. A man whose name causes Kyokaku Shiba to break down and warn me about Tsunayashiro clan if I ever get involved with him. A man she can describe with a disturbing amount of detail despite presumably never knowing him before. A man who claims to know my father which, if true, means he knows I belong to the Shiba clan. He let his head fall down and hit the table with a resounding sound. Motherfucker. He whispered. Yeah. This can't be a coincidence. Then he took a deep breath. But it doesn't matter. It changes nothing. Aside from the fact that if it really involves the Tsunayashiro clan, then I may learn something important. Back in present. The simple act of uttering the name caused the tension in the room to go from barely perceptible to palpable in a span of a second. And it wasn't because of a sudden increase of the spiritual energy. No, this was a psychological tension, created through heavy glares and wild stares along with audible heartbeats and sharp intakes of breath. At the same time, as the short time frame passed, the amount of spiritual energy rose too. From his spot, Ichigo saw bodies tensing, people flinching and expressions twisting. He had expected it, yet the knowledge hadn't prepared him for the knot in his stomach gnawing at his innards. Was it guilt he felt? I have no idea what you're talking about. His eyes found Jinjo's face, but the man refused to look at him. Instead, he was staring at the sword in his hands with so much fervor it was a miracle it hadn't melted. And though he tried to keep them sealed, some of his emotions spilled to his Ryuryoku and allowed Ichigo to get a vague reading on him. Because of it, Ichigo understood the gravity of the situation. One wrong word, said in a wrong tone or with the wrong intention would mean the birth of an unnecessary skirmish. He was treading on thin ice. Fine. Then tell me your true goal and the reason for involving me in it. The man tightened the grip on his weapon but said nothing in return. However, the way his jaw muscles cycled between contracting and relaxing told Ichigo he didn't have much time before the conflict grew into violence. He turned to Tsukishima. How about you? Want to explain the situation? Tsukishima stiffened and Ichigo, for the second time since meeting him, saw panic in the man's eyes. It seemed so out of place it made him frown. Yet he still didn't receive a single answer and so his eyes found another target, the rest of the Skyushin standing in the background. One by one, he called out their names. Kiriko? Ririka? Yukio? Jackie. They met him with silence though he brought forth some emotions to their faces. Really? You want to continue with this poor excuse for a deception? This wasn't going according to the plan. He had expected lies. He had expected denial. But a complete, utter silence? No verbal reaction at all? Such a thing was new for him. Until now, every time he had gone against an enemy, they had forced him to listen to explanations, shouts, mockery or smugness. What made the current situation different? Maybe it's because they aren't my enemy. The thought wasn't new. It had occurred to him many times. While Fullbring allowed them to possess unheard and strange abilities, they were all too weak to be a threat. But that wasn't all. The way they had interacted with him, the way they had shared jokes with him and the way they acted told him more than they had most likely intended. He looked back at Tsukishima and then at the thin sword in the man's hands. I wonder. He began and moved his eyes up, to meet the man's own gaze. What is the true ability of your Fullbring? Before we got here, someone has told me you can insert your presence into the past of the others. If so, why did the others say, isn't it about time we remember, after you used it on them? It was barely noticeable, but he noticed the man's eyes, for a split second, moved to the side. He followed the line of sight. At its end was no one else but Jinjo. I've been thinking about it but, to be honest, your ability sounds too convoluted and makes little sense. But the phrasing of those words, isn't it about time we remember, it's odd. I'm sure it has multiple different interpretations but, from my experience, it means somebody tried to manipulate me or otherwise fuck with me. Especially when this guy went to such lengths to get me involved. He said to everyone in the room. Silence persisted. Like a poison, it seeped into his veins and nibbled on his patience. He wanted to settle things in peace but he also wasn't the person who could tolerate unanswered questions thrown into his face for too long. Look. What I'm trying to say is that I don't believe you wanted to use me as a tool to lose your powers. It was something different. But no matter what it was, it won't work, and it's pointless to keep this charade. The stalemate continued for a few more seconds. When he opened his mouth to push the matter even further, he saw Tsukishima amble towards the nearest couch. Everyone else stiffened and followed the man with their eyes. Once he sat down, he sighed. This is exactly why I hurried and dash. Silence. Jinjo's voice, sharp as a knife, cut through the air and caused Tsukishima to close his mouth and grit his teeth. For a moment, it seemed the man fought with himself before snapping at Jinjo with the ferocity that didn't match his appearance. Damn it to hell, Jinjo. Don't you see? This kid is nothing like you thought he was. Why do you think I pulled them out so soon? He's dangerous. Once again, there was an odd undertone of panic in the man's voice, but this time, it was so obvious, not even Jinjo could ignore it. With a frown, the leader of the Skyushin stopped staring at his sword and turned to him. Dangerous. Ichigo kept his mouth shut and listened. He's not normal. Not even his friend was. For some reason, my book of the end didn't work on him like it does on others. Not only I wasn't able to get him on our side, I couldn't even see his memories. Only fragments which, back then, made little sense. While Jinjo's frown deepened, Ichigo's eyes widened. Ishida. I was right, it really was this guy, and his full bring really didn't work. Now if only I was right about the other thing, then it would be perfect. What are you talking about? Jinjo's voice brought him out of his thoughts, only to notice Tsukishima raising his left hand and pointing at him with his index finger. I'm talking about this kid. That's why I panicked. Those memory fragments are still unclear, but there's one thing I'm sure of. This kid is not the person he's pretending to be. The bomb had been dropped. In his mind, Ichigo cursed. This was not good. But before he found his voice, Jinjo turned to him. There was a dangerous expression on his face and Ichigo cursed again. Still, he tried his best to remain calm and collected. Fighting could wait. There were still things he wanted to know, and so, his answer was simple. You know who I am. But since Jinjo looked like he was about to explode, he quickly added one more thing. But the thing is, I know it too. That took the wind from the man's sails as his features tensed and he blinked. In return, Tsukishima, along with the rest of the Skyushin, turned to the man with questioning stares. Jinjo. What is he talking about? Ichigo raised an eyebrow. You didn't tell them. The man growled. For a moment, he was the picture of an animal caught in a cage, turning his head from one side to the other and his eyes roaming the room, trying not to meet anyone's gaze. Ichigo took the chance and spoke to the room. Do you remember when I told you about my mom? It wasn't a lie. Her name was Kurosaki Masaki. But, like everybody else, I also have a father. His name is Ishine. Shiba Ishine. If there was a pandemonium of silence, this was it. In the midst of it, Ichigo glanced back at Jinjo. So? How about it, uncle? Or is it a cousin? Want to talk truth? That was a bad choice of words. The first sign was a slight twitch in one of Jinjo's eyes, while the second was an angry snarl followed with an incomprehensible shout of desperate rage. Arg! In an instant, hollow Ryoryoku burst out of Ichigo's body like a match being lit and enveloped his entire body in a dark-colored armor. His arms turned into blades and intercepted a vicious slash at his body. Fueled with pure fury, it felt twice as heavy as it looked. But Ichigo was standing right in front of Akumi's unconscious form and refused to budge a single inch. Equaling Jinjo's livid grimace with a frown, he looked the man straight in the eyes, to see if there was a chance to talk things through. He got his answer when the man pulled back and immediately attacked him again, this time aiming at his left side. In return, he brought both his blade arms in position and blocked it with a resounding echo of clashing metal. But he didn't give up on the peaceful solution just yet. Don't do this. All I want is to talk. But the man either didn't hear him or didn't want to hear him and quickly cycled between pulling back and attacking in a long series of wide strikes which, while fast, weren't that much faster than Jackie's kicks, and so not even one hit its mark. But Ichigo had to admit that for a human, the man's attacks felt heavy and dangerous. It saddened and angered him at the same time. Despite all the schemes the man must have planned for him, he was still a Shiba and, therefore, a family. And for Ichigo, family was one thing he didn't want to fight. As he parried and blocked a strike after a strike, his conflicting emotions grew stronger until they passed a certain threshold and he couldn't remain silent for any longer. "Calm down, damn it!" he exclaimed and, at the exact moment when Jinjo pulled back, brought both his arms down on the man with all the strength his artificial body possessed. The effect was immediate. Blasted away, Jinjo sailed through the air and almost crashed into a wall. In the last moment, brief pulses of green light enveloped the man's feet and he rebounded from the wall, though it cracked from the sheer pressure. He landed on one knee and looked at Ichigo with wide eyes. "What the hell?" In response, Ichigo shut his mouth and pushed a long stream of air through his nostrils, creating a sound similar to a grumble. Only then he spoke. "Why do you insist on fighting me, you dumbass? I told you already. I want to talk." With a wave of his bladed hand, he motioned to the rest of the Skyushin, just standing there with wide eyes filled with confusion. Was the whole "we are a bunch of misfits and loners" expression a lie? Because, the way I see it, your friends, if they even are your friends, are more confused than I am. There was a brief moment during which a pained expression crossed Jinjo's face and the man lowered his head to aim his sight at the tiled floor beneath his feet. It wasn't a lie. It wasn't Jinjo who spoke, but there was no need to search for the one who did. The distinct deep feminine voice belonged to only one person in the room. Yet Ichigo still looked away from the man and at the woman in question, only to see the same pain mirrored in her eyes. "It wasn't a lie," she said again with a stronger conviction in her voice. Unlike Jinjo, she didn't look away from him and met his gaze with her head held high. Damn it! Ichigo couldn't help but curse when his eyes bore into hers. They were brown and there was a depth in them he rarely saw in others. On instinct, he focused his spiritual senses on her and, even though there was no way she was aware of it, she released her Ryotsu to communicate. And it was a communication unlike any other. Before he knew it, he sensed one emotion which seemed to pulse so hard it was impossible to miss. It was a complicated emotion comprising several others, a fragmented idea so heavy, it threatened to overwhelm him with its purity. Jackie wasn't his enemy. It was that simple. But she wasn't his friend either. It was that difficult. But the strangest thing of all was the fact he understood it with no real effort. With that he turned his head and directed his sight at the one standing next to Jackie, Ririka. She too, met his gaze, albeit with a light blush coloring her cheeks which, if it was a different situation, would have caused him to feel butterflies in his stomach. On the other hand, Ririka didn't try to communicate with him. He wasn't sure whether she didn't know how or she didn't want to. Maybe it was because he hadn't formed the same connection with her like he had done with Jackie. It didn't matter. Aside from her pink cheeks, her expression was the same as Jackie's. It didn't mean she felt the same, but he was willing to take a leap of faith. Why? It was simple. She looked like a child lost in the sea of schemes and deceptions. A child he had used to be a long time ago. And, he also knew what her ability could do. Even if she meant him harm, he knew it would do less than annoy him. He was that much stronger. Keeping the fact in mind he turned to the third member of the Skyushin, Yukio, but before their eyes met, a loud exclamation broke through the silence and revealed somebody who certainly didn't want to be understood. "Don't worry, Jinjo-san, I've got your back. Time tells no lies." A sigh came through his loosely shut lips. He recalled the phrase. It belonged to one ability he knew nothing about, Giriko's full bring. Curious to see what it could do, he looked in the man's direction, but when he saw green digits floating in the air, he felt a slight disappointment. But then the digits jerked and shot towards him. Once they got close, he swung one of his bladed arms to cut through them. A mistake. In the instant he made contact, the digits flickered and, without so much as a warning, exploded. A cloud of smoke obscured his vision and the pain receptors in his artificial body poured a stream of distress to his mind, causing him to grunt in response. While the attack didn't draw blood, having something explode in front of his head was as unpleasant as one would expect. Well, that wasn't very nice. He didn't move from the spot and waited for the smoke to clear. As soon as it did, It became clear the opposing side had done the same, but when it became clear his only injury was a singed skin, the tension grew. He let the dissatisfaction show on his face and fought the urge to snap. Words seeped through his gritted teeth. That hurt. He slowly lowered his hands. You know, I think I've been really fucking tolerant, but you're pissing me off. Are your skulls that thick, or are you incapable of believing I just want to talk? Nobody answered him. There was just silence, biting on the nerves of those in the room with canines of a jungle predator, pushing the threshold of patience to its limits. With each passing second, the tiny sparks of the ember kept alive in the depths of his souls grew stronger, the threat of unleashing the beast within him getting more imminent. A tiny ray of hope rose from the dead when he heard Jackie's voice. Jinjo, maybe we should dash. But it was shot down before it could take off. No. We stick to the plan. His left lower eyelid twitched. It was getting absurd, and he had just about enough. Stubborn until the end and refusing to yield unless beaten to a pulp. You really are a Shiba through and through, aren't you? Dumb bastard. It seemed Jinjo took an offense to that, but Ichigo didn't let him speak. We both have questions and I'm willing to give you answers if you do the same. But not here. This time, the man got the chance to talk. Why? Because, if you are the same kind of Shiba that I am myself, my answers will cause you to rush at me with everything you have before I can explain further. And, while I'm fine with that, as I love fighting, my Ryotsu will light up like a beacon and I want to keep this entire thing as quiet as possible. For your own protection. It was a subtle implication and Ichigo half hoped the man would notice it and half hoped he wouldn't. The truth landed somewhere in between. Barely 2 seconds after the last word came through his mouth, he saw Jinjo widen then narrow his eyes. You. The man's spiritual pressure rose like a geyser and so Ichigo quickly cut him off. Hold that thought. We can continue this inside one of Yukio's virtual rooms. I assume it can completely seal off Ryotsu? He asked while glancing in the boy's direction. He still didn't know if he was like Jackie and Ririka, but there was no time to find out. If it came to it, he'd deal with it to the best of his abilities. Yukio's answer was short and full of confidence. Of course. Satisfied, Ichigo looked back to Jinjo, only for Yukio to speak again. But it makes no sense for you to allow me to use it. There's no guarantee we will listen to you. It was difficult to determine whether Yukio was confirming his role as the enemy or he was truly interested in Ichigo's answer. But Ichigo, instead of worrying about it, snorted. I know. Yet I'm willing to take the chance. How about it, Jinjo? The man hesitated for a moment. Fine. In the matter of seconds, tessellated walls surrounded Ichigo with their black finality, but before they turned into a complete box, he called out to Yukio. If you can, please take my aunt to a different room. I want nothing to happen to her while I'm away. Virtual Void welcomed him with opened arms. It threw him into a darkness where everything was black, yet his sight worked as if there was light. He saw the crevices of impossible corners and the odd, pixelated fabric of the walls. His nose didn't pick on any recognizable scent, but the air wasn't empty. Just as he remembered the last time he had been in such a room, the digital space looked ordinary and surreal at the same time. Also, he was alone. Well, now to see if I have to break free and do something I don't want to. Looking around, he took in his surroundings. His current spot made him a center of the enclosed space, and the fact made him shudder. A few quick strides saw him reaching the nearest wall, where he turned around and leaned into it, then slid down on the ground. Shifting his legs into a jinzen, he took a deep breath, exhaled, closed his eyes and waited. Minutes, Ichigo. You have minutes before the inevitable flood. His only reaction was a grateful smile. There was no point in getting nervous. Like his Zanpakuto spirit said, it was an inevitable consequence to his previous actions. Now, it was only a question of proper timing. And even that was coming. He had no doubts about it. The man would create a perfect opportunity. It wasn't even a prediction. It was a fact. There was no Shiba in this world who could react to what he planned on telling him without lashing out. Time passed. He had no way of telling just how much, as there was no clock and the digital void remained unchanging, but his senses were sharp. Seconds, minutes, They all showed on the number of breaths he took every 5 to 6 seconds. 10, 20, 50. The number rose at a steady pace with no interruption. Perhaps the current solitude was a good thing. It allowed him to get in contact with what was supposed to have been lost, to understand just how much work he had in front of him and to understand what emotions ran through the two separate parts of his soul. When he counted his 100th breath, he forced his consciousness to back away from the edge of the inner workings of his mind and to focus on the real world. His eyelids parted ways just in time for him to see an aperture form in the tessellated ceiling through which more than just one person entered the virtual room. To be honest, I expected no one besides Jinjo would come. Aside from Yukio, every member of the Skyushin showed up. Most of them were giving him looks of apprehension, though fear, regret, confusion and many more figured in the mix, with the most prominent one being anger etched on Jinjo's face. The man took one step towards him and showed him his hand, clenched in a fist. Enough games, Kurosaki. What exactly did you mean by doing this for my protection? Ichigo remained in Jinzen. It was the perfect way to display his non-threatening intention. Still, his eyes found Jinjo's and bore into him with honesty. Not just yours. I meant for everyone connected to this situation. Just talk. This was it. The one major turning point. The moment when everything could go well, but also the moment when it could blow up in his face. He took one last deep breath. All right. I think there's no point in prolonging the inevitable. But, and I'm repeating for the who knows which time, no matter what you think, I'm not here for the reasons you may think I am. Kurosaki. The way Jinjo growled his name made it clear he had no more time. I'm Kurosaki Ichigo. Son of Masaka Kurosaki and Shiba Ishine and, currently working as the 3rd seat of the 9th Division, an officer in Godi I-13, Soul Society. Nothing. Not a dim word. Not even a single breath. The eerie silence which followed his statement was unlike any he had felt before. He saw faces frozen in shock, expressions stuck in a grimace, eyes widened in disbelief and riot signatures washing over him filled with a myriad of emotions. But, first and foremost, he saw the face of the man closest to him twisting into a snarl, and he knew his prediction, the one which he had considered being a fact, came true. With a resolute yell, Jinjo raised his large sword above his head and leapt towards him with a clear intention of cleaving him in half. Kurosaki. It was a yell of desperation and caused him to flinch. Nevertheless, he brought his arms above him and stopped the attack dead in its track, even though his arms buckled an inch under the immense pressure. Immediately, he looked behind the man to see how the rest of the Skyushin fared. Ah, damn it! He hoped his earlier words, which he had been saying ever since his arrival to Tsukishima's mansion, had had a positive effect and had swayed them enough to prevent them from outright attacking him. He was wrong. A stream of floating digits and a kick coming from the left side forced him to abandon Jinzen and roll to safety. As he did so, a Reishi overload caused his previous spot to explode and pushed him even further to the right, directly beneath the blade of a thin sword. On reflex, he shifted the position of his arm to block the attempt, but then recognized the attacker and forced his body to roll further away. He had no desire to let Tsukishima try his full bring on him. However, his actions didn't place him in a safe spot just yet. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Ririka standing not far away from him, pointing a strange toy-like gun at his face. Even from the distance, he saw her trigger finger move, yet his attention was on her face. It'd been a long time since he saw such a miserable expression. Her lips parted and formed a few words he had no chance of hearing. But whatever they were, he had to ignore them and focus on a large object which seemed to have popped out of the gun's barrel. Its trajectory put it above him and he promptly jumped away. As soon as he landed, he parried Jinjo's sword, leaned to the side to evade Tsukishima's and vaulted over the former to escape a flood of floating digits. A small explosion rang in his ears and robbed him of a chance to dodge a vicious stomp to the middle of his torso. In a hurry, he moved his arms in front of him. Shoved backwards, his back collided with the tessellated wall and he coughed to get the air stuck in his windpipe out. Pretty good coordination. He had no time to relax. A large cupboard crashed into the wall next to him and the shower of splinters forced him to shield his eyes. At the same time, blade of Jinjo's sword cut through the wooden fragments. With no other choice he leapt in the air using the flat part of the sword as a stepping platform and retaliated by pressing the sole of his foot to the man's collarbone. Then he pushed him away. Jinjo staggered backwards and before he could renew his efforts Ichigo landed and smashed into him with his shoulder. But a slender shin moving towards his face halted his progress. Ducking under the kick, he grabbed the other leg and heaved its owner to the other side of the virtual room where she landed on her hip. The fight continued but despite the numbers advantage on the side of Skyushin it soon became clear there would be no clear winner. Even though Ichigo received a few hits, it took so much effort that the Skyushin members with abilities not quite suited for combat showed signs of fatigue. Both Ririka and Giriko, while not even once in a position where they had to defend themselves, were panting and a bead of sweat was visible on their foreheads. The rest seemed to fare better but instead of fatigue they showed signs of frustration. While not tried or frustrated Ichigo himself didn't feel the elation he usually felt during a good fight. It was just a pointless, cumbersome struggle that solved nothing. Let's stop this. You'll gain nothing fighting me. But his words seemed to have no effect though they confirmed his suspicions. Nothing. What about our lives? Jinjo's voice reverberated in the room like a gong. In return, Ichigo narrowed his eyes and pierced the man with an absent-minded gaze. Ah, so it's like this. You think I'm here to kill you? You're not. Don't listen to him, Ririka. He's from the Godi I-13. Schemes and deception is what they do. He couldn't help himself. Those words held so much truth, it made the situation so much funnier. And so, he snorted. Ha, don't I know it? It's been a scheme after scheme ever since I died. Sharp intakes of breath caused him to blink. The following silence during which he was sure he could hear a pin drop caused him to mentally curse. What? What do you mean died? The quiet voice belonged to Ririka. When he looked at her, all he saw was a face so pale, it was unnatural. Glancing to the side, he noted that while Jinjo or Tsukishima didn't look as shocked, their expressions changed too. Jackie and Giriko simply stood there blinking. He sighed. Jinjo said it himself, didn't he? I'm from the Godi I-13. Which is an organization in Seoul Society, the place for the dead. I'm not an exception. He saw Jinjo exchanging a look with Tsukishima. The latter shook his head. I told you this kid isn't normal. Ichigo took offense on that but before he could voice his indignation, Jackie spoke up. But he has a full brain. Jinjo's eyes bore into his. Then the man spoke, putting emphasis on each word. That's because it isn't a full brain. Ichigo tried not to blink. To be honest, I'm not sure myself. There was a moment during which nobody spoke and during which Jinjo's stare changed. Who are you, Kurosaki? It wasn't a question about his identity but Ichigo understood it. Me? I'm somebody who is here because of his own curiosity and not on Godi orders. Somebody who realized who you are several days ago after a conversation with my cousin, Kyokaku Shiba, when I mentioned your name and was told to not get involved with you. Jinjo took a barely noticeable step back. Kyokaku? She's alive. He nodded. Yeah. And she warned me that if I ever contact you again I risk alerting somebody in the Tsunayashiro clan, which prompted me to look through any available book. That's when I put the pieces together. When he mentioned the Tsunayashiro clan, he saw Jinjo's face gaining color and twisting into a grimace. Before the man could snarl, he continued. They set you up, didn't they? That didn't stop the man from snapping though his tone took a 180-degree turn in the middle. What the hell do you, what? A hope for peaceful continuation presented itself and he grasped its reins with both hands. Slaughter of all those Shiba clan members. Tsunayashiro set you up. As if physically struck, the man staggered, but a chair rose from the tessellated floor just in time to catch him. It seemed Yukio was listening to the conversation. Tsukishima, for the time being silent just as the rest of the Skyushin, moved next to Jinjo and as the man slumped down and melted into his seat, he put his hand on his shoulder in what could have been nothing else but a gesture of sympathy. Jinjo didn't react to the touch and stared at the floor seemingly unable to decide what to do. His voice came out as a mixture of a groan and a whisper. Yeah. Yeah, they did. Then he looked up and at Ichigo. But how the hell would you know? Ichigo shrugged. I don't. It's a gut feeling. An instinct which, so far, hasn't been wrong. And while I know I may be an idiot who wants to see things which aren't there, I've been having questions I can't seem to find answers for. Why would you murder your family? Why is Kyokaku so afraid? Why is it that every time someone mentions the name Tsunayashiro it's connected to something shrouded in mystery? Why are information about them censored? Why would they be interested in you? How are they connected to all of this? He explained, and as he spoke, he watched a myriad of emotions wash over the man's face. But he wasn't finished just yet. Then I read through Shiba genealogy. When I connected the dots and placed you to the name Kashiba, then read your ancestry and saw you and Kyokaku, and through her you and me, are related, a strange thought occurred to me. They list your mother as an unknown member of the Shiba clan, but your father is an unknown member of a highly prestigious great noble clan. To emphasize the absurdity, Ichigo even mocked the quotation marks with his fingers. Why the hell would they put highly prestigious great noble clan instead of its name? One possibility was because of the shame, but that's a load of crap. This information is not a public record. Only a member of the Shiba clan can access it. Then there's the other possibility, it was censorship. So, it can't be Kukaki or Shihoin, leaving only two left. Tsunayashiro and the other one, which is still a complete mystery. And since I risk their attention by doing this, it must only mean your father was somebody from the Tsunayashiro clan. At that point, he saw Jinjo gripping the armrests of the chair with enough strength to turn his knuckles white. The man growled. Yeah, that's right. But I'm drawing a blank on the rest. Whether I'm wrong and you were the one who did it or it was the Tsunayashiro clan, I can't fathom the reason for those murders. All of a sudden, Jinjo's riots arose so high, it forced Tsukishima to abandon his position next to him and caused Ichigo to frown. Was it something I said? However, the man didn't seem keen on attacking. At least not yet. It doesn't matter. They showed up one day and slaughtered everyone. We stood no chance. And then, the sharp teeth of the gears within Ichigo's mind fell into the right place. With no obstacle in their course, they spun around their axes and he understood. He grimaced. You want to get a revenge? In return, Jinjo got on his feet and reached into his pocket. Wouldn't you? Ichigo found it impossible to disagree. Yeah. Then he, too, reached into his pocket. With his hand still in it, he continued. But I can't let you go through with it. Not now. Two things happened at the same time. Jinjo took his hand out of his pocket to reveal the strange badge he had once claimed to have belonged to a person with the title of a substitute Shinigami and placed it on his sword. In a bright flash the two merged and a wave of Ryuryoku hid the man from the plain view. On the opposite side of the room, Ichigo took his hand out of his pocket to reveal a small pill which he promptly swallowed. It allowed his soul to leave the artificial body which hit the ground like a sack of rocks. The situation entered its final stage. Many thoughts and questions formed in Ichigo's mind when the cloud of energy surrounding Jinjo dispersed and revealed the man in a full Shinigami attire. It wasn't just the fact that there was a definite tint of a hollow energy permeating the man's ryotsu. Nor was it the set of small details spread all over the man's clothes with the motif of death. No, it was the fact that the man, by all accounts still a living human being, had the aura of a real Shinigami. Wait just a one damn second. He didn't use a Jikengan, so he's not in a Jigai, it's his real body and he really is a living human. But even if he inherited Shinigami powers, he can't just use them in his mortal body, right? Not to mention he has that hollow feel. Wait. A surge of sharp headache ran through his skull and caused his brow to twitch. Hollow, human, Shinigami. I know this equation. It ends in a soul suicide. Who was it, my dad, who told me about the way he had to live in a Jigai to suppress the hollow tint in my mom's soul? That to ensure survival of a soul, there has to be an equilibrium. He frowned. Then his eyes crossed paths with Jinjo's. Who were your parents? Ha. That's your reaction. A nagging thought at the back of his mind dragged a certain memory to the foreground. It contained the conversation during which the man had shared with him a small piece of his past. And though it wasn't in an instant, it didn't take Ichigo long to understand. At least some of it. So, you are the substitute Shinigami from that story you told me days ago. I guess the rest isn't a complete lie, just a scrambled mess as well. The man tightened his hold on the hilt of his sword. Afraid so. I was a substitute Shinigami, yes. Then there was somebody who killed my comrades, though it wasn't Tsukishima, and it wasn't anyone important. Just a nameless assassin. This assassin also murdered my parents on an order from the Soul Society. You see, it's not that I was no longer needed. I was good at my job as a Shinigami. It's just, they found out about my ancestry and my mixed heritage. And the highly prestigious Great Noble Clan, as you put it, simply couldn't live with the fact that there was a bastard offspring of their clan living among filthy humans and whose blood was polluted with the taint of their mortal enemies. Jinjo's words poured out of him like a wild waterfall, splashing water in every direction without aim and without order. It was difficult to keep up with the amount of information, and Ichigo realized he had to filter them or risk getting overwhelmed. He focused on one thing. Taint of their mortal enemies, huh? Something tells me it's not hollows he's talking about. It's a good thing I had this substitute Shinigami badge to restrain my power and to keep them updated about my location, which almost cost me my own life as well, right? Yes, thank you very much, Captain Yuka-take. I hope his lungs have already killed him. Venom dripping from the man's tongue felt tangible, but it was the content of his words which caused the hair at the back of Ichigo's head to stand. What? Yuka-take-san. And you come here to tell me I should just forget my revenge? You, whose Ryotsu is so weak, I'm amazed your fake Fullbring held so much power. Good thing you prevented me from completing my plan, or I would have been disappointed beyond belief. Still, I didn't want to do this. You are just a kid. With those words, Jinjo moved his right foot forward. But you leave me no choice. And with those words, he flashed from his spot. In just a second, he appeared in front of Ichigo with the blade of his sword descending. But Ichigo didn't move. He made no effort to try to dodge or evade the incoming attack. Not even a flinch. Instead, his mouth set itself in a straight line and his eyes closed. Then he shook his head, and a whisper passed through his lips. You dumbass. Now. Now. The sharp iron edge came within an inch of the skin on his torso when, for a split second, everything bar time itself stood still. In the next moment, an immense pressure spread throughout the entire virtual space, cracking walls, ceiling, and floor alike. With a short delay, an explosion of a vast amount of Ryuryoku blasted Jinjo into the wall on the opposite side of the room with enough power to dent the web of cracks still spreading along its surface. The rest of the Skyushin fared better, though they too were knocked off their feet. In the center of the violent vortex of Ryuryoku, Ichigo stood like a pillar of unimaginable power, unmoving and unharmed. A behemoth of a warrior, his presence dwarfed everyone, squeezing their lungs until they couldn't breathe and erasing their thoughts until the only thing they could do was to pray for it to stop. Rage and tranquility, they mixed within his aura in a soup of unstoppable judgment, ready to be passed on those just and unjust alike. He was a perturbator of the peace, a harbinger of chaos, but, at the moment, he was also a bulwark which refused to budge. You know, there was another reason I wanted to move to this concealed space. Back in Soul Society, they believe I have lost almost all of my power. But I didn't. I just changed, evolved, and had to relearn how to exist among them. He stated and let the energy slowly dissipate. And if their sensors recognized my Ryotsu, they would locate not just me but you too. Which is the opposite of what I want, because even though I'm not here on any order, I still want to stop you. Say what you want, but your revenge is nothing but a pointless attempt at a glorified suicide. As he spoke, he watched Jinjo get back on his feet. But the air was still saturated with Ichigo's Ryotsu, and it took considerable effort for the man to do so. Stay down. It doesn't matter what name you use, but the fact you are my distant relative remains. And hurting my family is the last thing I want to do. But it was just as he had mentioned before. Jinjo was a Shiba and thus, stubborn all the way to the bitter end. There were no words which would make any difference to the man. It was just how the members of the clan were hardwired. With a defiant glare in his eyes, the man stood up straight and, without a single word, charged him like a desperate animal caught in a cage. Ah! The tiny amount of time it took Jinjo to reach him, Ichigo eyed his surroundings and noted the state of the digital walls around them. Cracks were slowly being repaired, but the continuous pressure of his energy was hampering the process. The thought of lowering his Ryutsu never crossed his mind. He wanted to end things as fast as he could, and overwhelming his opponent seemed as the simplest and fastest solution. And so, when Jinjo's sword once again descended on his torso, instead of parrying it, he did the one thing he considered being most threatening and caught the blade with his bare hand. Wide-eyed, Jinjo looked from his sword at Ichigo's unharmed limb, unable to utter a single word. But it wasn't over. Using his other hand to get a hold on the hem of the man's clothes, Ichigo spun him around and then hurled him across the room. For the second time during their fight, Jinjo's back collided with a wall, but this time it knocked the breath out of his lungs. I know what you're thinking: if I just try harder, if I just push myself a bit more, I can win. But that's just an illusion. You are not a hero and I'm not a villain. Stuff from fairy tales doesn't apply to us. The reality is simple: I'm way stronger than you. It took Jinjo a second to regain his bearings, and a thin stream of blood poured from the corner of his busted mouth. He struggled to even move, yet he forced his body to stand back up. It was almost admirable. Shut up. Shut your damn mouth. With one hand, the man wiped the blood from his face, smudging his chin with it, and spat on the floor. I knew this wouldn't be easy, but that's why I created Skyushin. To have somebody to support me. Ichigo's let a dispassionate mask form on his face. He nodded towards the group behind the man. Then look at them. Take a good long look and tell me, what do you see? Aside from Tsukishima, who was on his feet albeit with his back bent forward, the rest of the Skyushin was on all four, breathing heavily and unable to even raise their heads. But as Ichigo's words echoed through the room, they tried to do so, even if to show Jinjo their faces, blemished by doubt and fear. You think you are prepared, but you are not. I'm just a third seat and I'm yet to even release my Zanpakuto. Do you have any idea how strong the regular captains are? Or the captain commander? They'd flatten you in less than a second. For a fraction of a second, the man seemed uncertain. Then he shook his head and renewed his glare. Don't think I'm finished, Kurosaki. Bankai. Ryuryoku engulfed the man for the second time during their fight. In return, Ichigo raised an eyebrow. Bankai? He can use it. As the energy dispersed and Ichigo saw the man's new appearance, modified with an increased number of hollow motifs, he couldn't shake the feeling in his gut. Everything about the man's Ryutsu felt wrong. It didn't give the usual vibe of a Shinigami. At the same time, it felt nothing like a hollow. Was it because the man was using his powers while still in a human body? But then Ichigo recalled his own attempt at simulating a full bring via his hollow Ryuryoku, and an idea struck him. Is he simulating Shinigami powers with his full bring? Yet even that didn't explain the inexplicable disturbance in the air which caused the hair on the back of his head to stand. However, another idea came to him and made him shudder from the sheer possibility of it being close to the truth. For one reason or another, Jinjo's energy reminded him of his own. Yet it also didn't. It was the same, only different. But while he pondered about the concept, Jinjo didn't remain static and charged him once more. Even a blind person could see that by uttering the phrase Bankai, the man regained enough confidence to cut through the thick ambience in the room and bring his sword down on Ichigo yet again. Still deep in thoughts, Ichigo acted on pure instinct and batted the blade away with one hand while using the other to crush the man's abdomen with a devastating punch. It was only when his knuckles bore deep into a soft tissue that he realized what he had done, and his face twisted into a grimace. But the deed was done and Jinjo flew backwards so fast, his body smashed into the almost repaired wall with a resounding sickening noise. The wall cracked and caved inwards and the man slid down retching, heaving, and with one of his legs bent in an unnatural angle. No, damn it! Jinjo! Before he could move, a desperate yell crawled from Tsukishima's throat as the man pushed against the oppressive Ryutsu with all of his might and was next to Jinjo in 2 strides. Tsukishima took just one glance at the man's state and then snapped at Ichigo with his eyes filled with panic. You said you didn't want to kill him. But Ichigo was just as agitated as he was. I don't. I just reacted without thinking. You call that just reacting? Raising his free hand, Ichigo smashed the wall behind him. Tessellated fragments flew in every direction. "That's why I'm telling you to stop, damn it. Jackie said it herself a few days ago. Your bodies are human, fragile and easily damaged. It doesn't matter how strong your Ryuryoku is because it can't reinforce a body made of flesh and bones like it can with a body composed of Reishi. This is exactly what happens when I don't control my strength." The amount of anger in his voice did little to stop Tsukishima from snapping back, though a hand on his shoulder, courtesy of a panting Jinjo, did. Fine." Both Ichigo and Tsukishima shouted at the same time. "Bullshit. You're not." Tsukishima looked at Ichigo with hate written all over his face. At the same time, Ichigo noticed a small twitch in Tsukishima's legs and narrowed his eyes. "Don't even try it. I know how dangerous your full bring is and there's no way I'm letting you cut me. And trust me, I can run a dozen circles around you and you wouldn't see even a blur. Not to mention I can just release my Zanpakuto and crush you with my Ryutsu. Or you know what? Try it. I still haven't repaid you for involving my aunt and using your full bring on her." His tone was low and dangerous and for just a second, he focused his spiritual pressure on the man alone. Tsukishima's eyes widened, and he cursed, but it seemed if not Jinjo, at least he was smart enough to understand the situation. So, instead of leaping at Ichigo, the man helped Jinjo back on his healthy yet wobbling leg. "So? What's it going to be, Jinjo?" Instead of replying, the man in question sucked in his breath, grimaced from the pain and raised his sword only to slash the air in front of him, causing a moderate-sized wave of energy to shoot from the tip of the blade. Its intended target, Ichigo, waited until the attack got close and then stuck out his free arm. Without hesitation, he let the energy crash into his bare palm and then, after a brief pause, folded his fingers to form a fist, crushing the attack while doing so. The energy dispersed. The only evidence of it ever existing was a black smudge on his hand which smelled like a slab of a smoked meat. There was no wound, but to his surprise the unknown ability, quite similar to his own Getsuga, left him with a slight stinging sensation. "Anything else you want to try? Another energy blast? A hidden ace?" Jinjo's expression remained hostile, but it didn't look like he intended to continue fighting. Pressing his back against the cracked, dented wall behind him, he slowly sank on the floor and spat to his left. "Screw you, Kurosaki." Ichigo said nothing in return and waited. After less than a minute, his wish finally came true. "What the hell do you want from me?" Relief washed over Ichigo's entire being, from the nails on his toes to the tip of his head. Playing the antagonist had been more stressful than he had expected. Especially when he had wanted to solve things peacefully but had been denied so. "It's not about what I want, Jinjo. It's about what you want and what I can give you. And I can give you limited options. You only have to choose. I'm all ears." He nodded and allowed himself a neutral smile. "Well, either you forget your revenge and, for now, disband and go into hiding, or I kill you all and send you to Soul Society where you can start from a scratch and where, as spirits, you'd have a better chance for a revenge." He saw them tense. It's that simple. It was a deep, dark night when Ichigo finally walked through the entrance of the mansion and let the pleasant cold breeze scratch his cheeks. He was back in his Jigai and in his hands was a sleeping Akumi. He looked up at the clear sky and let out a sigh. It's been a long night. Without looking back, he aimed his steps back to Karakura town and to a certain shop. There was much to do. But he didn't plan on giving up. He would continue struggling till his very last breath and until he pierced through the herd morality where free spirits and noble traits were labeled evil. Chapter 50, Night of Sidonia, Insolvable Normalcy. I assume everything went, just as you planned, Kurosaki-san. Ichigo turned to the man. He felt a bitter taste accumulating in his mouth. His expression was blank but the muscles in his jaw tensed as soon as his eyes fell upon the face of one of the few he truly disliked. Despite what you may think, Urahara, it's impossible to keep a contingency plan for every situation. I simply followed the basic principle of, appear strong when weak but appear weak when strong. He was, once again, in Urahara's shop and he hated every second of it. He didn't want to return to Soul Society with an artificial body hanging over his shoulder, so the visit was necessary, but it didn't stop him from clenching his jaw or wearing a semi-permanent scowl. Let's agree to disagree. Either way, I hope everything and everyone is alright. I wouldn't want to face Kyukaku-san if it turned out Akumi-san got injured. It wasn't a question, yet Ichigo answered anyway. She's fine. When she wakes up, she should have no memories of the incident. Urahara's hands stopped moving, and he looked away from his computer screen to glance at the Jigai lying on a table behind him. For a moment, he appeared thoughtful. Then he resumed typing on the keyboard. Among the beeping sounds of his computer, his voice once again reached out to Ichigo. I didn't think you had that kind of ability. I don't. He saw Urahara's shoulders droop a little, and the shopkeeper paused. I see. The man offered no further reaction, but Ichigo was sure his expression turned a lot more serious. However, for the next few minutes and until he finished his analysis, Urahara remained silent. It was only when Ichigo shifted in his seat and let out a sigh of annoyance that the computer beeped in a loud, squeaky sound. Everything seems in order, Kurosaka-san. If that's all, I think you may go. I'm sure the Godai is already waiting for you. Ichigo waited until Urahara's gaze met his and narrowed his eyes while rubbing his hands together. So, you did notify them then? Urahara kept the eye contact, but from the way his lower eyelids twitched, Ichigo concluded the man was nervous. I'm afraid I'm under strict orders from the commander. Since when do you care about orders? With the challenge thrown in his face, Urahara finally looked away and aimed his sight at the Jigai next to him. It's been a few weeks. Ichigo followed his line of sight and stopped rubbing his hands. Placing them on the armrests, he pushed himself up. And? What did you tell them? A humorless chuckle escaped Urahara's mouth. Tell them? Nothing. There was no exchange of words, Kurosaka-san. I simply did my job and notified them when your spiritual pressure jumped over a certain threshold. Without looking back at him, Ichigo gave a short nod and debated with himself whether to be grateful. In the end, he went with what was already on the tip of his tongue. You knew him, didn't you? He didn't hear an answer for several long seconds. I did. It seemed Urahara had worked on his bad habit of keeping the truth for himself and, for once, tried to be honest. Another one of your science projects. He felt, rather than saw Urahara flinch in surprise. But he got the answer, nevertheless. I'd say it was more of an approximate basis for future possibilities. Ichigo couldn't help himself. He snorted. Well, good job then. Goodbye. With that, he took a step forward and opened the doors of the shop. Once he walked out, and before the doors closed, he heard a deep, tired sigh coming from inside. He ignored it and looked for a clearing large enough to summon the Senkaimon gate. He took out his Zanpakuto and, walking over to the spot, plunged it in the air and then twisted it around. In a flash of blinding light, the interdimensional gate appeared with a black hell butterfly flying out. It landed on his hand, accepting his request and granting him a safe passage. He took a step inside. Not even a second later, he landed in Siridi and felt and saw a large Shinigami force surrounding him. Something about the sheer size of the group made him grin in satisfaction. But only in his mind. Wait, third seat Kurosaka-san. He looked up at what seemed to be the leader of the unit with a questioning gaze. Yes. The man, one of the numerous officers of Godai 13, widened his eyes and took a quick look at a screen of a small electronic device in his hands. Whatever was written on it made his surprised expression turn confused and caused him to frown. He looked back up. His unsure gaze prompted Ichigo to mirror the man's reaction. Did something happen or? The officer bit his cheek from the sheer confusion and raised his free hand to scratch the back of his head. Then his hand fell back, and he tapped on the device with furious urgency. A few seconds later, he brought the device to his ear. I'm very sorry to interrupt you, Captain Kurotsuki, but are you sure your detectors work? Because I dash. Something cut the man off and Ichigo watched as all the color drained from his face. Pale as death, the man's eyes widened and his lower lip trembled. And no. Of course not. But Kurosaki Ichigo just came through the Senkaimon and the devices, huh? Yes, Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo found the speed with which the man changed his expressions fascinating. From confusion to fear and back to confusion in just a matter of instants, it was like a theater play. As if hearing his thoughts, the officer looked back at Ichigo with a frown and Ichigo reacted by raising his left eyebrow. I see, but, are you sure, Captain? I mean, what if? Whatever was said on the other side of the line caused the officer to flinch and shake his head with a surprising amount of vigor. Yes, sir. I mean, no sir. Yes. Will do. The line was cut and the officer, still very much pale, released a long, shaky sigh of relief. When he realized Ichigo was still looking at him, he glanced at the rest of his unit. Stand down. It's a false alarm. Seems like Captain Kurotsuki is having difficulties calibrating the sensor. Looking back at Ichigo, the officer saluted and bowed in apology. Sorry for bothering you, sir. There's something wrong with the sensors and we thought you were an invader. Keeping his eyebrow raised, Ichigo shrugged. Must be the new security system. No harm done. Am I free to go now? The man nodded. Yes, sir, though Captain Kurotsuka said you should report to the 1st Division for a captain's meeting at once. I do not understand why though. Ichigo had to fight the urge to roll his eyes. Don't worry about it. I think I know why. The officer, along with the rest of his unit, withdrew from the scene and left Ichigo alone with the pair of regular Senkaimon guards who, as always, stood on the two sides of the gate. Glancing at them, Ichigo brought his right hand to his forehead, held it there for 1 second and then moved it down in a sharp, smooth movement. Both guards chuckled and threw courteous nods in response. Grinning, Ichigo used his Shunpo skill to disappear. From his next landing spot, he advanced towards the 1st Division barracks at a steady, yet calm pace. If they wanted him at the captain's meeting, then they would have to wait for him. Nobody told me to hurry, anyway. Still, it didn't take him long to reach his destination. The large double doors were closed, but he didn't wait for them to open and simply pushed them apart. As soon as he did so, all conversations stopped and 13 pair of eyes turned to stare at him in dead silence. But what had made him squirm before was now a fleeting annoyance and he strode inside with confidence oozing from his steps. Though he had plenty to hide, he was no longer a mere pawn on the Siriti chessboard. He had evolved. But not to a rook nor a bishop. He was a knight. A piece with the appearance of a horse, capable of overtaking others with unusual movements or jumping over those who were in his way without squashing them with his hooves. Most powerful when in closed position, the number disadvantage meant nothing to him. Fear was no longer in his vocabulary. You wanted to see me? Standing at the opposite side of the room, the furthest away from him, the captain commander of the Godai 13 tapped the ground with his cane and motioned him to step inside. Yes. Come in, 3rd seat Kurosaki Ichigo. A short pause squeezed itself between Ichigo's steps. He looked at the commander with narrowed eyes and his head tilted to the side in a silent question. As if reading his thoughts, the commander tapped the ground one more time. It seems your powers have returned. Stealing glances at the other occupants of the room to get a grasp on his surroundings, Ichigo withheld his answer for a few seconds. They have. Did something happen or was it spontaneous? He blinked. What an odd question. Nevertheless, it did not catch him off guard. Had a run-in with a hollow. His reply caused the commander to release a short humming noise, the kind a person makes while contemplating a problem, and then look to his left, at the captain of the 12th Division, with a raised eyebrow. In return, Kurotsuki, while keeping his eyes dead set on Ichigo, nodded, even if with great reluctance. I can neither confirm nor deny his words, though we recorded a lingering presence of hollow energy near the location where his Ryutsu source skyrocketed. Ichigo did his best to remain indifferent and calm, but a slight tremor shook his insides. Either he's just being responsible or this old man suspects something. Now I'm not so sure he'll buy my explanations. But as he was no longer a simple pawn, he kept a tight leash on his emotions and stayed motionless, even if his body disagreed and increased his heartbeat by a good amount. When the commander turned back to him, he met his eyes with a neutral gaze. You attract all kinds of trouble, don't you, Kurosaki? Ichigo recognized the rhetorical question and remained quiet. but not for long, as Commander's next words called for a definite reply. Still, even after consulting Captain Anohana and Captain Kurotsuki about this issue, I find it strange how your powers simply reignited. I can't help think you have left out a few important details, Kurosaki Ichigo. Is there anything further you'd like to add to your report? The gaze he received wasn't accompanied with Ryotsuya, yet Ichigo felt like burning. It was like standing in the middle of an inferno, surrounded with sun's flames and no way out. The commander's single eye bore into his head, a drill trying to dig up a confession, and for the first time Ichigo understood just how long the man in front of him had been the leader of the entire Godi I-13. Hidden deep within his stare was a definite hint of an old beast, ready to tear his enemy to pieces. A single bead of sweat formed on his forehead. Yeah, I can understand why Aizen didn't want to fight him face to face. But this knight didn't bow down for anyone and held his head high. Without blinking, Ichigo chose his words. No, there's nothing else. If he had expected several dozen different reactions, the commander shifting his gaze away from him and using it to pin down his father was not one. It was such an unusual response it piqued his curiosity and made him too look at his hind with a raised eyebrow. The stare he got in return caught him by surprise and made him do a double take. While not as scorching hot as the commander's, it drilled into him with a certain sense of déjà vu fueled not by his own but by his father's experience, clear in the man's somber expression of sudden clarity. It was as if the man relived a distant memory and somehow connected it to the current situation. I sense another wave of suspicion. But the standoff lasted only until a loud sound of cane tapping the ground echoed in the room once again. Very well, Kurosaki. I have but a single question for you. What about your memory? His increased heartbeat was yet to settle down and the commander's question did little to help. However, it fell under the area of foreseen inquiries which made it easier to digest it without flinching or exposing himself in any other way. Therefore, it took minimal effort to loosen his lips and release his premeditated response which offered no answer to the ether. You want to know what happened to Aizen? It was a simple statement, but it brought out unsurprising amount of emotions and a lot of spiritual energy which stacked in the room until it became uncomfortable for everyone. Among the spiritual chaos, the commander's eye bore into him once more. That would be preferable, yes. Nodding to himself, he combined an apologetic tone with a light frown. Then I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. In an instant, he saw both commanders' eyes narrow at him. Then, your memory. He shook his head. I recovered many memories, but since I don't know just how many I lost, it's hard to say if I got all. Either way, it's not a problem with my memory. It's just, well, complicated. He caught a snort coming from the sidelines. Well, enlighten us then. Ignoring the comment, he folded his arms, took a deep breath and spoke while exhaling. The Hogyaku. They all met his attempt at enlightening the room with a complete lack of reaction. It seemed the captains didn't realize he wasn't planning on giving any further explanation. However, when he continued bathing in silence, the commander's eyebrows twitched. Elaborate. Seeing the look in the man's eyes, Ichigo rethought his original plan and picked one of the backup ones. It wasn't as if he had expected them to eat the short explanation without a protest in the first place, but he had maintained hope he wouldn't have to go with the long route. Nevertheless, the bit of hope crashed and burned and he paced around in a small circle while throwing short glances at the commander as he spoke. Well, you could say it all came down during the aftermath of my fight with Ulquiorra WH-. Who's that? The sudden interruption came from the sidelines, but the bloodthirst permeating the voice divulged the person's identity well enough. He didn't even need to check to see a mad glint in the eyes boring into him. A member of Espada, the group of 10 strongest Arancars within Aizen's army. Quattro Espada, Ulquiorra Cipher. Quattro translates to the number 4, so, is it correct to assume this Ulquiorra was the 4th strongest Arankar in Aizen's entire army? Another captain asked with an honest curiosity in his tone, yet Ichigo didn't believe it for one second. Instead, what he heard was a dangerous notion which he tried to disperse with an immediate response. I wouldn't go that far. Going by the information I gained, my best guess is that Aizen ranked the Espada according to the amount of spiritual energy they had and not on their battle skills. Besides, Ulquiorra is even more difficult to judge as he was the only one who had a special, secondary release of his, sword. He realized his mistake as soon as he finished talking and observed a quiet murmur all around him. A secondary release, you say? That should not be possible. An Arrancar's release, the resurrection if you will, is basically them unleashing their true power and true form, where even their energy signature changes from that of a hybrid to their original hollow-like one. I'm still processing the data I've accumulated so far, but I'd liken this resurrection to a Shinigami's Bankai. And Bankai is the final stage of evolution. There is nothing past that. The identity of the man behind the clarification caused Ichigo to shudder and curse. Damn it, I should have kept my mouth shut. Curious. Do you, perhaps, recall more of this secondary release? Receiving a nod from the commander, Ichigo turned towards the scientist with every intention on denying everything, but a tiny voice within his head which didn't belong to either of his spirits tickled his own curiosity. It was the voice which separated him from the rest, the voice of reason, separate from Waiwak, and the voice behind every question he had had so far. Ah crap, now I mentioned it, I want to know more about it too. He knew full well that meddling with Kurotsuka spelled trouble and that he was most likely going to regret this decision, but he couldn't bring himself to lie. Back then, at the peak of the short war with Aizen, even Hogyaku itself had given a short nod towards the minuscule amount of Ryuryoku he had absorbed from Ulquiorra after killing him. Damn it! There was a good chance Kurotsuka could come up with a hypothesis. Or Urahara. On his own, Ichigo's ability to reach some scientific conclusion was nil, and he liked Urahara even less than Kurotsuka. He called it resurrection, segunda etapa. He saw Kurotsuka's eyes narrow in wonder. Segunda etapa, huh? So, perhaps it was nothing else but another stage of release, similar to the stages of Shinigami's Bankai, and not a true additional release. The man muttered, then pierced Ichigo with an intense gaze. Tell me, Kurosaki, did his appearance change in any noticeable way after he unleashed this segunda etapa? Without missing a beat, Ichigo nodded. It did. He looked completely different. And now I think about it, I think his hollow mask vanished too. Kurotsuka blinked. It seemed the answer took him by surprise. Vanished? As in all of it? Yes. Kurotsuka's response was unlike anything Ichigo had ever seen. His eyes twitched and shook, then moved each to a different side of his head in a grotesque show of lunacy, and for a split second it looked as if the man's brain overheated. It was like he could see the gears in the man's mind spinning. But, in the blink of an eye, the image disappeared. Very interesting. There's nothing even remotely similar in my entire database. I'd love to dissect this Ulquiorra. Still freaked out from what he witnessed, Ichigo squeezed his eyes shut. Once he opened them, he shook his head. There's nothing to dissect. I separated his head from the rest of his body. It's now nothing more than reishi dust in Hueco Mundo's air. Damn it. A firm tap of the commander's cane prevented any further discussion. Back to the topic, Kurosaki. Ichigo gave the man a curt nod. My bad. So, as I was saying, once my fight with Ulquiorra ended this is really difficult to describe. He said, and then, using a short pause, gathered his thoughts. The commander's grouchy stare caused him to hurry. Yet it didn't prevent him from choosing his words with extreme caution. It was crucial that the man in front of him understood the point he was about to make. Even though my memory suffered and my memories may be in disarray, as far as I can remember my goal has always been to protect. I wanted to keep those I care about safe. Over time, this concept evolved, making me lend a helping hand to those who stood in front of me, and later, after passing on, even to those who didn't. But at its core, it was always about protecting somebody. Or something. When he took a moment to breathe, a strict voice reached his ears. Is there a point to this rambling? Without looking away from the commander's face, he nodded once again. War. He saw the commander's eyes narrowing just a little. It was but a tiny difference in demeanor, yet it suggested an attempt to understand the meaning behind his uttered words. Still, the man remained silent. Instead, another voice, until now unheard, spoke in a quiet yet encouraging tone. Go on, Ichigo-kun. His eyes shifted, just enough to slide off the commander's face and until he stared at the spot above the man's shoulder. Then, his head drooped and his gaze fell upon the cold floor beneath his feet. There is no protect in the war. In it, one person cannot save everyone. You can't be everywhere at once. All you can do is watch as the blood of your comrades spills on the ground and soaks the sand until it turns to mud. You try to help, you try to prevent death, but it's all in vain. Broken bodies, torn limbs, spilled guts, it all surrounds you until you are driven insane. It's a never-ending cycle of pointless destruction. And no matter what, there's no escape. Not until you reach the easy, logical conclusion. The same voice spoke again, egging him to continue. Which is? In response, Ichigo clenched his jaw and took another breath. Then he looked up. To stop the war means to erase the reason behind it. Which is what I wished for with my entire being when I landed in front of Aizen and grabbed the Hogyaku embedded in his body. His statement was met with silence, but the commander's eyes relaxed in what Ichigo assumed was a sudden arrival to a conclusion and a moment of clarity when the pieces of a puzzle came together to paint a coherent and clear picture. At once, the commander looked away from him and at one of his captains. Captain Kurotsuki. There was a pause during which the scientist hummed to himself. Certainly, many of us witnessed Aizen Sosuke's transformations which, if we are to believe his words, were a product of the Hogyaku's will mixed with a sufficient amount of spiritual energy and intent. This, coupled with Urahara Kisuke's notes, supports the hypothesis that the Hogyaku, acting as a catalyst, can indeed produce a wide array of results, some of which may defy common sense or even laws of nature. And since this is Kurosaki we are talking about, it wouldn't surprise me if he did something as stupid as bending the natural laws while depleting all of his Ryoryoka reserves at the same time. While grateful for the unexpected support, Ichigo felt a shiver running up and down his spine. Kurotsuki's words, while at first glance a simple jab at his ability to screw up, seemed more like an innocent implication meant only for his ears. As if the man was telling him he knew something he shouldn't have known. Or maybe I'm getting paranoid. But I'd take paranoia over Kurotsuki anytime. Meanwhile, the commander turned his attention towards another captain. Captain Anohana. As I said before, Commander, Kurosaki-san's reserves truly dropped to the point of falling into a coma. And such an event is traumatizing to the body and it can, as there have been similar cases before, result in amnesia. For the other part, Aizen Sosuke's Ryotsu vanished without a trace, as if erased from existence, and so I have no reason to doubt this explanation. Dissatisfied, the commander took a moment to ponder about the situation and then looked back at Ichigo with a calculative gaze. And even though he was not a telepath, Ichigo felt confident he could interpret it well, meaning that Kurotsuki was the Godei's best scientist and Anohana its best medic, and so it was difficult to reject their opinions without looking biased. Very well, Kurosaki. I accept your answer. His words lifted an invisible weight from Ichigo's body and he had to stop himself from sighing in relief. In the process, he stole several glances at the captains around him, to gauge their reactions. And while most of them seemed indifferent, there were 4 whose stares worried him. Kiraka with his face hidden behind the conveniently tilted hat, an action the man used in particular situations when he didn't want the other party to realize how much he knew about the current topic. Kurotsuki with his scheming stare, reserved for what he considered being interesting subjects of study. Ishine with an odd, knowing look which felt like a beam of knowledge capable of seeing through his son's half-truths, and last but not least, Sui Feng, who was trying her hardest to look anywhere else but his face. He was almost glad to hear the commander speak again. Kurosaki, since you claim to have recovered your memories, let's move on to the next topic. As a spy, you spent a substantial amount of time in Aizen Sosuke's headquarters. Report on your findings. Yes, almost glad. With a slight turn and a tilt of his head, he let his facial muscles move until a ghost of a frown formed on his face. But, the war is over. He made sure his tone exuded enough confusion to warrant an explanation because he didn't want to get ignored. And since he still ranked as just a third seat, questioning an order from the commander while standing right in front of him was unthinkable. In this moment his achievements, no matter how numerous, held little weight. To his surprise, after drowning the room in a moment of dead air, the commander let out a sigh. War. You talked about erasing it, but do you know what the end of a war means, Kurosaki? An unexpected question. He was about to open his mouth and speak, but the commander stopped him with a shake of his head. Yes, for a youngling like you, war is nothing but a macabre march of living corpses struggling to escape certain death, and its ending is a maudlin moment of salvation. For me though, the end of a war never spells true peace. It is just a brief armistice preceding yet another conflict, brewing behind the horizon. An answer he was not ready for. It came from nowhere and held nothing back, with a surprising amount of cruel honesty which was, for the commander, a rare occurrence. In a sense, it embodied the expression, "Be careful what you wish for," and, after a few seconds of digesting, Ichigo understood the futility of any further objections. And as he took a breath, he returned to the original topic with no mention of what the man said. "Is there anything in particular you want to know?" If the shift in conversation surprised the commander, the man didn't let it show. With a tap of his cane and a quiet grunt, he gave Ichigo a curt nod. "Eren Cars. What can you tell us about the structure of Aizen Sosuke's army?" And so he told them. About the fact that not a single member of Aizen's military force was just a regular hollow but an Eren Car. That there used to be over 100 of them, all divided into groups, Eren Espada, numeros who often belonged to a certain Espada's fraction and Espada themselves. He explained the rankings within Espada which, as he had stated before, Aizen most likely based on the amount of spiritual energy. At that point, his explanation turned into a debate in which the captains forced him to make educated guesses about the type of Minos each Espada and others used to be before becoming Eren Cars. I'd wager that most of numeros used to be Jillians or Ajichas. Some Espada could have been Ajichas, but the strongest ones most likely used to be Vastolord. A quiet murmur echoed in the room. Among the noise, Kurotsuka berated him in a sharp tone. "Careful with your claims, Kurosaki. Vastolord should be the pinnacle of a hollow evolution, they are extremely rare. Which is fortunate, as the combat capabilities of a Vastolord, as far as the records go, are around or even above those of most of the captains of the Godi I-13. A Vastolord turned Eren Car would be even more of a threat. It should be easy even for you to distinguish between an Ajichas and Vastolord. The difference between their spiritual energies alone should be like a difference between a captain and a seated officer." Before he could react, another captain called out to him. "Be more specific, Kurosaki." It was Byakuya. With one glance Ichigo noticed the man's usual stern demeanor, though he also saw him giving him a nod of encouragement. "Right," he said and turned to Kurotsuki. The differences between Ryotsu were small from the 10th Espada until Noitra, Espada number 5. Then there was a large gap between him and Ulquiorra, whose Ryotsu seemed comparable to Haribel, Espada number 3, but a bit weaker when compared to Stark, Espada number 1. On the other hand, Ulquiorra's Ryotsu in Segunda Etapa was stronger, but since I haven't seen neither Haribel's nor Stark's resurrection, I can't compare them. I also know nothing about Baragon, Espada number 2. So, it's possible the first 4 Espada used to be Vastolord, but, really, that's just my guess. A guess it may be, but it would fit with what we experienced." Surprised to hear the captain of the 13th Division, Ichigo turned to look at him only to shift his gaze when another person, Kiraku, joined the debate. "We fought the top 3 Espada, Ichigo-kun, and they weren't easy battles. Despite having a number advantage, me and Jushiro were slowly losing my fight with the Baragon guy. Only luck and timely intervention saved our limbs." Ichigo's eyes snapped wide open. Kiraku-san was losing against Baragon? Even with Yuka-take-san at his side? What? Was Baragon really that strong? His father's voice cut through his thoughts. "I agree. While laid back and not keen on fighting, this Stark guy took on both of us with startling ease. It was only once Hirako-san's gang arrived, and we turned it into a 3-on-1 battle, that he released his sword and turned somewhat serious." Hearing the words caused a pang of pain to strike his insides. He liked Stark. For just a second, he closed his eyes and hoped the Primera Espada survived. Not to mention Captain Hitsugaya could not even scratch the Haribel woman. It was an unfortunate match for his abilities, yet even then, the difference in power was clear. She too had to be driven into a number disadvantage to level the playing field. Same as with Stark, Ichigo hoped for Haribel's survival. Then again, those two were not the only ones he hoped survived. Despite the bloody conflict between the sides, he had troubles thinking of several Arrancars as enemies. It was then when he realized the entire room fell into silence and he became the center of everyone's attention. Glancing from side to side, he raised one eyebrow in question. "What's going on?" "So, it means you are the only one who fought and defeated a Vastolord-class Arrancar all by himself." Oh. It was at that moment he knew, he fucked up. In less than a year he had gone from a powerless soul to a Shinigami capable of fighting enemies some captains who had lived for centuries could not. And despite the other feats he had accomplished so far, it seemed his unnatural progress finally exceeded even those and awoke the interest of the upper echelon of Godi 13. And, judging from the more than a dozen pairs of eyes boring into his skull, this gave birth to suspicion, caution and an unhealthy amount of fascination. But those were parts he could withstand if only because he understood where those emotions came from. However, it was the glue which tied all of them together that worried him. Attention. Dismissed, Ichigo left the room in silence. Outside, his first thought was to flee, but the commander's parting words, a warning to wait until the official end of the meeting to undergo a medical checkup, kept his legs heavy and unresponsive. Nevertheless, it didn't stop his mind from going into overdrive. "And you're sure she won't find out?" "Like I said, she'd either have to be the same as you are or you'd have to make a conscious effort for her to even sense it. All she can find out is the size of your Ryuryoka reserves." Instead of replying, he sighed, and fought against the nervous trembling of his stomach. Closing his eyes, he breathed in and out at a slow, calming pace. It was a natural rhythm acting as a lullaby in moments of uneasiness. But it also allowed his other thoughts to form. "I need to keep a low profile. They seem to accept my explanations, but I don't think they are convinced. At least the old man isn't for sure." His stare spoke volumes. A groan echoed in every corner of his mind. "And you're surprised? You told them you erased Aizen from existence with a mere wish." Ichigo grimaced but let his Zanpakuto spirit continue. "I said it before, but you should have kept going with the amnesia excuse. And I told you that would have been a lot more dangerous. It was good while it lasted because amnesia fit the situation. But if I continued this charade, the chance of me screwing up would only grow. No, this was the perfect excuse to stop. So." A sigh so heavy it made his shoulders droop slithered from the depths of his body. "I thought using Hogyaku as the center of the explanation would convince all. But, well, at least I didn't have to use a complete lie. That would have been a disaster. Yeah, you're still having too much trouble lying to people's faces. Speaking of which, it's a miracle you fooled those Fullbringers for as long as you did. Now that's just mean, Zanjitsu." Screeching of the nearby large doors ended their mental conversation. Captains poured out of the room in a steady flow, most of them acknowledging his presence with a nod or a wave of hands. One of those who did neither was the captain of the 2nd Division. The fact she still refused to even meet his eyes confused and worried him at the same time. But he had no time to dwell on it. "Kurosaka-san. Shall we?" "Ah, yeah, sure. Lead the way, Captain." He suppressed the urge to shudder and followed the captain of the 4th Division with a dry throat. Seeing her angelic smile brought back the memory of their last encounter, during which she leaked some of her real persona that had nothing to do with her current image. It made the current situation awkward, though he had to admit being aware of a fragment of her true personality felt liberating. Minutes later, within a secluded and empty room, he watched the green glow fade away from her hands with a serious expression on his face. Receiving a nod, he rose from the bed and tucked his undershirt back in his pants, then glanced at the medic next to him only to see her deep in thoughts. "Is something wrong?" She blinked in response and formed a small frown. "No, not at all, Kurosaka-san. It's just like you said. You appear to be completely fine." When she didn't seem keen on continuing, he sighed, and took the obvious bait. "But..." Her face relaxed, and she shook her head. "The size of your Ryuryoka reserves caught me off guard. They grew enormous compared to the last time I checked your health. Not even the captains of the Godi 13 possess this much." He tried his hardest to remain indifferent. "I think I finally understand why so many speak highly of you, Kurosaka-san. You have an amazing potential." Even though she said it with her usual sweet smile, Ichigo couldn't help feel cold sweat trickling down his brow. It was as if there was something otherworldly about her expression, a sense of eldritch, sinister intent which spoke directly to his hollow side. And so, forcing his rigid facial muscles to form a smile, he grabbed the rest of his clothes and bolted out of the room as fast as he could without looking odd. That woman is dangerous. Got that right. She's crazy. As he passed the gate of the 1st Division barracks, he heard his spirit speak again. But it went well. He blinked. Really? Well? If that was her reaction after learning how much Ryuryoku I have, then I don't want to see what she'd do if she found out the rest. It couldn't be helped, Ichigo. Until you learn how to control its properties by yourself, it's our job to keep it converted, and doing so prevents us from hiding the size of your reserves. A bitter taste washed over his tongue. I better hurry and learn it, then. Another voice popped into the conversation. Yes. But don't rush it, Ichigo. It is a difficult process. Besides, to hide a secret, one often has to reveal something else. It's a classic tactic of redirecting the attention. He sighed in defeat. Fine. But now I definitely need to lie low. An unexpected symphony of coordinated chuckles reverberated in his mind. Like that's something you can do. Agreed. Whether you want it, you are a magnet for trouble, Ichigo. Rolling his eyes, he did the only thing he could think of and ended their shared mental link with a simple thought. The plan to keep a low profile comprised a rather simple routine. Wake up at dawn. Avoid the rest of your loud family and have a calm, peaceful breakfast. Use the time to talk to your spirits. Steer clear of Kyokaku to delay a conversation about what happened with you and Jinjo. Leave the Shiba compound and make your way to the Shinigami Academy. Find your usual spot and spend around 2 hours reading through the never-ending horde of novels and textbooks. Ignore the increasing similarity between your zeal for education and a certain man's thirst for knowledge which resulted in a war. Lunch in the Academy's cafeteria alone and deep in thoughts. And then, spend the rest of the day in the 9th Division barracks either doing division-related paperwork or helping Hisagi with editorial work for Shirai Communication Monthly magazine. It was a far cry from the days spent dealing with various conflicts, but, for the first few days, Ichigo found a strange peace in this repeated pattern of living. Waking up and knowing exactly how the rest of the day would go brought a certain unidentified comfort to his life. He didn't have to stress about complex schemes or march through armed conflicts. His brain could relax in his raw power sleep. Every morning was just another day at work. But 9 days, 7 hours, and 43 minutes later, the gears in his brain came to a screeching halt and his happiness came undone in a single moment of epiphany. So dull. As his mind screamed, his head drooped low enough for his forehead to smack against the desk in front of him. Please. Just call Kenpeki or something. If I have to correct one more line of bad grammar, I'll go crazy. His plea for mercy echoed in the room like a siren and several heads turned in his direction. The sound of snorts and chuckles entered his ear. But there was one who did neither. Come on, it can't be that bad. Raising his head, Ichigo located the man in the blink of an eye and threw him a look full of despair. In return, the current editor-in-chief of Shirai Communication Monthly sighed and walked over to his spot. Without a word, Ichigo grabbed the paper he had been working on for the past 2 hours and passed it to him. In perverse satisfaction, he watched as the man's expression turned from amused but serious to perturbed. Okay, it is bad. Ichigo snorted. Thanks for the great analysis. Then he let his head fall down and bang against the desk once again. And this is all your fault, Hisagi-san. What? Mine? How? With his forehead pressed against the cold wood, he moved his body to the side and let his head make a slight turn until he saw Hisagi's widened eyes and his face, twisted in a miffed grimace. It's all because of that damn article of yours. The one about war. It's still so damn popular, everybody wants to voice their opinion on it. When Hisagi's only reaction was to blink, he continued. Don't get me wrong, I think it was an incredible article and I understand why you wrote it. And people love it because it's easy to identify with. But we can't handle so much feedback. There are so many letters I feel like I'm losing my mind. Hisagi remained silent for a few more seconds. Well, If you'd rather fight Captain Kenpeki than staying here, then I think you already lost it. The sound of forced coughs caused Ichigo to roll his eyes. He's not that bad. I mean, he can get overzealous, but sparring with him is actually nice. Standing still, one of Hisagi's legs twitched so much he had to support himself on the desk or risk tripping. Just as Ichigo, confused as hell, formed a frown, Hisagi raised his head and looked at him as if he grew not a second but a third head as well. You are the only one who would ever describe a spar with Captain Kenpeki as nice, Kurosaki. When Ichigo opened his mouth to protest, Hisagi raised his hand to stop him. But back to the topic, he said, then sighed. Look, Kurosaki. How about you take a break from the editorial department? We both know you are more of, well, an active kind of guy. I heard the Shino Academy is short on staff and they appreciate all the help they can get. They lost good people during the conflict with, well, you know. As he finished saying it, Hisagi turned his head with a faraway look in his eyes and Ichigo had to bite his lip to prevent himself from saying something maladroit or otherwise insensitive. He knew the reason behind Hisagi's strong reaction and didn't want to fuel the fire by talking about the former captain of their division. His death hit Hisagi hard. Even more so when he was one of the two people responsible for it. So, he did the only sensible thing and changed the subject. Okay, sure. What kind of help do they need? It took Hisagi a moment to return from his memory trip and when he did, he shrugged. No idea. Ask them. I'm sure they'll find something for you. As he stood in front of the entrance, Ichigo wasn't sure what he had expected to see. Shino Academy, also known as Shinigami Academy, looked just like it always had, a large stylized multiple-story building with the architecture similar to that of the rest of the Seirei. The sight did not surprise him. It couldn't. After all, he had been coming here every day for the past 9 days, not to mention his frequent visits during his amnesia period. Yet Hisagi's words still echoed within his head and so, when he stepped inside, he paused and took a good, long look around. He ignored the obvious details like the fresh paint on the walls, electronic cables running through the roof or the parts of the building which still hadn't been repaired after the bounce incident. Instead, he focused on other elements. What he saw chilled his body all the way to the bone. How the hell did I not notice it before? Oppressive corridors, filled with students roaming them with an undebatable look of agony in their eyes. Young people shuffling their feet in silence, interrupted with an occasional echo of a subdued voice. Their expressions crestfallen and devoid of excitement. Rotten air pumped full of melancholy and lethargic boredom. All of it had eluded him before, like water poured into a sieve. But now when he knew the situation, he saw more each time he blinked. He spotted a few instructors, but they moved so fast, it was difficult to get a reading on them, though their demeanor, the way their shoulders sagged and the way they kept their heads down suggested nothing but a full surrender. The academy itself, once full of noises, yells, shouts, or the sounds of clashing blades and exploding spells, had fallen mute and reeked of defeat. War, despite being over, loomed over the compound like a sword of Damocles, ready to pierce through the roof and extinguish even the last remnants of knowledge with its everlasting presence. It was such a loud foul atmosphere he, again, couldn't believe he hadn't realized it before. Desperate to understand his own blindness, he racked his brain until he stumbled upon an excuse. Right, I use the side entrance and try to steer clear of crowds. It was weak, but it achieved what he wanted, to ease his guilty conscience at least a little. And so, he braced himself and made his way through the building, minding his own business even if he soon realized he didn't need to. Aside from 1 or 2 students, the vast majority ignored his presence and flowed around him like a swarm of ants, each moving towards his or her predetermined destination in a deeply engraved routine. This is almost painful. In a few moments, he reached the main desk and as he walked towards it the woman sitting there looked up. Her eyes widened in immediate recognition and she opened her mouth, without a doubt to greet him in a loud tone, but before she could do so, he placed his index finger against his mouth and mustered his friendliest smile. Hi, Vice Captain Hisagi-san sent me. We heard you are short on staff. His voice, brought down to a soft volume, caused the woman to relax and then point at the door of the principal's office with a polite smile. He sent her a grateful nod. Thanks. When he walked through the door, the principal welcomed him with a forced smile, but a smile, nonetheless. "Third seat, Kurosaka-san, to what do I owe the pleasure?" Offered a seat, Ichigo closed the door and sat down. He skipped the formalities and went straight to the point. "They told me you are asking the Godi for help because of the lack of staff." Principal's forced smile fell and a look of concern replaced it. The man rose to his feet and, with a tired sigh, turned away from him and towards the only window in the room. "Indeed." Ichigo shifted in his seat and waited, but it didn't look like the man intended to continue. "Care to elaborate?" He received a brief glance, then the principal cast his eyes down. "It's the reality, Kurosaka-san, reality of the present time. It robbed most of my students of their thirst for knowledge, their enthusiasm for training, and also any positive outlook on life. It took all of that and replaced it with melancholy, apathy and harsh truth." Leaning forward, Ichigo curled his fingers inwards and then pressed his fists against the edge of the principal's table. "You're talking about the casualties of the war, aren't you?" The principal raised his head and looked through the window one more time. Then he turned around and nodded. "I am. Even though these kids took no part in it, this short war still caused them a great deal of pain and suffering. Parents, siblings, aunts, uncles, or older friends, most of them lost at least one of those. Even those who came from Rukonga weren't spared. After spending months at the academy, they formed close connections, friendships, or else, and seeing those they hold dear weep for their broken bonds makes them do the same," he said, and, once he returned to his seat, looked at Ichigo with another tired sigh. "Frankly, I don't blame them. It doesn't matter how long it lasts, war is never pretty. Though I guess that as the person who represents the student's body and this entire institution, I should thank you, Kurosaka-san, for stopping it before it turned truly ugly." Ichigo didn't like that and looked away. "I understand the sentiment, but..." From the corner of his eyes, he saw the principal forming a small sad smile. "I understand." There was a short moment of silence, during which Ichigo looked around the office until he was ready to speak again. "What kind of help do you need?" "Ah, yes." The principal placed both his elbows on his table and brought his hands together in what looked like a pleading gesture. "My students are having a rough time focusing on their studies or on their training. A vast majority of them lost any interest in continuing their education at all, since finishing it means, most of the time, joining the Godi, which is the last thing they want to do. And we, as instructors and educators, failed at bringing this interest back. That's the kind of help we need. I know the Godi faces a lot of problems on its own, but if there was an officer willing to share their routine, experience, struggles or insight on what it means to be a Shinigami of Godi 13 with my students, I believe it could reignite the lost fire." Still leaning forward, Ichigo frowned. An uncertain, doubtful look washed over his face. "Won't it have an opposite effect? Wouldn't we, the officers, be nothing else but cruel reminders of the war?" His words didn't seem to discourage the principal. Instead, he put his chin above his clasped hands and rested it against them. Maybe. Or maybe, they would see it as a chance to confront their pain and share it with somebody who witnessed war with his own eyes and still came out of it in one piece. A chance to lean against the pillar of power and a chance to borrow some of his unyielding strength. Seeing the eyes boring into him with an unwavering intensity, Ichigo brought his right hand to his face and gave it a rub. "I'm the least qualified person for this. My life is anything but normal and I don't think I could share my insights since I have none." The principal shook his head. "You are selling yourself short, Kurosaka-san. You are extraordinary and your presence would be like bringing a gale to the pile of smoldering coal, a source of oxygen for the dying fire." Keeping the palm of his hand resting against his face, Ichigo rolled his eyes at the melodrama. "What would I even talk about?" Through his fingers, he noticed a glint in the principal's eyes and cursed. "A trap. He's good. I'm glad you asked. It is no longer a secret you acted as a spy and because of it spent weeks in Hueco Mundo in the presence of not just Aizen Sosuke but also his army of Aaron cars. You see, Kurosaka-san, Aaron cars used to be so rare, our curriculum mentions them only as a term and nothing else. However, you met these beings face to face. You saw what they are, how they act or how they differ from regular hollows or Minos, which are questions none of our students know the answers for. For them, this topic is an uncharted territory, and if it awakens their curiosity, I'm sure it'll help renew their interest in education too. While not outright a bad logic, Ichigo saw a potential danger in the man's train of thoughts. A tiny hole which could shatter a fragile, cracked psyche. You realize that it was these Arrancars who caused most of the deaths, right? There's no way they would want to hear about those who killed there. He began only to trail off when the realization hit him. You are one sneaky, sly fox. They would totally want to hear about them if only so they could associate their pain with a concrete person, wouldn't they? The principal caught his gaze and gave him a slow nod. Exactly. In return, Ichigo groaned. After seeing the state of the academy and listening to everything that the principal said, there was no way he could just turn the man down. And, to be honest, it wasn't as if he didn't want to talk about Arrancars. It was just the opposite. But there was one problem. The principal's aim was to paint them as villains, somebody the students could blame for their pain, but Ichigo knew just how wrong such thinking was because of one simple truth. That some Arrancars were the most humane beings he had ever met. Check the description for the links to the author.